The story commences with Amaya Haruko, a second-year high school student and a vice president of the student council at Tenbi Academy, the school where she also studies. She is peacefully walking on the road with a line of happiness on her face when a butterfly suddenly flies near her and grabs her attention. Her gaze followed the butterfly as it flew away, and she started to take a trip down memory lane. Her thoughts start to remember a recollection of his childhood friend Takeru, whom she is about to visit today. The story revolves around Takeru, a year younger than Haruko and a new enrollee at Tenbi Academy. Haruko has not seen MC for 3 long years, nor has she had a chance to call him since he entered a boarding middle school with all boys students while Haruko went to the Tenbi Academy, which was all girls student before, but this year the school went co-ed and opens its gates for new male enrollees. She starts to wonder what kind of guy MC has grown up into since he is 1 year younger than her and it's been so long since their last meeting. She started to wonder if he had grown taller than her now, what kind of boy he had become now, if he had spent enough time on his studies, and many more things. Haruko continues to walk while reminiscing between her and MC. I can sense an extraordinary bond between the two of them. She stops at a boarding room with a sign on its door that reads Oyama Takeru, indicating that it must be the MC's room. She repeatedly pressed the doorbell outside his room as she loudly announced her arrival and her business, which was to pick him up for the first day of this school year. Her words are left unanswered at her first call, which is why she repeatedly calls for MC's name while knocking at his door. When an empty silence again answers her calls, Haruko decides to open the door, which she opens easily since it is not locked. And when Tabnati locked the door of his boarding room, Haruko looked at the pile of boxes at the end of the room. She continued to shout for MC's name and ask if he was there. After her countless calls, a man answered her, which was MC, asking who she was. MC has slept behind a pile of boxes and just woke up. She quickly gets up as Haruko introduces herself again. As he heard her name, MC became frantic and tried to hurriedly put up his pants while telling her to wait for a moment. Haruko, not minding his call for extra time and space, continued to walk where his voice came from. MC nervously tried to put his pants up quickly as he heard Haruko's voice coming nearer and nearer while asking what he was doing. I think I know where this is going. Just as Haruko reached him, MC quickly hid behind the boxes, which he stumbled upon in the process, making the box fall in Haruko's direction. MC, seeing the situation, promptly acts and jumps into her, protecting her with his body from further damage. As Haruko opens her eyes, she sees a grown-up MC above her, with his one arm pinned on the wall behind her and his body acting as a protective shield for her body. MC asked Haruko if she was okay with worries in his eyes, to which she shyly replied yes and reassured her that she was just fine. She smiles at him as she starts to talk about how long it has been since they last saw each other. She suddenly turns her gaze to MC's other arm, which is placed into her chest right now. MC also noticed his hand placement, quickly removed his hands, and begged for forgiveness. He anxiously explains to her, stating that his hand slipped when he came to her rescue, and he does not mean to place his hand into her body. Haruko's face changed from happy to annoyed and irritated. Her sweet voice seconds ago has changed into a grumpy one, questioning his actions and his explanation. She scolds MC, hits him in the head because of the accident, and angrily orders him to finish putting his pants up. I just noticed right now that MC still does not have his pants on, haha. MC holds his head as he cries in pain, touching the part of his head that MC hit while still begging for forgiveness. Haruko lends his hands to MC as she starts to talk again about the long years without seeing each other. She helped him stand up and back to his feet while mentioning that he was incorrigible or that he still had not improved. MC blushed a little when he heard Haruko call him Take, which is what she usually calls him before as his nickname. MC observed Haruko's facial features, recognizing her beauty and how she improved after the years they had not seen each other. He turns his gaze to her chest and starts imagining the image behind her clothes. What is he doing? He tells her that she has become more beautiful, which makes Haruko shy and calls him unintelligent in reply. The two start to walk into Tenbi Academy. While on their way, she interviews MC about his choice of studying at the same academy where she is studying. He explained that he chose to study at the academy because he did not need to take an entrance exam or worry about interviews to enroll, and it is a boarding school that he prefers. His face lights up as he adds that he prefers the academy for it is an all-school girl, which opens its doors to other applicants this year. Why do I feel that MC would do naughty things in this academy? Haruko, after hearing his words, coldly replied and agreed with him. MC starts to reminisce about his own experience with all-school boys before, calling it his dark days and how it harmed his libido during those times. He looks forward to the life he will encounter at his new school. At the same time, Haruko remained cold and emotionless as she continued to stare and listen to him. As they reached the school gate, She stops and asks him if he has any idea about their school, which he clearly doesn't, aside from thinking it is a normal school just like the others. Haruko tells him that their academy is not the same as that of others because of the battles that naturally occur on the school grounds to settle arguments and misunderstandings conflicts between the students. MC starts to daydream as he thinks about the events of the academy that make it different from other schools and what opportunities await him, such as having a Miko. Haruko angrily shouted at him as she discovered that it was what MC was excited about. Their conversation was cut short by a school announcement. She excuses herself to MC because she is needed on the preparation committee and instructs MC on what to do and where to head inside the school. Before she went, she left a welcome remark to him which made MC blush. The flood of female students talking about the newly enrolled guys and their once all-school girls started to make their way into the school, which made MC freeze in his spot as he enjoyed the view of girls he had not seen for a long time. Haruko stops on her way as she worries about MC. On the other hand, MC finds himself lost in his new school. Still, he does not panic at all, as he finds it normal and is just happy that he is finally in the academy he dreamed of studying. His thoughts are cut off when he sees two girls fighting on the open school ground. Based on what he heard in their conversation, the two girls are fighting over a guy and are ready to finish each other off to set the rift between them. Curious about what is happening, MC proceeds to ask Kodama, who is resting upside down on a tree branch while watching the fight. Just as he was talking to her, a sword was sent flying in the direction of Kodama. The sharp sword cut off the branch where she rested, and she accidentally fell into MC, which was just below her. She landed on his body and accidentally kissed his lips, which put the two of them in an awkward position. She hurriedly removed her lips from his and was ready to punch MC in the face when she noticed that he was looking at her underwear. Just as she was about to hit him, he noticed a glowing blue sign on his body which stopped her from hitting him. MC hurriedly got up and used a meeting at the gymnasium as an excuse to go. Kodama continued to follow MC with her gaze as she realized that he was her greatest enemy based on the glowing sign on his body. On the other hand, MC seems clueless about the impending danger that awaits him after the discovery. The meeting barely began when MC arrived at the gymnasium. Most of the time is spent in the testing process of equipment, which bored students and even MC herself. After a few moments, the principal started to talk and introduced the school and its motto to the new students. She clarified that even if the school is a co-ed type now, the motto and the goal of the school will not change. The principal continues to talk about more things, including elements and maki, which confuses MC. The two girls who were fighting on the school grounds before are also present on stage. It is revealed that the guy they are fighting for is not actually a guy but a teddy bear. The two girls continue to debate while the principal and other members of the committee decide to demonstrate something else for the students. Kodama suddenly showed up on the stage. Her beauty caught her attention and mesmerized all the newly enrolled boys. She volunteered to carry out the battle demonstration and chose MC as his opponent. MC was surprised after he heard her words. Still, luckily, Haruko got his back and quickly explained that he was just a newly enrolled student at their school. All the attention is on MC now as Haruko continues to negotiate and persuade the principal that it is too dangerous for him to be in a battle since he is new to their school. Despite the explanation and reasons presented, the principal still allowed the struggle and encouraged MC to prepare backstage. MC has doubts about the battle. He remained in his seat as the people around him started to enable him to get up. Some students told him that he should be prepared for battle since he enrolled in the school, which added more confusion to him since he does not know what they are talking about. This is the result of not knowing the school before enrolling. Left with no other choice than to fight, MC nervously walks up into the stage and prepare for the impending battle. He needs clarification about what to do and how things turned out between him and Kodama. Kodama walks into MC, assuring him that she won't go all out and that he needs to go with the flow as she carries their fight. In the distance, Haruko looked at the two of them while worrying about whether MC would be okay. Kodama's aura changes as she turns her back. She is ready to defeat MC, while MC, on the other hand, starts to take a stance on what he thinks is a fake battle between the two of them. Kodama summoned Ikachi and ordered him to plant lightning in MC's heart that would kill him after several days. Her other dwarf warned her that Blah may notice, but Kodama's mind already had a decision, and that was to defeat MC. Higoma noticed Kodama's expression and worried more about MC. As the principal signaled the beginning of the fight, Kodama launched herself and began attacking Meta, who blocked her hit using simple moves. Higoma felt a sigh of relief when she noticed that Kodama was going easy on MC. Still, all of a sudden, Kodama suddenly went all out and intended to attack MC with a lightning bolt. Another student from the crowd jumped onto the stage and quickly blocked the attack, saving MC from direct danger. Just as everyone was confused about who the girl who saved MC was, she suddenly announced that she was MC's fiancé and that she would protect him at all times. Haruko, after hearing this and witnessing the girl whose name is Inaho, kisses MC on the cheek, changes her aura, and hits MC again. At the end of school hours, Haruko visits MC at his dorm to talk about the events earlier, only to find MC and Inaho in his room. Just as she was investigating the two of them, Kodama also appeared out of nowhere and intended to share a room with MC. After hearing this, Haruko stormed out of the room and came back in seconds with her things, announcing that she would also stay in MC's room. The three girls start to argue with each other while MC is left speechless and wondering how things are going. MC woke up early the next day. As he stretched his arms out while walking outside of his room, he saw Haruko and Inaho down in the kitchen, already awake. Haruko is sipping tea while Inaho, his self-proclaimed fiancé, is preparing ingredients for the food she will cook. Inaho greeted MC, to whom he replied immediately. As he finished talking, he felt a sharp pain in his cheeks and noticed that it swelled. Haruko throws a pack of ice at MC while calmly telling him to be careful and scolding him for what happened last night, where he and Inaho are sleeping close to each other. Inaho defends their act, saying that she slept with him because she was afraid MC was lonely. MC proceeded to go to the bathroom to wash his face while holding the pack of ice into his cheeks. Without any warning, he opened the bathroom door. MC is not yet coping with the setup of him and the three girls in her room. That's why he seems to have forgotten that there are also other people in his room. A newly bathed Kodama caught him by surprise and he is instantly frozen as he looks still at her body. Kodama gets angry since it is not the first time that MC has seen her underwear. Well, this time she is literally in her underwear only. She threatens MC, and before he can react, Kodama hits him with her lightning power as a punishment for his careless actions. Kodama continued scolding MC at the dinner table. MC, on the other hand, remained silent and kept his head down. Haruko and Inaho encourage him to eat up since they are about to be late at school. He looks at the delicious food in front of him and thanks the girls. Haruko looks nervously at MC as he gets one bite of the food. After MC tastes the food, her worries turn into relief when he confirms how delicious the food is. The taste of the food reminds MC of their childhood days, and he feels nostalgic for a second about their childhood past between him and Haruko. Haruko, on the other hand, starts to blush after hearing his words, but her thoughts are quickly cut off by Kodama, who teases her because she obviously displays admiration for MC. The four students began to panic when they noticed the time on the wall clock, and they started to sprint to the school to avoid being late. After all, it is not good to get late, especially on the first day of school, and for school officers like them. Kodama continued blaming MC for why they were late. Inaho tried to defend MC, but she insisted that they should keep running instead of pointing fingers at who was at fault since it wouldn't help them. All they should do now is to keep on running, as it is the only way they can arrive at school before the start of class. The three girls started to run as fast as they could while MC was left far behind and was already tired, catching his breath heavily after the running they did. His thin body was unable to keep up with the strength and endurance of the three girls, and he was left behind while the three girls made the fastest run of their lives. As expected, Haruko, Inaho, and Kodama made it to the school gate right before it closed, while MC was still far behind them, catching his breath and almost seeming like he was walking because of the pace he was in. Kodama used her ability, which is her invisible Shikigami, to help MC the school and jump through the school gate just in time to avoid being late. MC lands roughly after he is sent flying by the Shikigami over the gate, which makes Haruko worry about him while Kodama starts to walk away and mocks MC. Kodama gave a last cold gaze at him, which stunned MC as she noticed that her eyes suddenly changed and were the same as when she was about to finish him yesterday. The student council president of the academy, Takari Furan, arrives at the scene and scolds Haruko for being late and being a bad example for the students. Her attention was caught by MC, who was still sitting on the ground feeling the pain in his butt because of his awkward landing earlier. The president questioned the closeness between Haruko and MC, stating that it is not normal for a girl to become too close to a guy student even if their all-school girl just turned co-ed. Haruko quickly defends MC and states that she is his childhood friend. MC smiled at the president when, all of a sudden, a breeze lifted the president's skirt and revealed her underwear with a bear design. Kodama, who was still in the place, laughed and made fun of the president's undergarment. Takari let out a loud shriek before the guard told them to go to their classrooms. MC and Inaho shared the same class and classroom. As they proceeded to enter the room, different murmurs about what happened yesterday involving MC filled the room. The teacher introduced herself and their assistant teacher, Rokujo Minori, who was the guard at the school gate earlier. Before the class started, the teacher announced that a physical checkup would be conducted among the students. The whole class was divided based on the student's gender, and the female students started to prepare for the checkup. Inabichu bid her farewell to MC as she got up to line in the corridor with the other female students, which made all the male students in the room fix their gaze on MC and give him a cold look. MC feels uncomfortable because of their piercing stares at him, but his face lit up when a dirty thought came up in his mind. He and his seatmate both raised their hands at the same time and excused themselves to use the toilet. They quickly storm out of the room and proceed to run in a tree facing the infirmary as fast as they can, where the female students will conduct their physical check. MC and his seatmate reached the treetop right before the checkup began. They question each other's actions, and they both respond the same way. Looks like MC is not the only boy with dirty thoughts in the academy. They stop arguing with each other when they notice that the female students start to form a line in the infirmary, meaning that the physical checkup has begun. They focused their attention on the window and watched as the female students started to remove their clothes one by one to undergo the physical exam, which made the faces of the two boys light up. The two started to analyze the bodies of the female students and gave their ratings based on their criteria. So it is like a contest for them, eh? As the female students continue to conduct their physical checkups, the two boys at the treetop continue to peek at them and their bodies. They feast with the free view of naked women inside the infirmary as the checkup goes on. Inho's time for the physical checkup has come, and as she starts to undress, MC quickly blocks the view of his classmate using his hands. His classmate, whose name is Kongo, questions his action but then realizes that Inho is MC's fiancé based on what she said yesterday. He realizes that MC doesn't want others to see the body of his fiancé. The attention of the two naughty boys was caught by another girl with a big chest, which made them cry in happiness and claim that their school was a paradise on earth, a paradise for naughty boys like them. Their happiness was cut off when Kodama, who was standing a few meters above them in the same tree, started to talk and scold Kodama, saying that he had not learned his lesson earlier that morning. The two boys were stoned at the moment, nervously looking at her and daring not to do any action that would surely get them in more trouble. Kodama jumped toward the naughty students, stepping in their faces as she put them both on the ground. She continues to scold the boys and tell them to be better men. The two boys who were hurt quickly apologized and crawled to the ground like cockroaches as they fled the scene. Kodama's Shikigami appeared and questioned her actions, stating that she was able to control his anger and prevent herself from finishing MC and his classmate. She looks at the ground while stating that she cannot feel her blood boiling just like yesterday. She continues to reflect on the events from yesterday, questioning why her rage for MC is gone when she is so sure that he is the greatest enemy she has based on his mark on his body. The male students began to form their line and head next to the infirmary for their physical checkups. Kodama's heels can still be traced in MC's face, who was still hurt after receiving a stomp from Kodama earlier. Inside the infirmary, MC's attention was caught by a female nurse whose name was Aki. Aki is responsible for assisting students in testing their macane using a device. MC encountered a strange device, which the school nurse explained that it was a machine used to compute the compatibility of a person with macane Karenbo. He continued to examine the machine in awe as the nurse proceeded to tell about the replicas of different macane. MC was still confused about what macane was, for he had no idea about those strange devices, nor had he encountered something like the machine in front of him before. The machine suddenly yelled at MC, telling him to insert his hand so the examination could begin. When MC inserted his hands into the machine to identify his macane, the machine went wild while stating that he did not match any of the macanes. The school nurse worriedly checks the machine, while MC, on the other hand, enjoys the view of the nurse's chest near his face. After the revelation, MC was called into the principal's office with Inaho, where they talked and met with the school principal, a weird guy who was revealed to be the inventor of the machine. After the meeting, MC continued to persuade himself that everything would be alright even if he did not have a Makin, to whom Inaho agreed and praised him for his optimistic thinking. Just as he and Inaho were in the middle of a conversation, a ball hit him straight in the face, a flyer flies next to his face, and he reads it and discovers that clubs in their academy are hiring new members. MC was confused about what clubs are in their school, nor why he would need to join one. Inako explained to him the setup of clubs and students in their school, wherein everyone needs to join and be a member of a club. MC questions the freedom in their school, stating that it feels forced and there is no freedom at all. He asked Inako what club she would join, and she happily responded that she would go wherever MC joined. Inako really cares for MC. MC, after hearing her words, started to blush and question her actions yesterday at the school gym. Inako's facial expression turned cold for a moment before she happily replied and stated that she would keep her motives secret since MC could not remember them. MC suddenly remembers that he left her food and wallet in the room because of their hurry earlier, which makes Inho cry and worry and offer him her snacks, whom MC kindly declines since he knows that Inho loves her snack. Just as MC was thinking about what he should do, Haruko came up out of nowhere with a bento in her hand and offered it to MC. She created a bento for him in situations like this. Wow, Haruko really cares for MC. He asked Haruko how long she was there, but instead of answering, she questioned the two of them. She looks jealous, haha. MC brought up the club membership task in their school and announced that he likes to check all the clubs in the school so he can decide what to join. MC asks Haruko for her help. Haruko's face instantly lightened up after she heard MC's words. A brief throwback of what happened inside the principal's office was shown, wherein the creator of the machine exclaims that it is impossible for his machine not to be able to identify MC's element. MC asks if having no element is serious, and Haruko, the principal, and the creator of the machine all respond that it is a great problem. The principal started to explain that Maken is used in battles. However, MC can still avoid it by refusing to participate based on Ino's explanation. MC starts to feel the seriousness of his situation, but Ino assures him that she will help protect him. The flashback finishes, and MC starts to eat the bento that Haruko brought. Back at the office, the principal and the machine creator continue to talk about the third student with unidentified Maken. While on their way home, MC reads posters of different clubs and decides to join the Grivor Photography Club. Ino, after hearing MC's decision, immediately decided to join the club too. Haruko started to think about what might happen between MC and Ino if he joined the club, so instead he insisted MC join the Kenkebu Club. The next day, Haruko jogs around the school while reminiscing about her and MC's interaction about joining clubs yesterday. MC asked about the club she tried to persuade him to join, and he learned that Haruko and Kodama are both club members, and Haruko is the club president. Ino, after hearing Haruko's suggestion, insists that if MC ever joins the club, she will join too to accompany him, just like what she had promised before. MC asked for more time to think, which made Haruko a little bit worried because he might end up not joining their club, and she would have a difficult time keeping an eye on him or even seeing him around the campus. She decides to get shade in the thick line of trees, still thinking about MC and what might be his decision. Haruko returned to their room and continued to worry about MC not having a Maken and what might be his decision on her suggestion to join their club. She decides to take a bath and refresh herself while she continues to contemplate. Meanwhile, MC just woke up and proceeded to the bathroom sink to brush his teeth. As he was busy brushing his teeth, Haruko ran out of shampoo and decided to go to the bathroom to ask Ino to borrow her shampoo. MC was shocked after hearing Haruko's voice from the shower room. At the same time, Haruko was clueless about MC being inside the bathroom. As he turned around, he came face to face with a fully naked Haruko, who just opened the shower room door at the same time. He gulped the water directly in his mouth as he looked at the bare body of Haruko, when all of a sudden, an irritated Haruko hit him with the empty shampoo bottle right in his face, while she scolded him for being careless. I think Haruko is the one careless here. MC walked to the school with a band-aid on his nose. He is with Inho and Haruko. Inho was very worried for him because of his frequent accidents and injuries. Still, MC assures him that he has already gotten used to getting hurt in their room. Haruko was walking fast in front of them, still irritated by what happened earlier. To break the silence between them, MC asked her to tell him more about the Kenkebu Club. Haruko's face lights up after hearing MC's question. She quickly turned around and told him the details about the club, while MC and Inoha carefully listened to every word she said. She starts to present the information on TV, starting from the student council itself and the role of Kenkebu in monitoring and controlling troubles around the school. All of a sudden, Kango reveals himself from the bushes and introduces himself to Haruko. MC, worrying about what kind of dirty trick Kango has in his sleeve, since it has a naughty nature just like him, quickly acts and jumps to prevent him from touching her. As a result of MC's carelessness, he accidentally touched Haruko's chest instead. Uruchi, a friend of Haruko, quickly jumped into the scene and punched MC in the face. Haruko calms the situation down and explains that MC is his childhood friend and that what happened was just an accident. Uruchi proceeded to act calm and shake hands with MC as Haruko introduced her. She squeezes his hand hard as he warns MC about being a naughty boy and how much he hates boys like him. On the other hand, a battle was about to begin in the open ground of the academy. A big male student challenges a female student in a battle in hopes of being her lover if he wins. The female student has already rejected the guy many times, but he cannot accept his rejection and wants to settle their dating status by doing a battle between him and her. I wonder if there is already a battle between students on who will be using the comfort room first? Haha. Many students were already at the scene ready to witness the impending battle between the two of them. On the other hand, the female student, whose name is Azuki, reveals her terms, saying that if she wins, the guy won't disturb her anymore and he will completely give up on her. MC and his company arrived at the battleground just as the battle was about to start. Haruko worriedly talks to Azuki, who was revealed to be her friend, about being involved again in a school fight. Kango recognizes the guy that Azuki is about to battle, which is known as Kurigasa Kai, with a powerful Makin and raw strength. Kodama also arrived at the scene, mocking MC and Kango by calling them peeping trash. MC and Kango immediately turned their heads down because of the shyness they feel after her words. Kodama proceeded to the battlefield, starting the battle ritual between Kai and Azuki as the battle referee who would manage and control the fight between the two students. Azuki arrogantly mocks Kai, belittling his strength, and decides to fight him without using her Makin. Kai charged at her, but Azuki quickly dodged and kicked him in his face, only to reveal that her kick did no damage to Kai, for his Makin was hardening his skin like metal. Kai uses another attack, which rips Azuki's clothes and reveals her body, which makes the viewers cheer for him. Azuki, instead of worrying about her exposed body, asks to charge the fee for her clothes and underwear to Kai if she wins. MC, on the other hand, feels sad and confused as he questions why boys fight girls in this academy, which is not normal for him to see. Haruko comforts him while Kodama mocks him and asks if he feels uncomfortable because he doesn't like to see a girl fighting. MC watched the battle again, and Azuki started to lose the fight when Kai got the upper hand. MC gritted his teeth and charged to the battlefield to stop the fight, for he couldn't bear to continue watching the battle. He was immediately stopped by Haruko, Kodama, and Inoho, saying that he could not simply stop a match because the battle in their academy is considered sacred and should be respected. An unmeasurable force awakens inside MC, and he unexpectedly frees himself from the grasp of Haruko, Kodama, and Inoho, who are left stunned in their place. He continues to jump on the battlefield, shielding Azuki from Kai's attack, which sends him flying away. Azuki used the opening that MC caused to attack and hit Kai in the mouth, knocking out the big muscular guy. She obviously wins, but she feels humiliated after her underwear flows away and lands on her opponent's face, exposing her parts to the audience spectating their fight. After the battle, Azuki and Haruko scolded MC because of his actions, pointing out that it is disrespectful to ignore the rules of battle in their school. On the other hand, Inoho cheers for him, calling him brave and great after blocking such a powerful punch from Kai earlier. Azuki continued to scold MC while Haruko let out a faint smile as she worried about MC and his safety since his Makin was still unidentified, but was happy that MC still had the bravery he had when they were a child. He still cares for people and stands up for them no matter what happens to him, just like before. MC has been like this since they were children. His bravery in tough situations is what Haruko admires the most about him. MC defends himself, stating that she recognizes the strength of women, but he also wants to ensure a fair fight for them. Haruko, after hearing and understanding his words, tells MC that it is what the Kenkebu Club does, ensuring fair fights between students. MC's face lights up and he decides to join the club. On the other hand, Kodama is seen resting on a rooftop while she contemplates what happened during the battle earlier. She noticed that MC's strength and aura had changed, and she felt sure that she had already felt it before, putting more questions into her head about the identity of MC and its abilities. MC and his company arrived at the Kenkebu Club headquarters where they were all ready to join and be a member. Kango decided to join them since he wanted to join the club where Haruko and Kodama were. I think this naughty boy likes her. Before they proceeded, MC turned around and announced his reason for joining the club again, which was to ensure fair fights in their academy. After introducing themselves and joining the club, MC and Kango proceed to a spring at the foot of Spirit Mountain in Amanohara for the club exchange meeting and official welcoming of its new members. They are both mesmerized by the beauty of the place. MC kept on wondering how such a beautiful place exists at the foot of this mountain, as well as why they were welcomed to the hot spring since they were just new members of the club. More members of the club started to greet and welcome them, expressing their surprise and happiness about acquiring new members this year. MC's questions were cut out by Kango, saying that they should enjoy the moment of seeing girls in swimsuits without peeping. The two of them agree with Kango's idea and celebrate their luck. Inoho, with Azuki and another club member, starts to appear in their swimsuits, which brings joy to the two naughty boys. Their enjoyment was cut short when Kodama appeared and threatened them with his lighting abilities, which brought back the two boys in their senses. The introduction of the members of the two clubs, Madu Shikokubu and Kenkebu, began, starting from its old members into the new members. MC shyly introduces himself to the crowd, while Inoho and Kango seem very confident in themselves. After introducing each member, their advising teacher came and was introduced also. Kongo and MC were mesmerized by her and were immediately drowned in their naughty thoughts when they saw the beautiful and perfect figure of their advising teacher. The members start to interact with each other. At the same time, Kodama is left alone in a corner observing her fellow club members. Her eyes caught Haruko's chest, and she saw something wrong in it. She walks into Haruko and removes the padding in her bra while accusing her of enhancing her chest with the paddings, and proceeds to angrily massage her chest since Kodama felt that Haruko mocks those who had smaller chests. The other members start to talk about their chests while Kango and MC almost pass out in the distance while watching them do their deeds. All of a sudden, a moon bear showed up at the side of the mountain, which brought terror to the spine of the two naughty boys. The girls, however, don't seem worried and are prepared to attack the bear. Haruko prepares to attack, but her fellow members stop her as they think of a new plan. Both MC and Kango are used as bait for the bear. The two boys run for their lives while the other members try to suppress and catch the aggressive bear. In the end, after their fruitful teamwork, the bear is sent flying high in the air, away from the spring. Another welcoming ceremony for MC took place, officially welcoming him and his company to the Makenki. The next morning, MC and Kango start the day by running many lapses as their first activity in the Kenkeibu club. They are running with the other club members and are left far behind because of how slow they run compared to the athletic girls in the club. MC kept on questioning why their first activity was running lapses. Still, even Kango did not know the answer and they could not do anything but abide. Azuki shouted at them, saying that they should run faster and that they could call themselves men if all the girls outrun them. Kango grunts again, questioning their activity, and Azuki replies that it is essential to enhance and train their physical strength since it is crucial to their club and duties. Just as MC and Kango continue to complain about how their activity is not on an average level anymore, another club member starts to use her Makenki and throw large objects at them, pushing them to run quicker to avoid the deadly propeller being hurled toward them. Left with no choice and afraid of losing their lives, MC and Kango were forced to push their limits and run as fast as they could while screaming for their dear life. After their activity, MC and Kango proceed to the Kenkeibu club headquarters with Inaho for a basic Makenki class with the school president. The president starts to explain Makenki and its basic components while the MC and Kango are drowsing soundly at their table. The president notices them sleeping and throws markers at them, which makes them wake up. She continued to scold them for being rude in her class and threatened to scold them that she wouldn't fully accept them in the club if they continued their attitude. As a punishment, she orders MC and Kango to run another 50 lapses, which the two quickly refuse and start to beg for her mercy. The president remains firm on her punishment, refusing to take her order back. At the same time, the two men continue to beg and pray for a miracle as they are so tired and traumatized from all the running they had done earlier. Yuka, seeing the pitiful situation of the two, proposes another way of clearing their heads and waking up the two men. Knowing their naughty background and habits, she suddenly lifts the president's skirt, flashing her underwear and revealing a cute cat design to the audience. MC and Kango's noses bleed as they feast their eyes on the president's exposed underwear. Inaho also took a look while the president remained stunned at what had just happened. The president confronted Yuka, but she just responded that her plan worked and the two naughty boys were fully awake now. The president can't do anything but cry in shame while Yuka laughs at her naughty, witty idea. After the quick class about Makenki, the newly enlisted members of the club proceed to Kodama's place. She is teaching them how to meditate, relax their body, and soothe their mind. MC cannot think of anything, nor can he relax based on his expression. His mind is empty, same with Kango, who still tries to focus because he wants to impress Kodama. Their concentration is interrupted when Aki suddenly enters the room and praises them for what they are doing. They start to imagine Aki on a beach wearing a swimsuit, making them think of naughty thoughts again and failing to meditate and abandon those thoughts, which is the focus of their session. Kodama's Shikigami immediately punished them, burning the two of them to a crisp as Kodama kept on scolding them for being naughty and unable to meditate. After a long, tiring day, MC finally gets back to his room and immediately lays flat on the floor, resting his poor, abused body from all the activities and punishment he received today. Haruka, seeing his state, cannot stop herself from worrying about MC. All of a sudden, Inaho presents to soothe MC's body pain by massaging him, which both surprises Haruka and MC. Before they could react, Inaho kneeled to the floor and started massaging his body. MC cannot suppress his enjoyment of the massage and he compliments Inaho on what he is doing from time to time. Haruka, on the other hand, cannot do anything but suppress her jealousy and quietly watch the two as she tries to focus on doing her schoolwork. However, even though Haruko tries to ignore the two, she cannot simply contain her feelings and she finally gives in. She starts to massage MC's body, aggressively pressing and applying pressure on his swollen body parts, which impresses Inaho but seems to hurt MC because of the force she is applying. Inaho complimented Haruka's expertise in massaging, to whom she shyly replied that she learned it during their training. They both decide that they should finish the massage on MC quickly, which he enjoys so much. Meanwhile, Kodama hid behind the door as she secretly observed the three of them. She cannot feel the power that she felt when MC suddenly jumps into the battle between Azuki and Kai, which confuses her more about the true nature of MC. Without warning, Kodama aggressively steps on MC's back and orders him to go out with her tomorrow. MC agrees to her request since he cannot do anything against her, for he does not have the force nor bravery to object. The next day, MC woke up early to wait for Kodama around the school grounds. He contemplates the relationship between him and Kodama as he waits, confused about why she acts like that, nor why he wants to meet him outside, even if they are sharing a room. He feels that she ultimately hates him, which is right. Still, he cannot think of any reason why she should hate on him, since even he does not know who she is and just met her during his transfer to this academy. Behind the thick row of trees and bushes, 3 pairs of eyes watch MC. One of them asks if they will really do their plan, continuing that she feels wrong about what they are doing. The other girl replies, stating that they are only doing it because they are interested in the date between MC and Kodama. After a few seconds, Kodama appeared. She starts to talk about the weather and shopping. The shadow behind the trees is revealed to be Inaho, Haruko, and Kango, who are still hidden in the trees and carefully watching the two. Inaho cannot help but compliment how beautiful Kodama is in her current outfit, to which Haruko and Kango agree. Kodama's beauty also struck MC, and he could not help but compliment her outfit. Kodama seemed to have forgotten her anger toward MC after hearing his words. She felt flattered by the compliment and the two started walking away as MC carried Kodama's bag as a punishment for peeping before. Just as the two walk a great distance from their hiding spot, Haruko, Inaho, and Kango emerge from the bushes. Haruko looks irritated as she promises herself that she will watch the date between Kodama and MC at all costs. I don't know if this should be considered as a date between MC and Kodama. Inaho and Kango agree with her, and the three of them proceed to follow and spy on MC and Kodama. MC and Kodama walk around the mall, talking about Tenbi and its country-like figure before Kodama's attention is grabbed by a teddy bear displayed in one of the stores. Kodama is revealed to be fond of teddy bears, and she cannot wait to own the teddy bear on display since it is a limited edition, and she wants to own one of them for a long time. Kodama and MC continued shopping, and in every store they passed by, the bags and boxes that MC carried continued to increase in number. MC starts to complain about the boxes and stuff that Kodama bought, but she assures him that they will enter one more last shop, and then they will go home. As the two continue their walk, Inaho, Haruka, and Kango emerge again from the shadows, carefully spying on the two. The three are shocked to discover that the 10th and last shop that MC and Kodama enter is an all-undergarments shop. MC started to feel uncomfortable inside, and repeatedly asked Kodama if it was just okay that a guy like him was inside the shop. Kodama asks MC for his opinion about a certain undergarment, making him imagine naughty things again. Kodama proceeded to try the garments in the fitting room while MC was left behind waiting for her. She starts to reflect on the energy she is feeling from MC and compares that energy to the one that his brother possesses. More people start to fill the shop, which pushes MC until he stumbles upon the fitting room and accidentally peeks at Kodama. As usual, he received an electric punishment again, which made him scream in great agony. After leaving the shop, MC and Kodama proceeded to grab lunch. Kodama continues to scold MC while Inako, Haruka, and Kango keep on watching them. At the glass roof of the mall, a mysterious person emerges, secretly spying on MC and Kodama too. The two proceed to a maid cafe where they meet Azuki. Azuki confronts Kodama about bringing MC to the maid cafe. However, she cannot do anything since the two of them are customers and they still need to serve them. On the other table, Inako, Haruka, and Kango continue spying on the two of them. MC cannot enjoy the place or the food as Azuki continues to threaten him. After their long shopping trip, MC and Kodama rest on a bench facing the lake. MC asks about Azuki's getup, whom Kodama finds funny to look upon. MC suddenly tells her that he thinks it suits her more, which makes her blush, until she suddenly remembers that the true purpose of asking MC out is to confirm the mark on his chest. Kodama asked to see the mark on his chest, which surprised MC. 3 men appeared from the bushes and introduced themselves as members of the Himegami Kodama fan club, or a fan club intended for Kodama. Kodama was not impressed with their actions and she proceeded to throw them at the lake. All of a sudden, another man emerges who is revealed to be the one following and spinning them earlier at the mall roof. The mysterious guy proceeds to attack Kodama, whom she easily dodges, but unfortunately MC gets hit, which also distracts her. In the end, they are both blasted into the lake where they accidentally kiss again. MC's power seems to be awakened by the kiss. His aura transforms into a cool and powerful one, and he easily defeats the mysterious guy. After the fight, MC lost his memory of what he had just done. Kodama walks into him and kisses MC on the lips as a thank you for saving her. Inako, Haruka, and Tango start to reveal themselves from the shadows, causing a commotion between the characters. The events that took place continue to disturb and flood Haruko's mind the next day. She tries to brush off her jealousy, but the thought of Kodama and MC's kiss repeatedly flashes in her brain, and she cannot do anything but rethink it. She turned to her side and saw a sleeping Kodama, and she felt another unexplainable feeling inside her again. She tried to turn to her other side, where a sleeping Inoha was mouthing MC's name as if she was dreaming about it. Confused about what she feels, she decides to get up and practice her sword skills outside the house. The memory of Kodama and MC's kiss still flashes on her now and then, which causes her to turn aggressive while she practices. On the other hand, MC just returned to their place after his early jogging. Just like Haruko, MC woke up early too. Haruko asks MC why he is up so early, to which he replies and starts to narrate the events that happened to him during the past few days, and his motivation to grow strong to protect people around him. Haruko immediately asks him if he refers to Kodama as the person he wants to protect, which stunned MC. Before he could answer, Haruko suddenly left the place. MC was left wondering and contemplating how things turned out between them. At school, MC was surprised to find out that the content of his bento is all green peas. He immediately confronts Haruko, but she frees out that she got rid of his unhealthy food and is trying to push him to eat healthy to grow strong, just like what MC wants. MC tried to negotiate, but it only ended up in Haruko encouraging him to make his bento and depend on himself from now on. MC is surprised and confused about what is happening. He cannot understand how the way she treated him suddenly changed overnight. Haruko grabbed the bento she made and walked out of the room, but MC immediately tried to stop her. Because of his clumsiness, he slipped and accidentally grabbed Haruko's skirt. This must be MC's favorite accident, huh? Two other club members saw what happened and misunderstood the situation. At the same time, Uruchi immediately jumped MC and hit him in the head. MC asked Haruko to help him explain what happened, but to the surprise of all, he also scolds MC and denies him. Haruko silently proceeds to the school grounds to give herself some space and time to think. She looks at the bento she took out with her, which Haruko originally made for MC, just like what she usually does before. She also wonders why she is treating him that way, and just like MC, Haruko is also confused about the way she acts and behaves toward him. On the other side of the school, MC was also busy contemplating what happened. In the end, he does not have any lunch because of what happened, and he cannot fully decide if it was his fault or not. Just as he was busy reflecting on his actions, he heard a commotion below the building. He saw another battle on the school grounds which was about to start. Azuki is present as the referee, while Azuki and Cha-Cha are about to battle. Akaza likes to fight girls. In just a short matter of time, Cha-Cha easily defeats the gigantic Azuki with ease. Uruchi met with MC and talked about their duty as club members. Back at the Kenkebu headquarters, the president told them about the mysterious event that was happening inside their academy, which left many victims unable to remember what happened to them. The president assigned the two of them to gather information from students, a challenging task for MC since he did not have any power or special ability. Still, they proceed to investigate. Before the two conducted their search for the culprit, Uruchi revealed that she was still willing to work with him even if she felt deep hatred and disgust for him after all the accidents he had undergone with Haruko. On the other hand, Haruko was talking with Kimi, another club member and a friend of Haruko. Haruko starts to worry about MC, but her worry changes into anger when she suddenly remembers the kiss between MC and Kodama. Kimi continues to listen, and she notices that what Haruko feels is not anger at all but more of a concern for MC, since she is watching him very closely based on how he describes and talks things about him. Uruchi and MC continue their investigation, but Uruchi cannot focus as MC's stomach sounds now and then because of the hunger he feels. Uruchi, despite her hatred for MC, offers him food to eat. It is revealed in one of Uruchi's flashbacks that Haruko actually did the same for her before, and that's how their friendship started. Back to the present, MC continues his investigation since she wants to prove something to Uruchi. A student appeared out of nowhere and she revealed her willingness to help MC investigate the case. The mysterious student begins to tell him that she knows the culprit, which excites MC and he accepts her offer of help. But just after he introduced himself, the mysterious student suddenly summoned a web-like structure in the ground using her ability, which stopped MC from moving. In the nick of time, Maruchi came to his rescue. Unfortunately, she also undergoes the effects of the mysterious student's ability. It is revealed that the mysterious girl is the root of the incident they are investigating, and she is doing it to attract the attention of higher-ups and challenge them to a battle. MC tried to call for backup, but Uruchi immediately stopped him, telling them that they should finish the mission and avoid disturbing each other since it was their task. Back at the headquarters, the president and other club members started to worry about MC and Uruchi since they had not contacted them for a long time. Haruko starts to worry about MC and immediately runs to find him. Haruko, even when angry, still cannot stop herself from helping MC. The mysterious student continues to taunt the frozen Uruchi and MC. She repeatedly mocks the two of them to call for help since they are weak and are not fit to fight against her. Just as the mysterious girl is about to finish Uruchi, Haruko arrives for their assistance. A fight between Haruko and the mysterious student begins, where Haruko's Megan easily overpowers the mysterious student. The mysterious girl's Megan was easily destroyed by Haruko, marking her official defeat in their battle. Uruchi and MC thank Haruko for his help. MC's words start to cause flashbacks of their childhood in Haruko's mind, and a smile emerges again on her face. Just as everything is fixed and clear between MC and Haruko, an accident happens again, which causes MC to slip and grab Haruko's skirt again, which ends with MC screaming in pain. At the headquarters, the other club members decide not to go and assist Haruko and the company, since they already know that no one can match Haruko's skill, revealing how powerful she is compared to others. Two figures can be seen talking in the shadows, plotting their next move against Haruko and her powerful McCann. The rain started to pour, and Inaho had a flashback 8 years ago when she met MC for the first time. In her flashback, the young MC saw Inaho, who was training under the rain, and told her to get out of the rain or else she would get sick. Yet Inaho told him that she liked the rain, hence young MC joined her as well. At present, MC had woken up Inaho from daydreaming, telling her that it was time for their element practice at the gymnasium. Before leaving the class, Inaho asked MC if the weather reminded him of something. Still, MC did not remember a thing, which made him wonder if Inaho was feeling okay. At the gymnasium, the teacher was informing the class about the crystal ball they were holding. The green crystal ball has black fog scattered inside, called the element that they need to summon with great mastery and skill. The teacher then told the class that their first task was to concentrate in order to move the fog to the center. Inaho saw that MC was able to control the element, which caught the attention of their classmates, including Kango. Kango then asked MC if he knew about the person who had recently been attacked and had any idea about what happened to the victim. They engaged in a conversation, which made them lose their focus on the task at hand when they suddenly felt a smack on their heads. The teacher scolded Kango and MC for conversing in the middle of their element practice, resulting in the teacher telling them how proper control use of the element can be as effective as the mankin. The teacher left them no choice as she decided to demonstrate what she meant in front of the class and called for Kurigasa's attention for a duel. Kurigasa warned the teacher about the skill of his mankin when used. Still, the teacher did not budge and told Kurigasa to be ready, for she hated seeing him get hurt. The teacher then positioned herself as the element engulfed her, starting from her foot to the hips and on her fist, telling her students that they needed to feel the element flowing in every part of them because even without a mankin, they had the potential to do something more. The teacher attacked Kurigasa, which made Kurigasa flee, breaking the walls of the gymnasium. Inaho approached Kurigasa, asking him if he was okay or if he wanted to be brought to the clinic. Still, Kurigasa refused, saying that his head was as hard as a rock and she should not worry about him. Because of what Kurigasa had said, Inaho remembered when a young MC told her the exact phrase 8 years ago as he was banging his head on the tree. After class, Haruko asked MC if he could go shopping since her paperwork did not allow her to do so, leaving MC with no choice as he only hoped that the rain would stop soon. Another flashback from 8 years ago, Inaho was playing on the swing, and a young MC watched her as she did a stand-up stunt out of the swing, which amazed him. Young MC asked Inaho if she was scared. Still, Inaho just laughed at him and asked MC if he wanted to try. Still, before he could respond, Inaho's father was already looking for her as she bid him goodbye. Back in the classroom, MC asked Inaho if she could accompany him to the grocery store, and Inaho happily agreed to do so. Inaho and MC went shopping. Inaho picked up the things on the list, and MC followed her around while holding the cart. It was still raining outside when they finished shopping. As they were walking on the street, Isekai Tensei got a flashback to when they first introduced themselves to each other 8 years ago when MC suddenly stopped walking. MC told her that something was bothering him and he could not hold it anymore. He then proceeded by telling Isekai that Isekai Krini was flabbergasted, saying that she knew she was MC's fiancé, yet it was still too early for them to do it. However, she agreed to let MC take her to the park. To Isekai to cover surprise, MC gave her the plastic bag and immediately ran to the place he was telling her about, which made Isekai feel embarrassed as she fully thought something naughty was about to happen based on what MC had told her about, when in fact he was holding his pee for a long time and badly wanted to go to the restroom. After that, they found a bench and sat there when MC mentioned that it must be the sound of the rain that made him pee all of a sudden. Isekai Meadow then told him that it had also been raining a lot back then. Confused, MC asked her what she meant, and Isekai responded that he really does not remember what happened between them a long time ago. MC could not figure out what she meant and enthusiastically asked Isekai Meadow to give him a hint so he could guess what happened. Isekai mentioned the swing set, but MC still had no idea what she was talking about and asked for another hint. Isekai mentioned that MC promised her something the first time they met. However, MC still does not remember and asked if Inoho could say what happened. With teary eyes, Inoho told MC that he needed to figure it out by himself because it was no fun that only she could remember what exactly happened way back then. MC promised that he would tell Inoho if he finally remembered what she meant, saying they should go home as the storm was starting to get worse. Inoho refused the invite and told MC that she wanted to be alone, stay longer sitting in the shed, and that he should not worry because she could not get mad at him ever. As MC went home, Inoho thought to herself that MC should remember what happened between them, as the memory was everything to her when she suddenly heard her father scolding her younger self, saying that he needed to make her training as rough as it was, provoking Inoho to ask if she had given up already. Kango was walking on the rainy streets when he saw Inoho crying as she was walking to Amanohara. Ino was devastated because MC could not remember a thing. As she was walking on the mountain, she heard the purr of a cat who was soaking wet under the rain. Back at home, Kodama heard that Haruko was scolding MC for going home and leaving Ino alone at the park. Haruko was worried that it was getting late, yet Ino was still not home. Amidst this, Kodama confronted MC, saying that he should be more sensitive when it comes to Ino's feelings, as he knows that there might be a real connection between them. With Kodama's advice, MC decided to look for Ino in the pouring rain. However, even before he could leave, he saw Kango, who looked mad at him. Kango stated that he saw Ino walking alone with no umbrella, which made MC worried, as he asked him in a semi-shout voice where he had last seen her. Kango walked to MC, stating that it was obviously all his fault since he was the only person with whom Ino had fallen in love. Kango sternly asked MC what exactly he did to Ino as he made the sweet innocent girl cry, which pissed Kango off so badly that he launched a full punch in MC's face for being clueless. MC then told Kango that he was also angry at himself and that he should leave him alone. Before Kango could launch his second punch on MC's face, MC caught his fist and pushed him aside. He hurriedly ran past him to find Inoho. Kodama witnessed the altercation between Kango and MC and told Kango that she thought he was just nothing but a big naughty boy. Out of curiosity, Kodama asked Kango about the stuff that he bought and if it was okay to be soaked in rain. All of a sudden, the product slipped on the paper bag, and Kodama saw that it was a porn magazine, making her fume in anger and calling Kango such names as he threatened him again with her abilities. As Kodama and Kango were busy bickering, MC was running as fast as he could under the rain to the mountain of Amanohara, remembering what Inoho had told him at the park. MC was full of regrets for acting as if he did not care, despite the fact that remembering the memory years ago was very important to Inoho. At the mountain, Inoho and the cat that she found was getting hungry, and as they were consoling themselves, she heard MC calling out for her name. Hearing the shouts and calls of MC from a distance, the cat ran away from Inoho's grip and met MC in the middle of the way. MC thought the cat was also looking for someone, and to his surprise, stones at the top of the mountain started to fall because of the heavy rain. A huge stone burst from its place and was about to hit the cat. Still, MC managed to save the animal before it was too late by remembering and applying the trick their teacher had demonstrated during their element practice. MC was relieved that he had saved the cat when another wave of huge stones started to fall. Luckily, Inoho was there to save both MC and the cat from being crushed using her Maken. Inoho thanked MC for saving her pet cat and said that it meant a lot to her before she fell unconscious right in front of him. As Inoho passed out, a flashback from 8 years ago started to play. MC found Inaho sobbing harshly on the floor. Before Inaho knew it, MC's forehead was already bleeding as he was banging it on the tree multiple times to make Inaho feel that she was not alone. Inaho told MC that when she grows up, she wants to marry him so they can stay together forever. On the other hand, MC told Inaho that when he grows up, he will become bigger, stronger, and faster, and he will always be there to protect her. A promise has been made between the two ways back that MC could not fathom remembering. At the same time, Inaho continues cherishing it up until the present time, which explains his love for MC and her dedication to being with him and protecting him during the first day of school. While MC was carrying Inaho on his back on the way home, he asked Inaho to give him time to remember. MC then said that everyone might be protecting him now, but one day he will be strong enough to take care of himself and that he will protect Inaho too. With that, Inaho was content that even though MC might have forgotten the memory they shared, she still believed that his feelings and whole character had not changed. She still believes that MC will continue to protect everyone, including Inaho, just like he promised her 8 years ago. The next day, Demetra was talking to a sister in front of a convent as she was about to leave. The sister was telling Demetra not to be too hard on herself and that God was right beside her at all times. Demetra responded that she will never forget the place she considered her home and the people there as her family. Demetra expressed her gratitude for the love and care she has received ever since she was a child from the people at the convent, especially the sisters who took good care of her. While Demetra and the sister were saying their goodbyes, Lilu recorded the interaction on her camera while her twin Aililu was knitting and waiting for them in the car. Lilu thought that Demetra looked so sweet while talking to her sister when a ringtone suddenly played. Demetra excused herself and bid her goodbye to the sister when someone called her. She immediately went to the car with the twins. Demetra was driving the vehicle while Aililu sat on the passenger seat still knitting, and Lilu was in the back seat. Syria was doing her encore, thanking her fans for coming to her show and expressing how much she loved them. Syria announced to her fans that she would be ending her show with their favorite song, which made everyone go wild. As Syria was performing her last song, swaying her hips from left to right together with the screams from her fans back in the dressing room, her phone was ringing non-stop. At the same time, police cars were surrounding a building because of a reported bank robbery. However, the suspect's attempt to rob the bank was unsuccessful, resulting in him holding the workers of the bank hostage. The thief heard the police sirens outside, which made him mad as he loaded his gun, telling the hostages that he had no choice but to run away where the police could not find him and that he would bring the hostages along with him. Little does the thief know, a special agent named Yang Min was listening to him in the corner of the room where he kept his hostages when Yang's phone suddenly rang. Before Yang could answer her phone, the thief pointed his gun at the temple of her head, threatening her that she better put both of her hands up like a surrender position so nothing wrong would happen to her. Nonetheless, Yang was unbothered despite the warning from the thief and still answered her phone, telling the person on the other line to give her 5 seconds. Yang threw her phone in the air, which confused the thief, and while he was looking away from her, she launched a kick into the thief's face, knocking him out, and caught her phone back. With a 5-second mark and a swift move, Yang told the person who was calling her that she was done with the business. The morning came and Kinua was having coffee outside a cafe, expressing how excited she was to go to Akihabara in Tokyo. She found Japanese girls very cute, not noticing that the phone in her bag was ringing. On the other hand, in the skies of Tenbi Academy, a helicopter was about to land when Akiya interrupted the pilots, saying that their work was done and they could already manage on their own. Akai assured the pilots that he would make sure to inform their superiors of their satisfying service, leaving the pilots shocked as they had not landed yet. Akaya then opened the helicopter door, telling Lilu and Aililu to use their powers to get them down. Minori, the principal of Tenbi Academy, fell asleep at her office, snoring lightly when Takayashi was heard screaming and looking for MC. Ukongo and Haruko were dragging on his collar, responded softly that he heard him. Kongo, being the bully of a friend he was, teased MC that he might be lucky to get dragged on the ground while having all these bruises on his face. Takayashi saw Haruko and Kongo and asked if they saw MC because he could not find him as he usually saw him running around the campus. Haruko looked at MC, who was sitting on the ground, shocked Takayashi, and they asked him what had happened. Kongo told Takayashi that what happened to MC was funny. Kongo narrated that 10 minutes and 10 seconds ago they saw 2 girls in the field who were bickering and were about to have an intense girl fight. MC tried to stop the girls from fighting. However, instead of breaking them apart, he touched the boobs of the 2 girls, which made them mad. Instead of fighting with each other, the 2 girls punched and kicked MC, knocking him out while calling him names such as naughty and disgusting. Right before Haruko came, the 2 girls had already left the unconscious MC on the ground, as Kongo told her what just happened and what caused it, which made Haruko furious. Takahashi, being sympathetic, asked MC if he could still live, to which MC responded that he probably would. To comfort MC, Takahashi told MC that his mic and key was finished after waiting for a long time. The reaction on MC's face when he received his mic and key was a mixture of shock and confusion when, all of a sudden, they heard the sound of a helicopter nearby and multiple transparent platforms that were forming into stairs and floating in the sky. Takahashi shockingly recognized the helicopter and ran away, telling MC that they would talk again next time, which confused Haruko, Kango, and MC with his sudden behavior. Back at the principal's office, Minori, who was still sleeping and snoring, was interrupted by the sound of the helicopter. Meanwhile, on the plane, Akaya announced to the ladies who were with him that it was time. Sirius squealed in excitement and jumped off the helicopter onto the platform, encouraging everyone to move. Dimitra, who was following Syria, thought that 10B Academy was just a box of gardens, and Yang responded that if luck was on their side, they might have a little entertainment to kill time. Minori, who was now wide awake, could not believe what she had just seen outside when the door at the principal's office opened, revealing an alluring Akaya. By telling how stunning she was and trying to be poetic in greeting Minori, Akaya tried to woo Minori, saying that he could not directly look at her because her beauty and grace were too bright for him to handle. Before Akaya could open his eyes, Minori immediately slammed the door shut on his face, leaving him outside. After the dramatic interaction between the two, Akaya told Minori that he would like to transfer the girls that he had brought with him to 10B Academy. Minori was confused as she had not been informed about the exchange students beforehand. However, Akaya told her that Kamigami must have forgotten to tell her and that he finds it adorable. Akaya introduced the girls to Minori, but Minori shrugged and told Akaya that she knew his business at Tensei was not only about the new exchange students. Akaya figured out that Minori might have mentioned the exact reason why he went all the way to Tensei. According to Akaya, Kamigami was getting suspicious that someone from Tensei Academy was trying to revive Yamatano Orochi, an infamous 8-headed and 8-tailed Japanese dragon. Minori tried to hide her shock and laughed at what Akaya had told her, saying that Yamatano Orochi was just an old myth and that they should not be worried about it. However, Akaya interrupted her, saying that they do not think that they are free of worry, as there might be no organizations that have been using their means and elements to support and protect the nation for now, but the time will come. Akaya further explained that as the gods were believed to rule the land, those who despised the government rule organizations went against them. For the past 2 years, the elements from the Tentei mainline and the Amanohara mountain increased rapidly, which led them to believe that the divine beast is currently in Tentei. Someone from the school is attempting to destroy its seal. Akaya emphasized that, following the organization's origin, they could not ignore the possibilities, which made Minori laugh, implying how wonderful it was for them to let Akaya hunt the culprit. Akaya agreed with Minori's sentiment when Takahashi opened the door asking Akaya who had allowed him to enter Tentei. Akaya teasingly welcomed Takahashi and asked him to calm down, saying he was not looking for a fight because he was going to be the next substitute teacher and he was looking forward to working with him together. Akaya was about to leave when Takahashi spouted that they were the first generation of Makanki. Still, instead of paying attention to what Takahashi had said, Akaya greeted Takaki, who also heard Takahashi and the president of Makanki. Upon seeing Akaya, Takai's eyes were full of adoration for her as he asked her if she could show them where the security committee was, which Takaki immediately obliged to do. As they parted ways with the others, Sirius saw MC and approached him, hoping he was also a member of Makanki and that it was nice meeting him, making MC lost for words. Minori told the rest of the students that the man who had just left was Akaya, and Takahashi continued that they were the first of the Makanki. Yuka, the treasurer of the student council, announced to the class that Venus would be staying with them until summer break and asked the exchange students to introduce themselves. The twins, Lilu and Ayalilu, first introduced themselves at the same time, and Inaho squealed in delight, thinking that they were cute just like kids. Dimitra then introduced herself, anticipating that she would get along with the rest of everyone. After that, Syria enthusiastically introduced herself, and Kango thought that she had seen Syria somewhere, he did not know exactly where. As the 4 girls introduced themselves, the remaining girl refused to say her name as she could not help but not get interested in people who were weak since they had no genuine power. Syria scolded the girl for being rude, but Dimitra backed her up by stating that it might be rude, but what she said was true. Dimitra then proceeded to tell everyone that their team Venus had completed numerous missions that were more dangerous than the rest. Dimitra also made it clear that they are proud of what they have achieved and that they cannot be blamed for feeling entitled to think that way. The girl who refused to introduce herself further insulted the rest of the class, saying that it was not their fault for living in a daycare where they could not recognize a fight unless they had been hit in the face. The entire class went silent until Azuki broke the silence by slamming her hands on the table sarcastically, saying that if the Team Venus was sent to help Tenbi, their nasty attitudes would throw them off and that she was willing to help them fix it if they liked, which tensed up the room. The girl quoted a famous saying in Japan stating that the weaker the dog, the more it is to cry, but it does not only apply to dogs alone. Azuki provoked the girl and the girl teased her, saying that monkeys do not know how to fight, which made Azuki even more pissed and challenged the girl in a duel. One of their classmates excitedly blurted out that Azuki had finally found her new mortal enemy, followed by her seatmate who said that Azuki might someday experience perfect love, which made both Azuki and the girl disagree. To reduce the tension, Yoka said that a battle between the Makonki members is strictly prohibited. Still, if they want to see who among the two of them is more muscular, they could prove it through sports. The competition will become the school's club activity, therefore Yoka divided the teams into two, Team Venus and Team Makonki, with 3 members each for a volleyball match. The first team to get 15 points will be the winner. However, if the score ties, the first to get 2 points will be the winner, which will be monitored and referred to by the school nurse named Nijo. Azuki was pissed as to why they only needed to play a 3v3 match when they were enough for a real volleyball game, which Haruko explained that their team might be, but Venus was lacking. Upon hearing the conversation, Yang, the girl who refused to introduce herself, teased Azuki that she could already raise the white flag and back out if she felt intimidated and scared. Syria scolded her again for making the feud worse. Dimitra, who had enough of Syria's constant scolding, reminded her that they could resolve everything using their powers, even death, especially in the volleyball game. On the other side of the gymnasium, Minaho, Kodama, and one of their classmates changed into their cheerleading outfits and brought their pom-poms. Inaho was enthusiastically cheering for Makenki, which caught the attention of Kango and MC, who were sitting in the bleachers. MC admiringly said that he liked the style of the cheerleaders, and Kango cheered for Kodama to show everyone who the boss was, which made their classmates question why they were cheering for the cheerleaders instead of the players. To start the game, the ball was given to Makenki, and Azuki was the first one to serve on her team. Azuki threw the ball at Venus, and Dimitra spiked the ball, hitting Haruko in the face. The girl who was sitting together with MC and Kango noticed that Dimitra used her power, resulting in Haruko being electrified. With this realization, Haruko was determined to win the game, which put the cheerleaders in awe and cheered for her, as she looked so pretty and brave. Shirai then noticed that MC was watching and called for his attention to look at her while she served the ball. The game continues as both teams exchange serves until the score hits a tie with 14 points. The cheerleaders kept on being the most extensive support system of the Makenki. The girl beside MC and Kango cheered for Haruko, while Kango still cheered for Kodama. On the other hand, MC was nervous as he vividly remembered what would be the consequence if one of the teams lost. If Makenki won, Venus had no choice but to join the group. If Venus won, the club would not operate until they left during the summer break. The game was very intense to the point that even Takaki, who set the consequence, could not help but overthink the possibility that Makenki might lose over Venus. However, Yuka, with her eye smile, cheered her up, saying not to worry for they were the Makenki when Akaya suddenly appeared beside Takaki, noticing that all of the players looked so alive. While looking at the teams, Akaya was relieved that Venus was starting to experience what it felt like to be around people who shared the same power and were able to challenge each other at the same time. Being able to interact with people who are the same as them is something Venus has never experienced but desperately needs. Back at the court, Yang complimented Makenki, saying that she might have underestimated them, however they are still gonna win regardless, as she served the ball to Azuki. Azuki was mad that Jong had transferred an element to the ball and that they were not playing fairly. Still, Yang was unbothered, saying she could not help it as the power had just been released on its own because of how vast her powers were. Takagi ends up praying that Makenki should win or else they will lose everything. At the same time, Yuka realizes that the situation they are in is actually that bad. Takagi cannot believe how unserious she is. At this time, Venus has the ball and Dimitra orders Syria to finish the game. Syria was hesitant at first as she was not into the kill, yet she hated losing. As she spikes the ball, Syria apologizes to Makenki, but before it hits the floor, Haruko dives on the floor and saves the team. Azuki was running for the ball, asking one of their teammates to use her power as she kicked the ball in the air straight to Yang's face. Azuki kicked the ball so hard that Yang was not able to prepare herself to catch it and was slammed on the stage, shocking everyone. Yang concluded that Azuki had cheated, yet Azuki just teased her, asking what her problem was. Azuki pointed out that Yang can only do it but cannot take it if it is done to her. Everyone in the gymnasium was focused on the game while the twins were recording every movement of Dimitra when they noticed that she was getting mad. Dimitra lets her power engulf her as the ground starts shaking and the water from the lake emerges into the sky, entering the gymnasium. Dimitra was controlling the water while her power surrounded her as she confirmed her sentiment of an eye for an eye. The situation got so intense that Syria wanted Dimitra to stop. Yang smirkingly told her that no one could stop Dimitra at this point. However, Haruko from Makenki was not intimidated by Dimitra's power and revealed her sword, challenging Dimitra even more. MC got worried, questioning Haruko in his mind about whether she would really fight against Dimitra. Both Dimitra and Haruko released their powers. MC rushed to Haruko, but the intensity of the powers burst and ruined the gymnasium, interrupting Minori's sleep. After the explosion, everyone saw that MC was above Syria, which made Syria squeal and hug MC. At the same time, her shirt was utterly ruined, revealing her inside garments. Syria asked MC if he had tried to save her, which MC had shakenly refused. Still, Syria believed and felt sure that MC was her knight in shining armor who had come to rescue her and protect her exposed body from being seen by the other students. Before MC could respond, Dimitra and Yang approached him and thanked him for risking his life and saving their member. After all that happened, Azuki asked who among the teams won since they did not ruin the gymnasium for nothing, but Yuka concluded that everyone won. Minori then went to the gymnasium and gathered everyone who was involved in the volleyball game to take a group photo, regardless of their ruined clothes. As the whole gym was in a frenzy, Kongo finally remembered where he had seen Syria, and he could not believe it. Another new exchange student was introduced to MC's class. Her name is Syria, and she is a famous female idol popular among men and students in the academy. The boys in MC's section start to feel excited after seeing their new classmate, and their naughty thoughts begin to daydream about her. To their surprise, Syria starts to take a picture of MC and then proceeds to hug him, claiming that she has finally found him. The whole class needs clarification about Syria's action, especially MC, since he does not fully know who Syria is and he does not even have any idea that she is famous. Syria continued to talk with MC, confessing what she felt about MC and that she was about to kiss him when Inaho interrupted their moment. Inaho announces MC as her fiancé, but instead of backing out, Syria plays stubbornly and begins to question Inaho about their scheduled wedding or plans for the future, whom Inaho cannot answer since they don't really have any plans. She is just the one who keeps on claiming that she is MC's fiancé. Syria, after making sure that Ino and MC are not real fiancés, suddenly announces MC as her steady boyfriend. This left Ino heartbroken while the rest of the boys in MC's class started to jump him out of jealousy. Two twin exchange students also attracted the attention of the class because of their shy attitude. They are currently knitting some sweaters they will use for their out-of-town travel soon. It is revealed that they are volunteers who do activities around the world, which left the class in amusement. Kodama and Kimi were observing the exchange students in their seats. Kimi could not contain her excitement about the two new students, while Kodama was also amused by their beauty. They start to talk about how the two students do not look their age, even if the two of them, Kimi and Kodama, do not look their age too. In the gymnasium, the girls were doing high jumps. Gareth thought she had the highest jump, but Azuki suddenly launched herself and jumped higher than Gareth. The two girls start to feel tense at each other when, all of a sudden, the new exchange student flies in the air and lands much better than the first two. The three girls gaze at each other and the tension between them starts to get stronger and stronger. Haruko and her classmates are in the school's cooking laboratory. They are impressed with Dimitra's cooking skills. She later revealed that the opposite of her cooking skills is her terrible way of handling fire, which causes panic for Haruko when she notices that the food she is cooking is already burned to a crisp. The students line up to give their food to their teacher for a tasting, while Haruko and Dimitra watch and talk about the abilities and lives of students like them. Dimitra starts to talk about her experience as an ability user living in a normal society. Sadness and seriousness can be sensed in her voice, which Haruko immediately notices. It must have been very difficult for the Venus unit to interact and fuse themselves into normal society before because of their abilities, which made them different from normal people. Haruko put her fingers on Dimitra's lips, comforting her by saying that their school is a paradise for ability users like them and that she should try to enjoy it and avoid worrying about things. Dimitra bowed her head, determined to try her best even if she knew it would be hard for her. At the clinic, MC was being treated by the school nurse Aki after all the damage and injury he acquired after being jumped by his classmates. He tried to explain what happened, but Aki immediately jumped to the conclusion that it might be his fault again. Poor MC, ha ha ha. As Aki grabbed some plasters for his wound, she accidentally slandered and landed on MC's head, which put MC into another awkward situation again. Meanwhile, Syria kept on looking again and again at the picture of MC on her phone. She continued to fantasize and feel thrilled about their meeting. It looks like the three girls have a new competition for MC's heart, ha ha ha. Dimitra emphasizes that while awaiting orders from their captain, they could play and do things they want and continue to act as normal students at the academy. Her friends asked Syria what she intended to do with MC, and she immediately answered that she wanted to go on a date with him. The smile on her face suddenly faded when she started to doubt herself about dating MC. Her friends, after seeing the change in Syria's aura, begin to encourage her to be herself and assure her that she has their full support for her plan, which brings back the smile on her lips and motivates her again to do what she wants to do with MC. The group, who gave their full support and blessing to Syria, started their plan for MC and Syria's date. They seriously discussed MC's background as well as the three women linked to him. They took this thing seriously. To make the date between MC and Syria successful, they planned on eliminating the obstacles between Syria and MC, which is the three women living with MC in his room. They carefully crafted their plan and decided to launch an attack against the three girls tomorrow, intending to eliminate the problem once and for all and give Syria enough time to get close to MC and spend the day with him. A cruel plot has been established by the Venus unit, and another trouble between Tensei by his student and the Venus unit is at the doorstep. The next day, MC received a letter on his table. Kongo did not notice the letter that MC had picked up, for he was so busy ranting about his misfortune in their academy and how he still could not attract a woman to their academy, which is the primary purpose of his schooling in their school. MC nervously hid the letter as Kongo started to pay attention to him. He nervously chuckles and agrees with him, saying that he even needs to find a girlfriend since he is still single, just like Kongo. Inyoha suddenly butted in during their conversation, asking why the MC seemed happy today. Tango enumerates the reasons why he might be satisfied, which are all connected to the girls linked to him. Tango confronts MC about his luck with women, but MC cannot give him a proper answer since he doesn't know how she is pulling the girls around him. MC heads to the comfort room of their school to secretly read the letter he received. His heart and mind are full of happiness as he reads the words written on it, and it is the first time he has received such a letter in his life. Unbeknownst to him, Kango secretly spied on him and listened to him in the other cubicle. He immediately proceeded to their club headquarters, telling Haruko and Kodama about the letter that MC had received. Haruko feels worried and jealous after hearing it, but she tries to play it cool to avoid questions from others. However, despite how she tries to hide it, Kodama still sees it under her cover and asks her what she feels. She immediately denies Kodama's accusation, but deep in her mind, she is really concerned and wondering who sent the love letter to MC. Kogo starts to talk about the strange event in their school, which Kodama quickly debunks and points out that the only one acting weird is Kongo himself. The president of the club suddenly burst on the door, telling them about the strange appearance of a lot of trash behind the clock tower of their academy. The president assigned the task to Haruko and Kodama. Kongo also wanted a piece of the task and volunteered to go with the investigation with Kodama. To stop him from interfering in their investigation, Kodama used her ability to electrocute Kongo before proceeding to investigate with Haruko. After class dismissal, MC hurriedly left the room to meet the mysterious sender of the letter. Inaho kept on looking at him while Kongo clenched his fist as he realized where MC was heading. Inaho continued to look for him and went up to the school fountain where she found several bags containing snacks. The snack immediately attracted her and she picked the bags one by one. Unbeknownst to her, it is actually a trap set by Syria and her group. The clueless Inaho proceeds to sit with a fake Inaho and eats the snack she found. At the same time, the Finian sisters watch her in the distance and talk about how their straightforward trick fooled the Inaho. At the parking lot, MC continues to wait for his date. Noticing that no one seemed to be around the place, he started to feel that it might be a prank pulled by Kango for him. Just as he was busy practicing how he would confront Kongo, Syria suddenly appeared behind him. It is revealed that Syria wrote the letter for MC. Before MC could react, Syria pulled his hand and invited him to take a walk with him around. They start to go to different places, do many things, and taste many foods. At the end of their walk, Syria happily shared her thoughts about her decision to study at MC's academy, stating that she feels happy that she chose to attend Tensei Academy because it is where she met MC. Syria invites MC to go inside a strange house, which MC tries to decline, but because of his politeness, he still agrees with her. Back at the school, Kodama and Haruko were busy investigating the pile of chairs at the back of the clock tower. Kodama noticed that someone was observing them, and as they turned their back, they found Yan. Kodama found out that the incident reported earlier was just a trap to lure them both into the clock tower, removing them around MC so that Syria could be with him alone. MC was currently walking inside the house that Syria lured him to get inside. Everything is pitch dark and he cannot see his way, and neither can Syria. A chair suddenly appeared under MC and trapped him, while Syria stood in front of him and told him to prepare for something. Back at the clock tower, Kodama and Yan were about to fight when Inaho appeared carrying the fake MC in her back. The three girls found out that Syria was holding MC in a secret room, which made Inaho and Haruko furious, and they immediately ran for his assistance. They found the mysterious house in the middle of the forest and immediately entered it. Haruko and Inaho's worries immediately disappeared when they found out that Syria was only conducting a concert on a strapped MC who looked tired and done listening to her song. Back in their room, the three girls talked about how girls always targeted MC. At the same time, MC continued to wonder why he did not fall for Syria, even if she was the embodiment of the woman MC preferred. The next day, MC and Kango set up a ladder in one of the gymnasium's windows. The two of them look dedicated as they talk about their naughty, dirty plan of peeping at the female students who are about to change into their swimwear attire. 3 days ago, the Boys' Society of 10B Academy gathered for a silent meeting to talk about their rights and desires. They talk about what they want and what they deserve, and come up with one common goal which they believe will be for the better good of all boys in the 10B Academy, making a stand for themselves. Kango collects 100 signatures from his fellow men and proudly presents them to the president. When the president asked him what the papers were, Kango loudly exclaimed that they contained their howling soul. They try to bargain for the schedule of the swimming lessons, convincing the president to overturn the decision to have a class alongside the girls to satisfy their rights, when in reality, what the boys want is not equal rights nor proper treatment, but rather a chance to fulfill their naughty thoughts during the swimming lesson. These boys are really dedicated to feast their eyes on women's bodies, huh? It is revealed that the girls request that their swimming schedule be conducted on a separate date from the boys' swimming lesson, which angers Kango, MC, and the other boys of the academy. Azuki, who was busy sewing, mocks the request and tells them that the real reason is not that they want equal rights, but only to see girls in swimsuits. Which is actually true. Kongo questions Azuki's sewing activity, while MC adds up by calling it a girly task, which angers Azuki because she feels it is an act of sexism, when in fact, MC is only curious. Kongo starts to talk about being manly and girly. He uses the thought of equality to push his desire for the exact swimming schedules for women as a sign of equality between the sexes. This naughty boy is actually smart when it comes to reasoning, huh? The president questioned the validity of the boys' signatures to confirm their requests, since they felt that the female students of the academy would be dissatisfied when the only basis they would use to overturn a decision and favor the request of male students were the signatures of male students alone. Kango's eyes light up as he proudly presents his idea of settling the matter in a water riding battle between the two genders. The president agrees with the idea since she finds contests more favorable in making decisions for everybody rather than just majority votes. Haruko, who had just arrived at the scene, strongly disagreed with the idea since the female students had already set a schedule for their swimming. Even the school had already approved and permitted them to make their request. The president taunted Haruko, calling her scared and in doubt of being defeated by first-year boys. After hearing what the president said, Haruko feels belittled and accepts the challenge as a response. Back to the present, the water riding battle is about to start. The female students share their opinions about the battle and schedule of swimming lessons as they wear their swimsuits. They don't have any idea that right outside the changing room, Kongo and Haruko are on a ladder, trying to peep at them as they change clothes. Unfortunately for the naughty boys, they are 30 centimeters away from reaching the window. Even if they try hard, they cannot get to the window. Their colleagues have started to call for them to prepare for the upcoming water riding battle, which MC and Kongo ignored as they continue to try their best to peep. Out of nowhere, Kai arrived and shook the ladder violently until MC and Kango fell to the ground. Kai scolded them for trying to peep at the female students, telling them that they could not afford to get caught by the second-year students, for it could turn the tide of battle against them as well. He also told them that the male team needed them and that they needed to get ready as the water riding fight was about to begin. MC told Kai that Azuki was also in the changing room, which caused Kai to lose his moralistic aura and turn crazy at the dirty thought of Azuki in his mind. Kango confidently reveals the secret weapon of their team, which is Uchiha's power to make people disappear. Kai suddenly daydreams about the things he can do using Uchiha's ability, which is revealed to be a chameleon-like mannequin that allows people to be invisible to the eye but not their presence. Kai and the other boys get disappointed after hearing the full details of Uchiha's ability. After a moment, Kongo's hope was revived as he thought of another piece that could lead to their team's victory, which he kept secret for a while. The battle began, wherein 6 representatives from each side of the boys and girls teams fought for the male and female students' swimming schedule. The male team representatives consist of Kai, Kongo, Akaya, Shiska, Bio, and MC, On the other hand, the female representatives include Syria, Inaho, Haruko, Kodama, Azuki, and Aki. After the battle ritual, a fierce battle between the two teams ignites. MC directly attacks Inaho as a part of their team's plan, as they see her as the most vulnerable to MC because of her admiration and love for him. To the surprise of all, Inaho unexpectedly blocks and swipes MC's hand. The male team was stunned by Inaho's unexpected reaction. She launched an attack on MC instead, determined to eliminate MC and show no mercy to him. MC was surprised by Inaho's action since the whole team thought that Inaho would be the easiest opponent for MC because of her undeniable love for him. Inaho revealed that although she loves MC, a game is a game and she won't be easy on him. Even if the team's plan failed, MC still managed to defeat Isekai by leaving uneasy comments about her arm size, which immediately distracted Isekai Neisho and gave way to MC to steal her headband as she broke down from what MC had said about her arms. Isekai was devastated hearing those words from MC himself. The whole gym booed MC after his actions, even his teammates. That is how bad MC's actions are. Even his teammates booed him instead of celebrating his win against Isekai. Kodama was then able to eliminate one representative from MC's team with ease, since the team did not really put up a fight against her and they just wanted to take a close look at Kodama. Out of nowhere, the naughty Kongo managed to sneak behind and eliminate Kodama, which put everyone in surprise. Even I was surprised after Kongo managed to eliminate her and not give in to her charming looks, which we all know Kongo was deeply mesmerized with. On the other hand, MC and Haruko began to advance to each other and were locked in together in a fierce battle between the two of them. As the fight goes on, MC notices how strong Haruko is. Knowing that he cannot defeat Haruko through hand-to-hand combat, MC resorts to his naughty skills and proceeds to grab Haruko's chest to distract her. Haruko, surprised by MC's unmanly actions in the middle of the battle, immediately punches MC away in her fit of anger. Just as everyone thought he was going to be eliminated, his team successfully caught him before he hit the water. Haruko was dumbfounded when MC revealed her headband in his hand. MC eliminated her after stealing her headband before Haruko sent him flying earlier, making the male team gain the upper hand again. MC was willing to sacrifice everything to win. Huh? Azuki and Kai began their battle too, with Azuki coming as the winner after eliminating Kai. While the female team celebrates, another win is snatched away by the male team when Akaya swiftly moves and steals Azuki's headband, resulting in another elimination from the girls' team. Only 3 representatives were left on the male team, and only 2 representatives were on the female team. Just as MC and Kengo were about to launch their attack on Syria's group, Syria confessed again to MC, causing a commotion from the male and female supporters. MC and Kengo tried to ambush and attack Syria from both sides, making the chances of Syria's survival slim. However, they were met with Syria's ridiculous arm strength that threw them back to their team. An easy mismatch between MC and Kengo's combined force versus Syria was suddenly turned in Syria's favor after he almost eliminated both men using only her raw strength. The male team did not expect that a charming idol like Syria actually possessed crazy strength to easily grab the 2 grown-up male students and toss them in the air like teddy bears. At the same time, Akaya and Aki start fighting each other in the air using their elements, which thrilled the audience as the 2 teachers fiercely attacked each other. It is one of the main highlights of the water riding battle, which displays the powerful elements and powers of Akaya and Aki. Akaya defeats Aki, but unfortunately the principal eliminates him too by slamming him into the water after Akaya lands on her head, and he takes his time to celebrate. The battle ended in a 2 versus 1 scenario, with Kongo and MC standing for the male team. At the same time, Syria was the only hope left by the female team. The male team was in great worry after the event they witnessed earlier, where Syria almost eliminated MC and Kongo, and now, here they are. Those 2 men who were almost eliminated have become the only hope left for the male team. Kongo and MC feel the pressure of carrying the hope and dreams of 100 male students at their back, and they both know that they should not fail them because their defeat will be the end of their dreams too. Kongo tries his best to attack Syria, but before he can even reach her, Syria easily eliminates him from the battle. The tide of the battle completely turns against the male team, and now it is only MC, a Maconless student, who is against Syria and her powerful team. Syria and the Venus unit were about to finish MC using Demetra's water ability when Minerva suddenly arrived. Minerva's presence distracted Demetra, which caused her to stop charging, and as a result, Syria fell into MC. MC was able to catch Syria, which gave him the opportunity to finish the fight and grab her headband. In the end, the male team was declared the winner after MC's triumph. Demetra's friend questions her for her actions that cost them the battle, to which she coldly replies that their last member has arrived. She announced that since they are now complete, they need to start the task assigned to them as soon as possible. In the end, the effort and unity of the naughty male students lead to nothing when it is revealed that the female students ask for help from Usui, who helped them to become invisible during the swimming lesson. The whole male team starts to break down as they hear the voices of the female students around them, but they are unable to see or even take a glance at their bodies because of the cloak of invisibility provided by Usui's Maken. The next day, the sun was burning hot and wild all around the academy. MC and Kango were lying down under the shade of thick trees to chill themselves from the burning heat of the summer season. MC constantly complained now and then about how hot the weather was. Even though they were already staying under the shadows of the trees, they could not escape the exhausting sensation brought by the scorching sun. MC turned his head in different directions as he tried to find ways to refresh himself. When he looked at one of the school buildings, his attention was caught by a mysterious woman with blue hair, which is Minerva. Minerva was looking out through one of the windows of the school building as if she was also trying to refresh herself from the heat while the wind gently blew her hair. MC was amused and surprised after he saw her image. He was not familiar with her since it was the first time he saw a glance of her at the academy. MC immediately informs Kongo of the sudden appearance of the mysterious girl in the window. Kongo was confused and alarmed after hearing MC's description since he had also never seen someone with the exact figure around their school before. He hurriedly looked at his notebook, which contained the list of all female students studying at the 10B Academy, to try to find someone who would match the description on his checklist. Why does this guy have a checklist containing all female students in the school? Both MC and Kango are left speechless as they try to figure out who the mysterious girl is. Just as Kango was going to take a look at the female student, the mysterious girl disappeared. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, Haruko, Inaho, and Yumi were busy eating ice cream. At the same time, they feast their eyes on the beautiful view of Amanohara Mountain. Inaho thanked Haruko for treating them with ice cream, which helped them quench their thirst and burning feeling caused by the hot season. Haruko, on the other hand, was busy reminiscing about the past between her and MC. The ice cream brings back memories of her childhood with MC, where they often ate ice cream in the park during the hot season. The three were confronted by their president, telling them that even if they were allowed to rest, they should not forget their role in their school, especially now that the number of troubles has risen in the academy. The president announced to them that another member of Venus had arrived at 10B Academy and assigned Haruko to look after the new student. Their conversation was interrupted by the new student himself, who was revealed to be Minerva. Minerva used her power to lift Haruko and the president's skirt, revealing another cute frog image in the president's underwear. Haruko questioned her, but Minerva replied that she only wanted to know the fashion of Japanese girls like them since she needed to adapt to her new environment. Minerva kept on closing her eyes, which grabbed Haruko's attention. Minerva explains that although she is not blind, she prefers to close her eyes for various reasons. Meanwhile, MC and Kango panted after running around the academy, looking for the mysterious girl that MC had seen earlier, Minerva. Kango was full of anger, for he had not seen the mysterious girl that MC had described earlier, and he was so eager to feast his eyes on her since she was new to their school. MC and Kango suddenly heard a commotion on the side of the school between a female and a male student. The male student continued to say harsh words to the female student, who was Otohime. His words anger her, and she asks him to beg for forgiveness before she loses her cool. The arrogant male student challenges her instead for a fight, to which she agrees. A battle between Otohime and the male student began, which MC initiated and acted as a referee since he is a member of the Kenkebu Club, which is assigned to look after battles like this. Kango ran to the club headquarters to inform others about the battle between the two students. The male student, who kept on belittling Otohime, quickly launched an attack and grabbed using his Maken Keito. To everyone's surprise, Otohime let out a weird grin on her face. Before he could hit her, Otohime quickly disappeared using her ability. The male student froze on his spawn, which confused MC. Otohime's friend revealed the details of Otohime's Maken, which is making her own space where she could control anything inside. Since the male student closed the distance between him and Otohime, she was able to confine the male student inside her domain, where she was free to do anything and was in control of everybody's movement using doll-like figures. She starts to break the male student's arms and bones, which puts the male student in agonizing pain. MC, who cannot stand what he sees, immediately jumps between the battle to stop the fight, since a winner has already been decided. As soon as MC steps into her space, Otohime immediately puts him under her control. To the surprise of both parties, MC was able to resist her control and started to move on his own even after being put into her domain. He proceeds to walk into Otohime to stop her. Seeing the resistance of MC, Otohime becomes angry again and feels disrespected, questioning MC's disobedience when he is just a powerless student whom she sees as a lower life form than her. She intended to finish MC once and for all, twisting the doll-like figure that represents MC's body, which made MC feel unconscious. Minerva jumps just in time to save MC from Otahime. Otahime was about to fight Minerva when Akaya also arrived on the scene, forcing Otahime to withdraw and leave the spot. Minerva introduces herself to MC and reveals her hopes of him and her getting along together. Back at the Kenkebu Club headquarters, MC received a lot of scolding from the student council president. She is against MC's actions during the battle. He interfered again, which is against the rules of the academy when it comes to battle. She keeps on saying that even if his intentions were right, their school treats battles between students with full respect. They should not interfere, especially if they are the referee. MC tried to plead his case, but the president pointed out that aside from his unwanted actions during the battle, he also failed the element exam. She proceeds to say that a Mukai Ki member has never failed an elemental test before except MC now. The president decides to remove MC from the club temporarily, and if he fails the upcoming makeup exam, he will be completely fired from the club. MC, along with Kongo and the other club members, was busy thinking about what the future awaited MC in the makeup exam, especially since it will be done tomorrow and there is only a short time to prepare. Inaho starts to cry at the thought of MC leaving their club, as it will result in her not seeing and not being around MC all the time. Haruko agrees with Inaho, saying that she needs to keep an eye on MC, especially since she is a chick magnet. Kodama was able to see Haruko's true intentions and revealed that deep inside, Haruko also worries that if MC gets removed, it means that she will be separated from her. Minerva came out of nowhere asking about the trouble the group faced as she noticed their frowning faces. Kongo is fascinated by her beauty as he finally sees the new student that MC described to him earlier. MC introduces Minerva to him, which angers Kongo because MC has already had an idea about her and he thinks it is unfair. Minerva intends to help MC with his exams, but the group revealed that they only have a very short time to teach and train MC. Minerva suggests that they should ask for everyone's help and set up a training camp for MC. After school, the group proceeded to MC's room. Kango continues to rub MC's head because of how lucky he is to share his room with other girls, while Minerva shares her thoughts about their setup. While MC was training with Kango, Minerva started to interview the three girls. She asked about their loved ones, which stunned the three because of the sudden, unexpected question she gave them. Kodama revealed that she loved one person a long time ago, and she believed that even if they met today, the result would be the same between them. They could not still be together. Now it sounds like behind Kodama's fierce personality, she hides a broken heart because of love. Kodama passed the question to Haruko and Inaho, telling them that they have more interesting things to talk about love compared to her. Minerva agrees with Kodama, while Haruko becomes defensive about her feelings for MC, even though no one mentions MC in the conversation except for Haruko herself. She cannot contain her feelings for MC, and they continue to slip away and reveal themselves as days pass. Inaho, on the other hand, confidently reveals her love for MC, which puts Haruko in an awkward position, and she starts questioning things again. MC continues to train with Kongo in the forest. He was trying to hit a can, but no matter how hard he tried, MC could not do it. Kongo suddenly questions MC, asking him if the thing that was bothering him was the battle earlier and how he could not stop it. MC tries to shut Kongo up, but he proceeds with his thoughts and starts advising MC that even if he is in doubt about what would be the result of his actions, he should go with what he thinks is right and always do what he believes in. Just like him. Wow, I'm surprised that Kongo has a side like this. I always thought his mind was full of naughty thoughts. Kongo states that because of his mindset, he was able to enjoy their academy, which he calls his paradise. Back in MC's room, Iniho continued to talk about her love for MC and her plans for the two of them. She revealed that she wanted to stay in a big house with MC, have dogs and cats with him, and have 3 sons and 2 daughters. Kodama cannot contain her laughter as she listens to Iniho's words. At the same time, MC looks worried and jealous from listening to her plans for MC. Kodama left the room to spectate on MC's training. Before she went, she left motivating words for Haruko. She tells her that she should do what she can only do, which brings a smile to Haruko's face. It is already nighttime, but MC is still in the forest doing his training. He finally managed to unleash some of his power and hit the can on the table. Kodama, who was walking in the forest to find them, noticed a floating green light just as MC was trying to control his power. She could also sense a strange aura in the forest. Kongo also questions MC after seeing strange marks on the tree, where MC points out his power, which is similar to the mark that Kodama saw on his chest the first time they met. Kodama finds out that Minerva is following her and immediately confronts her. Wow, Kodama's skills never failed to uncover those people who spy on her. Kodama was surprised to learn that Minerva could actually see her invisible Shikigami, since it was known that only Kodama could see them. On the other side of the school, Akaya, along with the other Venus students, talks about Minerva's actions and why Akaya let her go on her own. Akaya reveals that it is essential to follow Kodama since she knows what Kamigari wants and that he also wants Minerva to continue their mission so they won't be too late. Demetra questions Akaya, their captain, on why he ordered them to live as normal students of the Tenbi Academy. Akaya asked Demetra in response if she liked the school, which caught her off guard as she was not sure what she really felt about the academy. The other members happily confirmed their happiness in the school, while Demetra talked about the warmth of the place for her. Akaya let out a smile on his face after hearing their response. Back to Minerva and Kodama, Minerva reveals that the Venus unit received an order about taking Kodama into Kamigari. After hearing her words, Kodama's Shikigami proceeded to launch an attack on Minerva but was easily defeated by her. Kodama is about to fight her, but Minerva suddenly reveals that she has no plans to fight her and is interested in MC, who possesses the same energy as Kodama. She also reveals that Haruko and Inaho are safe back in their room sleeping soundly and have no idea about the things that are happening in the forest. At the elemental exam, MC was finally able to control his ability, and the president lifted his dismissal from the club after he passed the examination. Syria suddenly burst into the headquarters, scolding MC for not inviting him to his training camp yesterday. Minerva appeared and assured Syria that boys like MC actually act cold to the girl they like, which boosted Syria's motivation as she thought that MC was into her too. Outside the principal's office, Takayashi showed MC his Maken, which he carefully prepared for someone who is not fond of fighting against women, just like MC. MC was confused as the Maken vanished inside his body. Minori explained that there are different types of Maken that he needs to understand, and revealed that MC's Maken belongs to the inner types that depend heavily on affinity. This type of Maken is very convenient as it can be activated at any time along with a suitable affinity. However, it cannot be used once the opponent is using their Maken as well. In short, MC's Maken can trigger other people's Maken to get out of control. Takayashi was about to tell MC the name that he created for his Maken, but Minori immediately covered his mouth. Minori told MC that she would be the one to provide the name of his Maken, leading MC outside the building as he questioned himself about where and with whom he would use his Maken. MC thought to himself that he needed to be prepared for anything that might happen. Back at the office, Takayashi and Minori were hoping that the students could protect the peace and order of the school just like they had in the past. On the other side of the campus, in the classroom of Kankebu, the class was planning to hold a summer training camp. MC told Kango what Haruko had mentioned to him earlier that day, saying that they would not only experience the white sand and blue ocean, but also have a chance to practice how to properly control each of everyone's elements in order to learn new Maken techniques during the day, followed by a prepared meal that everyone needed to gather and eat at the same time underneath the moonlight and the ocean breeze during the night. Upon hearing what MC had said, Kango shivered in excitement and asked. Still, MC told him that he would probably not see girls naked unless in the bath. Takaki announced to her constituents that she needed everyone's contribution, help, and support in planning this year's training camp. Kodama asked what the president meant by needing everyone's help. Yuka explained that those who wanted to join the training camp would pay for the fee and other expenses individually, which garnered multiple and different reactions. Hearing most of the negative feedback from the announcement, Takaki exclaimed, asking everyone who they thought put them in such a situation. Yuka, being the treasurer of the club, grabbed probably the thickest report log anyone could see. Yuka then enumerated where all of their money and savings went, which made everyone feel extra guilty for what they had been spending. MC, Haruko, Inaho, and Kongo were talking about what happened during their meeting when they saw Minori hanging a poster on the information board. The poster shows that there is a job offer at the cafe inside Tenbi's shopping mall, which caught the attention of the 4 students who thought that it might actually solve their money problem. The next day, Azuki was walking on the streets of Tenbi when she noticed that there were a lot of customers lining up outside the cafe. Confused, she approached a customer who was holding a flyer and saw the faces of some of her classmates, including Haruko, Inaho, and Kodama. The cafe was jam-packed, and upon entering, Azuki saw that her classmates were wearing maid outfits while serving and entertaining every customer when Kodama approached her to ask why she was blocking the entrance door. Azuki went to her manager and asked why some of the Maken members were working, thus her question was in vain as long as the new part-timers were bringing a lot of customers to the cafe. In the locker room, Azuki was blabbering about what had just happened and was thinking about who could be the mastermind behind the idea of applying to her workplace as part-timers when MC and Kango were enthusiastically running toward her. Azuki grabbed MC in the head, stating that he was the mastermind behind all of these. MC told her that getting a job was the only way they could think of to earn money for the camp. However, Azuki was still mad because she could not work as Azuki in the cafe anymore because of her classmates. Kango tried to calm her down as she slowly pushed MC's head against the wall. The Mocking Key members started working, and Kurigasa went to the cafe, surprising Azuki to see what the commotion at school was all about when they heard someone banging something on the table. With her right foot placed on the table, Kodama ordered the men to order the popular menu, and the customers politely obliged. Azuki was contemplating if what Kodama was doing was acceptable when dealing with customers when she heard squeals in front. Ina just finished a cake in just 3 seconds. This is really fiction. There are no ways someone can eat an entire cake in just 3 seconds. Ina and Aruchi were hosting an all-you-can-eat cake competition at the cafe, with a prize of free drinks for a year. Azuki could not believe what she had been witnessing and was afraid people might complain. The MC pointed at Haruko, who looked very attractive in her uniform. Haruko, being a first-timer, was nervous to the point that she spilled a drink on herself. However, despite customers getting mad, they find it amusing that their vice president is so fragile. On the other hand, Kimi and Akaza were stacking up 20 scoops of ice cream because they wanted to break a world record. With the happenings in the kitchen, MC was surprised to see their teachers waiting to be served. Minori told MC that the shop was owned by the school's OB, also known as the school's old boy, Catherine. Catherine made her way to the teacher's table where Takahashi teased her with her biological name. Catherine then shared that when she was still studying, Minori had always been a massive support system for her. Even though she was not that gifted, unlike the rest of the students, Tenbi Academy still accepted her. When the manager left, MC told his teachers that he was envious of their bond since, even after they graduated, they were still friends, and that he also wished that they would do the same. Takahashi then remembered the memories they shared with Akaya when they were still studying, saying that they were also supposed to be friends until now. Still, Nijo told him to forget them, as they had already buried everything in the past. While everyone was busy living their lives, someone was trying to perform a drug trial without permission secretly. The day went by smoothly, and the Mocking Key members did an absolute job as part-timers. MC saw the manager, who looked distraught and exhausted from everything that had happened in the cafe. She was tasked with managing the shop for a while as she went to get some rest. Inoue was walking her order out when she accidentally bumped into customers, causing the food to splatter all over her. Haruko heard the noise and was about to go check up on Inoue, who was already crying when she saw that MC had already gotten her back on her feet. Haruko, who saw the interaction between the two, looked defeated as Akaza went to check up on her. Still, Haruko just shrugged and wanted to make a milk drink. Akaza called for MC's attention and positioned herself behind Haruko as she said that MC could extract milk from Haruko's chest. Akaza pulled down Haruko's top, immediately revealing her chest in front of everyone at the shop. Haruko was not wearing an undergarment, as she felt dumbfounded by what had just happened. Haruko pities herself, thinking that people just saw her again, while Akaza is constantly apologizing for what she has done horribly. Azuki scolded Akaza for her behavior and then proceeded to talk about how Haruko's chest was getting bigger, which they thought was probably because she was in love, which shocked MC. Meanwhile, Kodama was serving an omelet to her customers with a word that said love written with the use of ketchup above the egg. However, the customers thought that the writing said flat chest, which made Kodama mad, aggressively asking who they just called flat-chested. Kongo finds it funny that Kodama is still sensitive when it comes to jokes that involve small chest. When Azuki asked MC where Haruko was, he immediately went to look for her. Haruko, who was in deep thought, was leaning on what seemed like an overpass railing. Still, it was not an overpass, and she did not notice that someone was monitoring her. Haruko was contemplating if she was actually jealous when she saw MC offering his hand to Inoue when someone approached her and bombed the place where she was. Luckily, Haruko collected herself and used her Makin to prevent herself from falling when the person who attacked her made her disappear. The perpetrator then struck the car where Haruko was, and they proceeded to fight midair when suddenly MC emerged from behind holding the hand of the attacker who was about to bomb Haruko once again. As this happened, two people were monitoring the fight, which Haruko and MC did not know. Haruko warned MC about the unknown guy's Makin as he tackled him on the ground. MC then remembered what Minori had told him about his Makin, which made him retreat as he could not win against the opponent since the Makin was activated. Haruko positioned herself to protect MC, however, Azuki emerged from the sky and knocked out the opponent using her Maken. Before they could reveal the identity of the masked man, Minori stopped them and let the unconscious man regain himself. Upon removing the helmet, they saw that it was the shop's manager who had attacked Haruko. Catherine could not believe that she was being controlled again, just like what happened years ago. Takeyashi revealed that Kamigari learned how to control other people's decisions for no good reason. As the revelation unfolds, Otohime, one of the people who was monitoring the fight, is pissed that the manager did not show his absolute strength, which disappointed her, when all of a sudden a woman named Kimyo entered the room and joined Otohime in plotting her. Haruko was having flashbacks of her past with MC while she walked at the thick tree line around their school. She remembered one situation in their childhood wherein a boy fell into the river and screamed for help. Haruko, who could not swim at that time, was helpless as he kept on looking at the drowning boy. No matter how much he likes to help her, he cannot do it nor gather the strength to even move to her place, as she is kept frozen by her thought that she might also drown if she helped, for she cannot swim out of nowhere. MC jumps straight in the water, which surprised Haruko since MC cannot swim either, just like her. It is revealed that MC actually has a wooden log with him as he jumps, and that's where he and the drowning boy keep floating in the water. Haruko was deeply mesmerized by his bravery, wishing that she could also have bravery just like him and wanting to be strong just like him. Haruko suddenly felt shadows running from the tree line. She was suddenly knocked unconscious by an unknown force, and when she woke up, she found herself in an unknown room. Sensing danger around her, Haruko wishes that MC will go to save her. Back at the Kenkebu Club headquarters, MC and Kodama were in a frenzy. They wondered where Haruko was because she had not arrived yet at their headquarters. Kodama was certain that something bad had happened to Haruko since she knew Haruko was not the type of person to skip school. MC also wonders where Haruko is as he has no clues, and he knows that Haruko won't skip school without a reason or get Kate since it is not based on her character. Kodama suggested that they search the school grounds to find Haruko and ask MC for help locating her. They intend not to notify others in the meantime to prevent causing a scene and prevent them from worrying unnecessarily until they first find out what has really happened or where Haruko really is. I think they should tell the other club members to find Haruko. Kodama left the room while MC was left behind and wondering where Haruko was. It is revealed that Haruko was in the hands of Otohime, who was currently holding her hostage using her doll-like ability. MC was busy looking for Haruko around the school when he bumped into Inoho, who immediately smiled at him and asked him what he was doing. She reveals that she is actually looking for him, which makes MC wonder what her business with him is. Inoho proceeded to attach a pin to MC's tie, claiming it was a charm that should protect him, since MC was in a lot of trouble and fights recently. She begs forgiveness for being absent in some of his fights, telling him that it was her duty to protect him, but there would be times she would be around for him, so she gives her a charm to be safe all the time. MC thanked Inoho for the gift, while Inoho kept on talking about how she preferred for MC not to leave her or Haruko's sight, so they could always guard him away from danger. Out of nowhere, Inako suddenly asked MC not to hurt Haruko's feelings since she liked her very much. Is Inako conceding her fight for MC and was rooting for Haruko to win MC's heart? Oh my. This left MC speechless as Inako happily turned her back and ran away. At the principal's office, Aki, Minori, and Jen talked about their experience in Makan-ki and how they received a lot of help from their teachers. They talk about how the teacher's son, who helped them before, has also entered their club and been brought into battle against Kamigari. They thought that their teacher might have already anticipated this situation before, so he decided to send his son to their school too. MC continued to search for Haruko. As he walks up the school stairs, a strange student stops him and tells him that Haruko is in their hands. The student told MC that he should come to the tip of the mountain, Amanohara, to retrieve her. He should come alone and refrain from telling others about Haruko's whereabouts or the interaction between MC and the strange student. MC angrily confronts the students about their actions. It is revealed that the student was just under the control of Otohime. Right after Otohime reveals herself to MC, the student snaps away from her control and falls unconscious to the ground. MC hurriedly ran to the mountain. His breath becomes heavy and heavy as he continues to ascend on the mountain. After a short while, MC reached the top of the mountain, where a woman, a member of Kamigari, met him. Otohime uses an eagle to spy on MC and reveal Haruko's situation, who is currently under her powers. She revealed that it is his way of getting back to MC after embarrassing her during her battle with a male student. She urged MC that if he wanted to save Haruko, he should do what she said, or else Haruko would be in greater danger compared to what she did to the male student back before. MC asks the woman in front of him what the purpose of her strength is, which the girl is interested in. She reveals that the purpose of her strength is to protect her pride and her unwillingness to belong to the weak side, whom she finds foolish and needs to be eradicated from the world, for they do not belong in it. She began to talk about MC's willingness to get stronger to protect someone. She encourages MC to fight her if he really wants to protect Haruko, but MC doubts if he can, for he still does not want to fight girls. All of a sudden, the girl attacked MC with her ability. She sent an energy that passed through MC's body, ripping his uniform and leaving a hole in his uniform where the energy had traveled. The energy sent MC flying, gasping for air as the attack almost took him out. After feeling her power, MC stood up and began asking them not to drag Haruko into their problems since it was just between them. The woman suddenly launched a kick which hit McClear on his face, sending him flying a few meters away. The woman continues to encourage MC to fight her, mocking MC for not being suitable to protect anyone if he doesn't fight. She continues to persuade MC to fight her as part of their plan. MC suddenly has a glimpse of his past, which makes him feel an unexplainable feeling inside him. On the other hand, Haruko woke up and asked Otahime why she was doing it to MC. Otahime replied that she was doing MC a favor by giving him what he really wanted, which was to unlock his hidden power and true strength, just like he had always dreamed and talked about since childhood. She continues to explain that she intends to use and hurt Haruko to keep on pushing MC to his full potential using his rage, and explains that losing a precious one will help him trigger his powers. Haruko suddenly remembers their childhood past, when a tall, big guy finished MC's mom after challenging her in their dojo. MC tried to fight him out of anger, but he couldn't do anything because of how small he was during that time. It is revealed that MC's motivation to fight and protect someone, especially girls, was all caused by that fateful day in MC's life. He started to aim to become stronger so that no other people would meet the same fate as his mother, for he was able to protect them from danger. It is also revealed that the same reason why MC kept on fighting, even if he got the lower hand or his chances were obviously slim, was because he could not stand others getting hurt. He did not do anything to help. MC and the girl continue to fight at the mountaintop, where MC gets all the beatings, but he still refuses to fight and hits the girl back. The girl continues to mock MC's foolishness, saying how he was going to protect others if he could not simply fight even for himself. MC starts to have flashbacks of her mother and how he could not save her mom before. Her words remind him of the pain he felt watching his mother get defeated and continuously hurt by the big guy who arrived at their dojo. At the same time, MC is helpless and cannot do anything since he is weak. He started to think how the same thing could happen today for Haruko because of how weak he was. In the middle of his confusion, MC suddenly remembers what Haruko has told him about true strength, which is used to stop fights and protect everyone, including the opponent. MC started to be engulfed in his rage and summoned his true strength. But because of his new experience in holding and channeling immense power, he was unable to control it. MC continues to channel elements from the sacred mountain of Amanohara, making the sign and the whole Amanohara mountain shine. The students of the Tenbi Academy witness this scene, including Kodama, who hears MC's roar and the sound of light, which she can only hear because of her ability. Kodama summons one of her Shikigami to find out what is happening on the mountaintop. Meanwhile, MC continued summoning great amounts of elements from the sacred mountain of Amanohara. This left the girl shocked as she began to recognize the energy that MC was creating, which was the same as the evil energy of the sacred beast Yamato no Orochi. MC starts to levitate after consuming elements, while the energy he creates continues to sway around him. Wow, just like what I thought, MC was mighty. Otahime was impressed with what MC did, praising his ability to assimilate the elements to the maximum. She laughs as she wonders what MC's end would be after he runs berserk with his power and his body is fully destroyed after consuming a vast amount of elements. Haruko, who witnessed the scene through Otahime's spying device, was also shocked after MC displayed such power. She was surprised after seeing the powerful state of MC and worried, for she knew that MC would be in great danger if he continued to consume and drown in a vast quantity of elements. Meanwhile, Kodama's Shikigami continues to roam around the mountain. She worries as she continues her ascent, telling her that it would be better if the two Shikigami were with her, but since they are hurt after the previous fight, she is all Kodama has right now. She continues to follow her senses to identify what is happening when she suddenly encounters a glowing purple light. MC continues to run berserk with his newly acquired strength, causing damage to the mountain as he starts descending. Otahime and Goken continue to watch the events on their screen as they wait for MC to reach the Tenbi Academy and destroy it too with his power, since he is running very wild and is unable to control what he is doing. They chuckled as they revealed that Otahime plans to cause damage to Tenbi too, so it can be controlled and ruled by the Komagari. MC was their way of achieving it by eliminating the powerful people of the Academy, using his rage and uncontrollable power, leaving the Academy defenseless against the Komagari occupation right after. Haruko, who witnessed MC's berserk and heard Otahime's plan, is shocked and scared about what may happen to everybody at Tenbi if the situation continues. Back at the academy, Kimi and Cha-Cha were busy looking at the late afternoon sun when they noticed a strange figure moving from the mountain, which gradually came nearer and nearer to their school. Cha-Cha thought that it was a dragon descending from the mountaintop when, in reality, it was MC who continued to run wild with all his energy and powers. In a short while, MC reached the school and attacked the two girls whom Kodama and Azuki saved. Kongo, Inaho, and Uruchi also came to the scene, wondering what had happened. Just as Cha-Cha and Kimi tell the group about the details of what happened, MC floats and flies above the group, who are surprised to see him in his state and completely lost to the immense power. They had not seen MC in such a powerful state before, and they thought that a demon might possess him. Azuki compares MC's appearance and aura to just how he looks when he interferes with her in Kai's battle, claiming that if his states continue, they need to stop him by force. MC began to attack the group by sending countless purple beams into their place. Kongo and Inaho try to persuade MC to stop, which falls on deaf ears as MC is totally immersed and blinded by his overflowing energy. He does not have any conscience in his body as he continues to be engulfed by the elements that run throughout his whole body. He continues to attack the school while Otahime watches back at her secret place and laughs at the events that are going according to what she planned. Goken notices and adds that what MC had might be an in-birth ability. He may be related to their bloodline according to how powerful he is. Haruko immediately denied MC's relationship with Komagari after hearing the disgusting comparison, stating that he always sacrifices himself for others, unlike those who control others to fight for them just like Komagari. She cannot let Otahime and Goken compare MC to their bloodline when MC is always protecting others, which is opposite to what the two are doing, which is harming others for their benefit. Otahime began to play on Haruko's body, twisting the doll that represents her inside her domain, which made Haruko grunt in pain. At the same time, Otahime continued to mock her and their school's end, claiming that their school would end on MC's hand while MC would also reach his end after he reached his limit and his body gave in. All of a sudden, the Venus unit arrived and freed Haruko from Otahime's power. Haruko, Otahime, and Goken were all surprised by the sudden arrival of the Venus unit. The Venus unit announced their intentions, which were to help Haruko and stop MC from destroying the academy, which they became fond of. They start to clear a path and escape route using their combined power for Haruko to save their school and MC, claiming that they also want to protect the school and that only Haruko can stop the destruction that MC is causing. Otahime wants to stop them from helping Haruko. She angrily turns to the Venus unit and is about to fight them when Akaya also arrives and claims that what Otahime and Goken are doing is not good and they won't let them continue. The Venus unit becomes really close to the school and they cannot watch it getting destroyed. Otahime turns to Akaya and angrily tells him that one day she will get her revenge against him and the whole unit for interrupting her plans. The twins start to create stairs for Haruko, which she uses to reach the portal and finally escape. Back at the Tensei Academy, MC continues to run berserk. He totally lost any sign of MC's true character in him, and he was just mindlessly floating around as he kept on sucking elements into his body. Kodama and the rest of the group hide behind the trees to save their element from MC's powerful suction ability. They plan their next move as they watch MC continue to absorb energy and get wilder and stronger as more elements course upon his body. Kodama intends to give MC a sudden shock to bring himself back since he is totally lost in his immense power and is only moving using his instincts. She thought that if they gave MC a sudden attack, it would knock MC back to his senses. As they were busy talking, a portal opened in the sky and Haruko suddenly came out and fell from the sky. Haruko arrived at the scene using the route that the Venus unit had prepared for her. She summons her own Makan to fight MC's blood pointer, intending to disperse his demonic aura and free MC from his current state. Kodama and the rest of the group continue to watch in the tree line, worried that if Haruko failed, her Makan and MC's power would be fused together, and an uncontrollable element vortex would be created. Haruko, without any second thoughts, initiated the battle, sending a green beam attack that MC quickly tried to consume. Wow, MC was mighty. The group continued to watch as MC easily gulped the energy that Haruko sent off using her Mechan. All of a sudden, Haruko proceeds to jump MC with her sword, pointing into MC's body, intending to impale him. On the other end, MC was prepared to meet Haruko's attack with his power. Just as the sword and MC's body are about to meet, a big explosion occurs that sends anything around them flying. After the explosion, MC is back in his normal state, meaning that Haruko has succeeded in freeing him from his demonic bond moments ago. Haruko was lying above MC while her chest was on MC's mouth. Haruko immediately noticed their position and was about to scold MC, but her feelings and worries about MC caught her first, and tears began to flow out of her eyes instead. Haruko expresses her happiness while Kodama and the group tease her for having serious feelings for MC. Just as they were having their moment, the Kamigari arrived and tried to convince MC to go with them after displaying such power that grabbed their attention. They express their intention to get MC and offer him his battleground to train for his powers, since they know that MC wants to get stronger. MC denied the request, leaving a promise that he would protect the school no matter what. The Kamigari unit tries to play stubbornly after hearing his response. They send a warning to all of them about the destruction they intend to do and the fall of the academy in their hands. The rest of the Makenki club members arrived, and they took their stand together and challenged the Kamigari unit to a battle. The Kamigari unit, after noticing that they got a lower chance this time, started to back out and promised to be back again for MC and the academy. Do they really think they can scare anyone with their empty threats after the vast power that MC has presented moments ago? Lol, the group cheered for their success, and everything went back to their normal life after the events that happened on that fateful day. The story begins in the mystical realm of Tenbi Academy, where students with powers of Elementa gathered. There was a school that took itself so seriously that they probably had a class on Straight Face Expressions 101. Now, imagine a place where kids control elements, fire, water, air, and maybe even the occasional bubblegum tornado. The school was bursting with potential, but some students decided, hey, let's use our powers for mischief instead of acing that pop quiz on elemental etiquette. To counter this outbreak of mischievous magic, the school's genius idea was to form a group called the Magical Security Organization. Yes, because nothing screams serious business like the acronym MSO, Magical Security Organization. They equipped themselves with sacred treasures known as Munkin, which sounded more like breakfast cereal than weapons against elemental chaos. And then there were those students who were part of this Munkin K. Picture them with capes that probably tripped them more than it made them look heroic. They were like the school's supernatural Avengers, only with more homework and less Tony Stark level banter. As the sun rose over Tenbi Academy, signaling the start of another eventful day, Takeru stumbled out of bed, his morning clumsiness rivaling that of a newborn giraffe on roller skates. His first order of business: I accidentally stumbled into the girls' room, where the morning routine was about as predictable as a soap opera plot twist. Haruko, the no-nonsense queen of the room, promptly ejected Takeru with the finesse of a judo master, her morning exercise consisting of tossing him out like yesterday's trash. As Takeru soared through the air, he couldn't help but wonder if his life was just a series of pratfalls and awkward encounters. Meanwhile, Inoho and Kodama, the dynamic duo of room drama, were rudely awakened by the cacophony of Takeru's morning misadventures. Inoho, the resident bookworm, grumbled something about disturbing her beauty sleep, while Kodama, the resident fashionista, simply sighed in exasperation, wondering if her carefully coordinated outfit would survive another day of chaos. Another day in paradise, Takeru muttered to himself as he dusted himself off, his pride taking a beating alongside his bruised ego. But fate, it seemed, had other plans, as Takeru's next misstep led him straight into the path of Kodama's foot, earning him a one-way ticket to the floor and a front-row seat to yet another day of calamity. The daily sprint to class, where being fashionably late is more of a signature move than an unfortunate habit, Takeru chuckled, trailing behind his more prompt peers like a comedic afterthought. Haruko's judo skills once again took center stage, effortlessly tossing Takeru aside like a human-shaped stress ball. Who needs morning coffee when you have Haruko's wake-up throws? The narrator pondered, envisioning a coffee shop slogan, Haruko's special brew, guaranteed to launch you into the day. The academy gate stood ominously, threatening to shut out anyone not fast enough to make the cut. It's like a daily reminder that time waits for no one, especially not for Takeru's impeccable timing, wondering if they should create a Latecomers Anonymous support group. Principal Minor, armed with her fan, awaited the tardy arrivals. Late again, my little fireflies? Someone get this woman a stand-up comedy gig. As Inoho and Kodama narrowly escaped the scolding, Inoho decided to reverse her steps for Takeru. Time for a physics-defying entrance. Thank you, Malkin Komudo. I was wondering if Inoho moonlighted as Tenbi Academy's resident time travel consultant. Inoho and Takeru soared through the gate, leaving us to ponder the school's potential tagline, 10B Academy, where even time bends over backward for the latecomers. Just when they thought Tensei Academy couldn't get any more interesting, Usui burst onto the scene like a caffeinated ninja, dropping the bomb that there was an emergency. I bet they didn't cover this in the school orientation pamphlet. It's always emergency o'clock when you're dealing with mysterious undergarment escapades, I mused, imagining a new class being added to the curriculum. Emergency 101, dealing with unmentionable mysteries. Enter Kanoshita Yumika, a first-year archer who found herself in the spotlight, or rather her unmentionables did. Well, it seems we have a black-cloaked panty-pinning culprit on the loose, I commented, wondering if they'd have to call in the fashion police for this one. Haruko, with her judo sense tingling, took charge, investigating the bathroom incident. When black creatures start appearing in bathrooms, you know you're not dealing with your average plumber emergency, joked, imagining Mario exchanging his overalls for a ninja outfit. As Haruko deduced the situation, Takeru and Usui joined the conversation, probably thinking this was just another day in the wild world of Tenbi Academy. Emergency meetings at Tenbi are like brunch plans, always unexpected and usually involving someone's unmentionables pondered, envisioning a sign outside the academy that read, "Beware undergarment shenanigans ahead." Lo and behold, as they were discussing the mysterious case, a call interrupted them. The classic "we need you on a double phone call," a staple of any good mystery plot, remarked, considering auditioning for the role of the emergency dispatcher in the next Tenbi Academy sitcom. And just like that, the stakes were raised, or should we say, the undergarments were lifted, as two more victims emerged from the dressing room drama club. Looks like someone's turning Tenbi Academy into a fashion crime scene, quipped, wondering if there was a secret club dedicated to mysterious panty pinning. As Haruko, Takeru, and Usui prepared to face the indiscriminate undergarment assailant, I couldn't help but marvel at the Academy's ability to turn even the most mundane emergencies into a full-fledged comedy drama. Tenbi Academy, where every day is an adventure and your unmentionables might just steal the spotlight. Meanwhile, the president of the student council, Furan, stormed in to deliver the news of an escalating crisis. 3 more victims had fallen prey to the elusive undergarment thief, prompting Furan to call for an emergency meeting with both the Security Council and Magical Security Organization. It's like the school decided to add underwear detective to Furan's job description, one might think, as the student leaders geared up for an unexpected battle against an adversary who seemed to have a particular taste in feminine apparel. Yuka, the resident profiler, took center stage with her deductions, pointing fingers at a potentially perverse male student as the prime suspect. Forget solving equations, Yuka's out here solving panty mysteries, contemplating the potential spin-off series, CSI Panty Paradise. Roles were assigned Haruko, Inoho, and Kodama guarding the dressing room, Kimi and Chacha at the poolside dressing room, Azuki and Miruchi in charge of the women's bathroom. It's a strategic deployment because in the world of underwear safeguarding, every room needs a hero, pondered, imagining the characters with makeshift capes and detective hats. As for Takuro and Usui, they found themselves relegated to patrolling the academy grounds, perhaps feeling the sting of exclusion from the epicenter of the undergarment protection mission. Their patrol routes include the scenic route past the flower beds and a pit stop at the gossiping squirrels, guarding the academy's secrets one bench at a time, joked. The saga of the serial underwear thief finally reached the ears of Principal Minori, alongside Gen and the first-generation Makanki member Nihu Aki. When Aki, intrigued, asked Minori about her plans to address this peculiar crisis, Minori's response was as calm as a still pond. She believed there was no need for them to step in, advocating for letting the students tackle their own challenges, reminiscent of their own days of youth. Because nothing teaches responsibility like handling an underwear theft, one might muse, picturing Minori nostalgically recalling her own student council days, minus the panty pilferer. Meanwhile, Takuro and Usui found themselves sidelined, dreams dashed of ever entering the girls' dressing rooms and bathrooms under the noble guise of official business, as if it would happen, right? They might have sarcastically thought to themselves, almost hearing the universe chuckle at their naivety. With the dressing rooms and bathrooms under vigilant surveillance, Usui expressed his doubts to Takeru about the thief's chances of striking anew. Because obviously underwear thieves can't handle the heat of increased security, he might have reasoned, underestimating the craftiness of their adversary. But just as they began to let their guard down, reveling in a false sense of security, the news dropped like a bombshell: the underwear thief had struck again. So much for our tight security, they'd realize, the irony not lost on them as they pondered the thief's Houdini-like skills. Perhaps it's time to admit that this thief might just be the most elusive shadow to ever haunt the halls of Tenbi Academy. They might think as they brace themselves for another round of this unexpectedly gripping underwear saga. The underwear saga took an unexpected turn, reaching new levels of discomfort as the culprit expanded their horizons to target not only students but teachers as well. The audacity! Takeru, eyes squinting in the intense examination of the pilfered undergarments, played a detective. "We may not know the motives, but we've got a pattern," he proclaimed, the gravity of the situation juxtaposed against the absurdity of analyzing stolen underwear. From Yumika to Imai, the thief left a trail of 7 victims, each time increasing the cup size of the stolen bra. Forget algebra, Takeru's out here solving the great bra heist equation, one might chuckle, envisioning Takeru with a Sherlock Holmes hat and a magnifying glass. Surprising everyone, Takeru revealed his masterstroke deduction. The next possible targets were those with an H-cup, because clearly this thief has a thing for alphabetical progression. The girls might have pondered, half impressed and half bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. But the skepticism arose: an H-cup in the academy? Haruko and Cha-Cha, with their confident expression, seemed to harbor the secret to this chesty enigma. "Leave it to the experts to crack the code," the narrator mused, imagining the 2 girls with decoder rings and magnifying glasses. Usui and Takeru, reveling in their profound revelations, couldn't resist sharing their observation tactics. Cue a synchronized kick from the girls. Note to self, observing bra sizes should probably be kept to oneself. Takeru might have sighed, nursing the consequences of their over-enthusiastic investigative techniques. As Haruko speculated about the impending H-cup target, the girls, still doubtful, questioned the possibility. Because apparently in the world of bra sizes, H is for hope. It's not us, one might joke, pondering the uncharted territories of undergarment mysteries. Then the unexpected kicker: Haruko and Cha-Cha, seemingly unfazed, were the prime candidates for the H-cup revelation. Like the bluebird of happiness but with a dash of bra-size prophecy, Usui and Takeru chuckled, realizing they might have been a tad too close for comfort. Meanwhile, Ferran decided it was high time for some investigative mischief and dispatched Yuka to delve into the school hospital records, hoping to unearth any other students flaunting an H-cup. Because what's a good mystery without a bit of medical sleuthing, right? One might jest, envisioning Yuka with a detective hat and stethoscope unraveling cup-sized secrets. Alas, the search yielded no treasures other than the H-cup comrades Haruko and Cha-Cha. It's like searching for a specific sock in the laundry, an impossible quest. The quip might go, picturing Yuka surrounded by a mountain of bras, desperately seeking the elusive cup size. Just when they thought they'd reached the zenith of bra-size revelations, Principal Minori's I-cup revelation dropped like a bomb. Who knew the principal's office came with its own airbags? One could joke, imagining staff meetings where everyone subtly angled their chairs away from the desk. Hold on to your straps, the school doctor Aki boldly claimed the title of K-Cup Queen. Because nothing says healthcare professional like defying the laws of physics with your bra size, one might quip, envisioning Aki striding through the halls with unseen layers of supportive undergarments. With the cup-size revelations exposed, Ferran swiftly schemed the next move. Because when dealing with an underwear thief, it's all about staying one cup ahead. One could muse, imagining Ferran leading a tactical briefing with a bra-size chart as her battle map. As the plan unfolded to use Haruko and Cha-Cha as bait, concern rippled through the room, because when you're using H-cups as bait, you're not just setting a trap, you're launching a full-scale operation, one might joke, picturing staff room discussions filled with nervous laughter and hesitant glances. But then, like a plot twist in a daytime soap opera, Aki stepped forward, volunteering herself as bait. Because nothing says dedicated doctor like offering yourself up as a decoy for an underwear thief, one could remark, imagining Aki with a superhero cape billowing behind her as she bravely stepped into the spotlight. Takeru's reassurance to Aki amidst the tension could be seen as the knight promising to guard the queen's totemal assets. Rest assured, in the battle of bras versus baddies, the heroes of Makenki stand ready, he might proclaim, with the solemnity of a general rallying his troops before a peculiar battle. As the daring plan unfolded, Aki and Cha-Cha stationed themselves in the elusive hard-to-enter pool changing room. Because when it comes to hiding, poolside dressing rooms are the bat caves of Tenbi Academy. Hidden away, they tightened their vigilance on every possible entrance and exit. Fowler wisely cautioned everyone to tread carefully, considering the high probability that the elusive culprit had caught wind of their clandestine activities. Because when you're playing cat and mouse with an underwear thief, stealth is your best accessory. And then the inevitable Isuichi and Takeru left on standby, locked outside like superheroes without a key to the secret lair, because every crime-fighting team needs designated bench warmers. Yet Takeru clung to his promise of protecting Aki, a silent vow echoing through his thoughts as he kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. Because in the grand ballet of crime prevention, Takeru was the guardian angel of the poolside dressing room. But lo and behold, distractions lurked in unexpected places. Usui, typically the model of focus, found himself in a peculiar predicament, because nothing says distraction like the latest issue of Circle Shonjukai, Miko's Adultery Chronicles. When Takeru inquired about the scheduled contact, Usui's demeanor shifted. The air suddenly thickened with suspense as he divulged that the girls had just called him, because when communication involves covert operations, it's always done with a touch of mystery. With tension in the air and secrets veiled in shadows, 10B Academy found itself in the midst of a peculiar drama where heroes, distractions, and mysterious phone calls danced together in a plotline worthy of a daytime soap opera. Back in the pool changing room, Cha-Cha and Aki had devised a cunning plan to lure the culprit into their trap. Because when it comes to catching a thief, sometimes you've got to bait the hook with a little something extra. One might quip picturing the duo plotting with a mix of determination and trepidation. As they waited, seemingly unaware of the impending danger, they chatted casually, blissfully unaware of the lurking threat. Because in the world of undercover operations, even mundane conversations can be tinged with suspense, one might observe, imagining the tension simmering beneath their seemingly innocent banter. But then, like a shadowy specter emerging from the darkness, a black figure slithered through the ventilation shaft and took form, Rudolph, the epitome of innocence and charm. Because nothing says surprise guests like a shape-shifting intruder crashing the party, one could jest, envisioning Rudolph's transformation into an unexpected guest star in the drama unfolding. To the girls, Rudolph appeared as nothing more than an adorable creature captivating them with his innocent charm. Because when faced with a cute critter, even the most vigilant of heroes can be lulled into a false sense of security, one might muse, picturing the girls' unwitting fascination with their unexpected visitor. And then, the twist, Usui, or so they thought, entered the room, adding another layer of deception to the unfolding drama. Because when the villain masquerades as a friend, the stakes are raised to a whole new level, one could remark, imagining the girls' confusion as they welcome the familiar face into their midst. But alas, it was not Usui who stood before them, but the cunning culprit disguised in the guise of their friend. Because in the game of cat and mouse, sometimes the mouse dons the mask of the cat. As Takeru puzzled over Usui's prolonged absence, a strange sound pierced the quiet woods, a sound that suggested someone was indulging in some self-inflicted pleasures. Well, looks like Usui found his own secret pleasure spot in the great outdoors. Who knew the call of nature could be so, alluring? Takeru thought, raising an eyebrow at the unexpected soundtrack echoing through the trees. To his surprise, the source of the sounds turned out to be none other than Usui, finding his own pleasure time amidst the trees. Takeru's mind immediately raced to Aki. Great, just what I needed, a symphony of self-love in the woods. Hope Aki's not within earshot, that would make for one awkward debriefing later, he mused, grappling with the unconventional nature of Usui's choice of recreational activity. Meanwhile, back in the room where the girls were about to embark on an underwear-changing adventure, Takeru burst onto the scene just in the nick of time. Talk about crashing the party, or saving it depending on your perspective. Note to self, consider knocking next time for everyone's sake, he joked inwardly, making a dramatic entrance like a peculiar superhero, but the real shock awaited Takeru inside the room. His eyes widened and his nose betrayed him, unleashing an epic nosebleed of cinematic proportions. Well, isn't this just perfect? Another day, another nosebleed. At least it's my signature move, he quipped mentally, desperately trying to maintain composure amidst the chaos. Face to face with the culprit, Takeru found himself tied up with Rudolph as an unlikely accomplice, and here I thought Rudolph was just a cute woodland creature. Turns out he's moonlighting as the underwear thief's partner in crime. Classic double agent move, he observed, eyeing the critter with newfound suspicion. When questioned about his motives, the culprit delivered a monologue on instinct, self-restraint, and the liberation of living life as a man. Oh joy, a philosopher thief, just what I needed today. Let me guess. Next he'll quote some ancient wisdom about the art of panty pilfering. Takeru deadpanned mentally, rolling his eyes at the absurdity of the situation. Takeru, fueled by his promise to protect Aki, suddenly unlocked hidden superpowers, the kind that transforms heroes into unstoppable forces. Guess thinking of Aki is like hitting the activate beast mode button for Takeru. Move aside, culprit. The protector of undergarments is on the loose. With a burst of fury, Takeru let loose a verbal barrage on the culprit's skewed philosophy. Ah, the classic my way of life defense? Not sure if that's in the hero's handbook. Time for Takeru's crash course in Lawful Perversion 101. In a passionate rant, Takeru proclaimed that exploiting rule gaps for personal pleasure was the path of a true pervert. Moral lessons before a knuckle sandwich, Takeru the unexpected professor of perverted justice. Someone get this man a chalkboard. Then, in the grand finale, Takeru unleashed his drive duel. delivering a punch with superheroic force right to the culprit's face. Well, that's one way to redecorate the academy. Takeru's fist, now officially a wrecking ball, the punch sent shockwaves through the academy, leaving the culprit knocked out cold. Boom! Takeru just served a pervert's punch special. Academy building, Takeru won ver. Justice, delivered with a side of superhero flair. Applauding Takeru's bold stance against the twisted ways of the underwear thief. As Furin surveyed the aftermath, it seemed the case had reached its resolution. Well, looks like the underwear thief's career is officially over. Takeru and the gang won. Perverted shenanigans 0. Meanwhile, Usuri remained in the woods, presumably attempting to recover from an excessive indulgence in pleasure time. The woods might never be the same after Usuri's little self-discovery retreat. Note to self, avoid that part of the forest for a while. Aki, now awake from the ordeal, was informed that Takeru and the others had successfully caught the culprit. The sweet relief of justice prevailing. Nothing like a solved case to warm the heart and the undergarments. In a touching moment, Takeru apologized to Aki for being late to her rescue. Cue the heartfelt apologies and mutual understanding. Takeru, the apologetic hero with a penchant for fashionably late entrances. Despite the apology, Aki was unfazed, expressing her belief that Takeru would always come to the rescue. Isn't that sweet? Aki's got faith in Takeru's superhero instincts, nosebleeds and all. However, the sweetness took an unexpected turn when Takeru, true to form, suffered yet another nosebleed. Well, there goes the emotional moment. Takeru, the perpetual nosebleeder, always adding a touch of the unexpected to every scene. As the conversation continued, Aki suddenly realized her current state of undress. Talk about awkward timing. Aki, the unwitting queen of unintended nudity. A classic post-battle wardrobe malfunction. Takeru, ever the gentleman, tried to comfort Aki, claiming that the culprit hadn't seen her without clothes. Smooth move, Takeru. Because when it comes to post-fight reassurance, logic is key, even if there's a slight clothing oversight. Despite the unconventional ending to the case, Aki thanked Takeru for saving her and even found him a little cool. The classic cool hero moment, even with the nosebleeds and wardrobe mishaps. Takeru, the unintentional heartthrob. Principal Minori received the report about the underwear thief and congratulated Furin. The classic case of school troubles, underwear theft today, who knows what tomorrow. The academy life where every day is an unexpected adventure. She remarked that troubles keep arising one after another, but that's how Tensei works every day. The ever-rolling wave of chaos. Tensei, where normal is just a distant memory and troubles is a school anthem. Even this will become a fond memory in the end, just like when they were in Makenki themselves. Nostalgia hits even in the face of underwear thievery. Principal Minori, the sentimental overseer of Tensei's chaotic charm. Another day, another work to do. Reporting from the office of the student council, Amato Yuka. The suspected culprit behind the burglary that took place within Tensei that morning is said to be an old Tensei Academy graduate, Shimoyanagi Mahiru, who according to the records is 21 years old. She is currently making her escape through Tensei grounds, and she is standing in front of Inaho and Azuki, who have been ordered by Furan to restrain the culprit. Mahiru immediately noticed that Azuki and Inaho were the current Makenki members as they summoned their Maken Leap, Hawk of Azuki, and Maken Knuckle Kamuto of Inaho. But even with their powers, they looked formidable to Mahiru. Both Azuki and Inaho were thrown into a room tornado made by Mahiru and were both left in their torn clothes and knocked out. The never-ending saga of trouble at Tenbi Academy. It's like they have a subscription for chaos. Envisioning a bustling day at the student council office through the lens of Amato Yuka. Classic case of once a troublemaker, always a troublemaker. Tensei's alumni, where chaos is the gift that keeps on giving. Well, someone's determined to relive the glory days of mischief. Tensei's got an alumni association with a knack for breaking and entering. Looks like Inaho and Azuki are on the case. Maken powers at the ready. It's like a superhero showdown, only in a school setting. Cue the dramatic Maken summoning. It's like Tenpei's version of a magical face-off. Azuki with Leap Hawk, Inaho with Knuckle Kamuto, the Academy's very own dynamic duo. However, Mahiru, undeterred, unleashed a room tornado, leaving Azuki and Inaho in torn clothes and knocked out. Well, that escalated quickly. Mahiru, the tornado-wielding alumni, a masterclass in chaos-making. Inaho and Azuki, not so many superheroes in this round. And as Mahiru stepped into the room, there was Haruko, playing the role of the stern enforcer. Cue the classic confrontation music. Haruko, the guardian of justice, or just a really committed hall monitor. Recognizing Aki as an original Makenki member, Mahiru faced the interrogation about her questionable use of powers. The classic villain reveals her motive scene. Mahiru, the power-hungry alumna, Tenbi's got its very own power struggle soap opera. Haruko, true to her Makenki duty, prepared to subdue Mahiru, but Mahiru, with a nonchalant attitude, initiated an attack, tearing Haruko's clothes. Well, that escalated quickly. Mahiru, the fashion critic with a twist, nothing says intimidation like a wardrobe malfunction. Enter Takeru, ready to avenge Haruko's wardrobe dignity. Here comes Takeru, the valiant defender of decency, or at least he tries to be. But Mahiru, in a snap, turned the tables on Takeru, leaving him floating in the air with no clothes. Talk about a plot twist. Mahiru, the master of wardrobe wizardry, Takeru, the unintentional streaker. As Haruko attempted her retaliation, Mahiru executed the Makin Eternal Emperor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Well, that's one way to make an exit. Mahiru, the disappearing act extraordinaire. Tenbi's got its own magical Houdini. When Takeru regained consciousness, he found Haruko unconscious. Classic damsel in distress moment. Takeru, the not-so-knight in shining armor, more like the guy desperately trying to cover himself. And to top it off, when Haruko woke up, she couldn't remember anything, not even herself. Isn't it way too cliche? Haruko, the memory challenge heroine, because every good story needs a touch of amnesia, right? In the clinic, Haruko was being diagnosed, but she didn't appear to have sustained any physical damage. Well, no visible bruises or bumps, just a mysterious case of memory wipe, a typical day in Tensei's clinic. Aki conducted Haruko's blood work, but it didn't reveal anything out of the ordinary, just a routine blood test. Not your typical detective work, but hey, it's Tensei. Expect the unexpected. So does that mean that all the perpetrator did was steal Haruko's memories? I wondered. But Aki clarified that it wasn't just memories. After a thorough examination, she could no longer detect the presence of Haruko's element. Double trouble, memories, and Makin snatched away. Tensei B's criminal mastermind pulling off the ultimate heist. When Haruko woke up, everyone was concerned about her, but she couldn't remember any of the things that happened or anyone around her. Cue the classic amnesia storyline, because every good chaos-filled day needs a touch of memory loss. Even though she couldn't remember Takeru, Haruko stunned everyone by asking him to marry her. Talk about a plot twist. Haruko, the girl with selective memory, proposing before even remembering the proposal. I chuckled inwardly, imagining the comedic turn of events, but it wasn't because of amnesia. Takeru, having seen her in an embarrassing state, believed she was no longer fit for marriage. Classic Takeru move, turning down a proposal because of an awkward encounter. Smooth, real smooth. Haruko, undeterred, pleaded with Takeru to be her man and take responsibility. Inaho, not one to stay silent, objected because Takeru was her fiancé, and this has suddenly turned into a hellish confrontation. I remarked mentally, envisioning the escalating drama in the room. Haruko, ever adaptable, suggested being Takeru's lover. A subtle surrender, I thought, picturing the negotiation taking an unexpected turn. Inaho, surprisingly, agreed, and Haruko told Takeru to please take care of her from now on. Well, that escalated quickly. Takeru, the unintentional heartthrob, who knew a proposal could lead to a lover's quarrel. The culprit, Shimoyanagi Mahiru, managed to achieve the ultimate multitasking, stealing both Haruko's memories and her Makin. Well, if you're going to commit a crime, you might as well go big. Mahiru, the Makin-Key's very own memory and Makin kleptomaniac. Among the 8 original Makin, Murakumo took the crown for the greatest destructive ability. Watch out, Tenbai! Murakumo, the Makin-Key with more firepower than a fireworks display. Just what every school needs, right? Furan and the others face the urgent mission of retrieving Murakumo as quickly as possible. Quick, grab your detective hats and let the Makin-Key scavenger hunt commence. It's like a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek. Yuka, the information maestro, assured Furan that all members of Makin-Key were already on the culprit's trail. And just as Furan expected, Yuka works at warp speed. Who knew solving Makin mysteries could be so efficient? Concerned about Haruko's well-being without her memories, Furan contemplated the emotional roller coaster she must be on. Haruko, the amnesiac adventurer, navigating through life with a treasure trove of missing memories. However, Yuka dropped the bombshell that Haruko seemed oddly content. Haruko, the blissful amnesiac, because who needs memories when you can be carefree? It's the memory-free life, a new Tenbi trend. During dinner at their house, Takeru found himself in the middle of a classic love triangle, with Inaho and Haruko vying for his attention. Ah, the timeless struggle of a protagonist caught between two admirers. Cue the romantic tension music. Kodama, ever the vigilant guardian, observed from the corner, ensuring nothing untoward happened between Haruko and Takeru. Kodama, the silent sentinel, because every dinner needs a watchful eye to maintain order. Meanwhile, Usui and Azuki were on a mission to track down the culprit. Usui, the pleasure enthusiast, and Azuki, the Murakumo enthusiast, quite the dynamic duo on the hunt for mischief. Azuki harbored a long-time desire to face off against Haruko's Murakumo, making their quest to find the culprit even more intriguing. Azuki dreaming of a Murakumo showdown, because what's friendship without a little friendly rivalry? Cha-Cha and Uruchi, the investigative partners, shared the task of ensuring Takeru wasn't taking advantage of Haruko's amnesia. Cha-Cha, the confidante, and Uruchi, the warrior, a dynamic duo on the lookout for potential shenanigans. Uruchi, with an overactive imagination, became increasingly concerned and wanted to hurry back to Haruko. Uruchi, the worrywart, because nothing fuels comedy like an overthinking character on a mission. Lo and behold, Uruchi's wild imagination wasn't far off from reality. Haruko boldly barged into the bathroom, much to Takeru's surprise. The classic anime bathroom scene where boundaries are non-existent and personal space is just a distant memory. Haruko, in her role as Takeru's self-proclaimed lover, insisted on helping him clean up despite his protests. Haruko, the enthusiastic lover, because nothing says romance like unexpected bathroom encounters. Takeru, caught in the awkward situation, found himself more bothered by the unexpected physical contact than the assistance itself. Takeru, the reluctantly involved protagonist, because love might be in the air but bathroom hijinks? Not so much. Kodama, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't tolerate such antics and attempted to intervene. Kodama, the vigilant guardian, because there are lines even in the chaotic world of romantic comedy. However, Inaho, embracing her role as the true wife, surprisingly volunteered to join the impromptu bath time. Inaho, the unexpected contender, because nothing says marital devotion like jumping into an already complicated bathroom scene. Kodama, left on the ground and unable to comprehend the madness, distanced herself from any responsibility for the chaotic bathroom escapade. Kodama, the bewildered bystander, because even the most vigilant guardians can be left powerless in the face of romantic comedy chaos. After their unconventional bath session, Takeru embarked on a nostalgic journey with Haruko, flipping through old photos from their childhood. He hoped these snapshots of their past would spark her memory. Takeru, the hopeful historian, because sometimes a trip down memory lane is more effective than a GPS for the lost memories. However, the plan backfired, and instead of reigniting her memories, Haruko's feelings for Takeru intensified. She romanticized their shared past, convinced they were bound by destiny. Haruko, the love-struck amnesiac, seeing destiny in every childhood photo, because who needs memories when you have destiny? Takeru, on the other hand, tried to keep things in perspective, viewing their relationship as nothing more than childhood friendship. Takeru, the pragmatic friend, trying to keep the ship steady while sailing the choppy waters of unintended romance. Despite Takeru's earnest efforts, Haruko's memories remained elusive, leaving him to hope for the culprit's swift capture by his friends. Takeru, the optimistic strategist, because when you can't jog someone's memory, you send in the cavalry. Kodama, ever the realist, pointed out the futility of Takeru's attempts, emphasizing the theft of Haruko's memories as the root cause of her amnesia. Kodama, the voice of reason, because sometimes you need to call it like you see it, even if it's a hard pill to swallow. With Haruko's memories stolen and her affections growing, Takeru found himself in a delicate balancing act, clinging to the hope that Azuki and the team would soon unravel the mystery and restore what was lost. As the possibility lingered that even capturing the culprit might not restore Haruko's memories, Takeru grappled with uncertainty. Takeru, the hesitant optimist, because sometimes even the strongest hopes waver in the face of the unknown. Kodama, ever the voice of encouragement, reminded Takeru of the power of belief. Kodama, the motivational speaker, because sometimes a little faith can go a long way in the realm of anime mysteries. If you entertain doubts, you're giving power to the possibility. Kodama advised Takeru, urging him to hold on to an unwavering belief in Haruko's eventual return to normalcy. Kodama, the firm believer, because in the anime world, belief is a potent force, even against memory-stealing culprits. Takeru, fueled by Kodama's words, resolved to maintain his faith in Haruko's recovery. Takeru, the reinvigorated believer, because when your friends are anime characters, optimism becomes a superpower. As they faced the uncertain journey ahead, Takeru clung to the belief that, with determination and teamwork, they could overcome even the most perplexing challenges. Takeru, the resilient optimist, because in the world of anime, hope is a plot armor that never fades. In a tender night scene, Haruko found herself grappling with fragments of her past and the overwhelming emotions of the present, all under the watchful glow of the moon. As Takeru approached, concern etched in his actions as he draped a piece of clothing over her to fend off the night's chill. The moment between them thickened with unsaid words. Haruko, lost in her thoughts, wasn't merely trying to stitch back her identity through scattered memories, but was deeply immersed in the feelings that Takeru's childhood photographs had stirred within her. It seems Haruko's a real coward then, she confessed, revealing a vulnerability that the loss of her memories had unearthed. But with this vulnerability came an unexpected gift, the chance to rediscover her affection for Takeru, to experience the thrill and sweetness of falling for him anew. This confession, wrapped in the stillness of the night, highlighted a poignant reality. Sometimes the path to rediscovering love doesn't lie in grand gestures or dramatic confrontations, but in quiet, introspective moments that bring to light feelings long buried or, in Haruko's case, momentarily erased. As they stood together, basking in the moonlight, the complex weave of memories and emotions underscored a simple truth, that sometimes losing oneself can be a journey back to the heart's deepest desires. For Haruko, devoid of the myriad layers of her past, her heart's compass pointed unwaveringly to Takeru, proving that some connections run deeper than memory, tethered instead to the soul. The next day dawned, shrouded in the same murky uncertainty that had plagued them since the onset of the investigation. With no tangible progress to show, Kodama entertained the notion of injecting a dose of levity into their pursuit of the culprit, a momentary diversion from the weight of their task. Little did she know, a far more startling discovery awaited her. Upon realizing Haruko's absence from her usual place, Kodama embarked on a search, her steps heavy with apprehension. It was in Takeru's room that she stumbled upon a scene that left her utterly dumbfounded. Takeru and Haruko entwined in sleep, their proximity a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere that enveloped the room. Yet Kodama's shock was swiftly eclipsed by a surge of indignation as her eyes fell upon the telltale marks adorning Takeru's neck, a silent testament to a night of intimacy that Kodama had never anticipated. In a flurry of emotions, she confronted Haruko, her words laced with disappointment and reproach. But Haruko's response, delivered with an innocence born of her memory loss, struck Kodama to her core. To hear her friend deny the very bonds of their shared past was a bitter pill to swallow, a stark reminder of the irrevocable loss that had befallen them all. As Haruko boldly declared her intentions to claim Takeru as her own, the air crackled with tension, leaving both Takeru and Kodama at a loss for words. At that moment, the fragile equilibrium of their makeshift family fractured, revealing the raw emotions simmering beneath the surface. For Kodama, it was a sobering realization that even in the face of adversity, the ties that bind us are not immune to the ravages of time and circumstance. And as she grappled with the fallout of Haruko's revelation, she couldn't help but wonder, would they ever find their way back to the warmth and familiarity of the past, or were they fated to navigate the uncertain terrain of the future alone? Amidst the turmoil, Takeru found himself caught between the unexpected and the absurd, much like a lost sock in the laundry, bewildered and searching for a semblance of order in the chaos of emotions. As Kodama vented her frustrations, Takeru couldn't help but feel like a character in a convoluted soap opera, his life unfolding in a series of unpredictable twists and turns. The marks on his neck became the unintended punchline to a cosmic joke, leaving him grappling with a reality more surreal than any sitcom plot. Meanwhile, Haruko's proclamations of love morphed the room into a romantic battlefield, with Takeru and Kodama caught in the crossfire of amorous intentions. It was a comedic dance, a tangled waltz of emotions where the only clear step was the uncertainty that lay ahead. Amidst the chaos of their household, Haruko's relentless pursuit of Takeru spilled over into the hallowed halls of their school, a relentless onslaught of affection that left Takeru feeling like a hapless protagonist in a romantic comedy gone awry. In a bid to be closer to Takeru, Haruko pulled off a move straight out of a teen drama playbook, reverting back to her first-year status to join Takeru's class despite already being a year ahead. It was a bold strategy to say the least, but one that left her classmates equal parts bemused and bewildered. As Haruko showered Takeru with her affections, their classmates could only look on in a mixture of amusement and discomfort, their shared glances speaking volumes about the cringe-worthy spectacle unfolding before them. Even Ino, ever the stoic observer, couldn't help but be drawn into the melodrama unfolding in their midst. And so, amidst a sea of secondhand embarrassment, Takeru found himself trapped in a never-ending cycle of awkward encounters and uncomfortable situations. With each passing day, the pressure mounted, threatening to crush him under the weight of Haruko's relentless affection. In a moment of desperate clarity, Takeru realized that if this charade were to continue unabated, his sanity, and quite possibly his life, would be on the line. For in the unforgiving world of high school drama, there were no easy exits, no convenient plot twists to save him from the clutches of his own romantic misadventures. As he braced himself for another day of cringeworthy encounters and awkward interactions, Takeru couldn't help but wonder, would he ever find respite from the relentless onslaught of Haruko's affections, or was he doomed to endure this never-ending cycle? As Azuki and Usui lounged in wait for the elusive culprit, their conversation turned to the logistics of catching a Makin thief. Azuki's pragmatic approach left Usui pondering the futility of searching without a clue, a sentiment echoed by the indifferent shrug of fate. Just as their discussion veered into existential musings on the nature of crime and punishment, a sudden explosion rocked the city streets, jolting them from their philosophical reverie. With a nonchalant declaration of, "And that's what'll happen," Azuki sprang into action, her resolve unshaken by the chaos unfolding around them. As they raced towards the scene of the explosion, Azuki couldn't help but marvel at Azuki's unwavering determination and her ability to adapt to any situation with ease. In the face of adversity, she remained a steadfast beacon of strength and resolve, a true testament to her character. With each step bringing them closer to the heart of the chaos, Azuki braced himself for whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that with Azuki by his side, they stood a fighting chance against whatever dangers awaited them in the city's depths. In the mysterious absence of Takeru and Haruko from the classroom, Inaho found herself grappling with worry. The speed at which they vanished left her bemused, prompting her to quip, "What lightning-fast skills." As the rumors swirled among classmates about the duo's unexplained departure, Inaho's concern heightened. Where could they have possibly gone? In the shadows of curiosity, she sought answers, her detective instincts activated. Meanwhile, Haruko had whisked Takuro away to a secluded room, weaving a web of intrigue around the idea of her memory restoration. Little did Takuro know, it was all a clever ploy to lure him into this clandestine rendezvous. The plot thickened, and the stage was set for a clandestine encounter between the unsuspecting Takuro and the enigmatic Haruko. In the corner of the city street, Maharu found herself basking in newfound strength, fueled by the stolen power from Haruko. She marveled at the potential of becoming a god with such abilities, only to have her reverie interrupted by Azuki. Azuki deflated Maharu's grandiose dreams, asserting that she was nothing more than a slave to Haruko's power. The disappointment was palpable for Azuki, who had hoped for a fair fight against Haruko. In an attempt to disconcert Azuki, Maharu initiated her first attack by tearing up her clothes, but to Azuki's credit, she remained unfazed, undeterred even by the potential embarrassment in front of Usui. Executing her mocking claw, air step, and dull claw attacks, Azuki swiftly incapacitated Mahiru, making it clear that the battle was decidedly one-sided. The timely intervention of President Furan and Yuka marked a turning point. While Furan expressed gratitude to Azuki, she indicated that they would handle the situation from there. To confront Mahiru, Yuka donned a form-fitting bathing suit, a choice that left Mahiru both baffled and uninterested. However, it was a necessary step to retrieve Haruko's mocking power and memories. With a whip in hand, Yuka prepared to engage Mahiru in a unique battle of wills and power. In the midst of Haruko's relentless seduction attempts, Takeru found himself in a precarious situation, trying to fend off her advances. However, Haruko's determination knew no bounds, as she implored Takeru to fill the void within her, urging him to become a part of her completeness. Despite Takeru's attempts to resist and reason with her, Haruko remained undeterred, insisting that he shouldn't deny a girl's desires. With her ample assets on full display, Haruko doubled down on her efforts, reminding Takeru of her unfulfilled desires, even when she had her memories intact. In the face of Haruko's unwavering persistence, Takeru couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation. "Oh, girl, you're really in over your head with this," he thought to himself, unsure of how to navigate the precarious predicament he found himself in. Caught in the unexpected circumstances, Maharuko found herself restrained by Yuka obediently complying with President Furan's instructions. In a pivotal moment, she surrendered everything taken from Haruko. The timing couldn't have been better, as Haruko was just inches away from unwittingly planting a surprise kiss on Takeru. Haruko, suddenly aware of her precarious position, looked down at herself and realized she was straddling Takeru-san's clothes. Panic set in, and her reaction was nothing short of theatrical, pulling out her sword in a misguided attempt at revenge. The ensuing chaos resembled a scene from a slapstick comedy, with the building once again playing the role of collateral damage and Takeru caught in the crossfire, unjustly suffering for events he had little control over. "Well, either way, it is good that Haruko's memories have returned," quipped an observer, bemused by the chaotic spectacle. The scene felt like a bizarre mix of soap opera drama and a slapstick comedy gone awry. As Takeru tried to make sense of the calamity around him, Haruko struggled to come to terms with her inadvertent actions. The entire situation unfolded like a script from a mischievous celestial comedy writer, weaving confusion and laughs simultaneously. Perhaps the real Makonki saga was the comedy hidden within the chaos all along. In their shared residence, Haruko delivered a theatrical apology to Kodama and Inaho, complete with a dramatic bow and a sprinkle of confetti, confessing she was truly lost in the maze of memory amnesia. Kodama, however, wasn't convinced, muttering, "More like lost in the maze of melodrama." Meanwhile, Haruko, in her quest for comedic redemption, faced off against Takeru in a mock sword battle. She exclaimed, "I have no recollection of my past shenanigans. For all I know, I was a ninja superhero in my amnesia phase." Takeru, bewildered, could only ponder whether her confessions of childhood love were genuine or part of an elaborate comedy routine. As the house buzzed with both laughter and confusion, Haruko retreated to the balcony, muttering to herself, note to self, next time, save the confessions for a less chaotic setting like a serene tea ceremony or a mime performance perhaps. The Mackenzie household, amidst its comedic chaos, continued to navigate the perplexities of memory loss, sword fights, and love confessions gone awry. In the quaint chaos of their shared living space, a delightful morning unfolded for Inoha, who found herself greeted by the presence of Manji in her bed. However, amidst the everyday hustle, punctuality was a challenge for the Mackenzie members. Kodama, ever the voice of reason or perhaps sarcasm, observed their daily antics and quipped, "Resisting instincts? That's what makes us human." Takeru, seemingly bearing the brunt of Kodama's retribution via her element, humorously retorted about the limitations of his endurance. As the tardy Inoho made her entrance, accompanied by the adorable Manji nestled in her bag, she shared the scoop that Manji was feeling a bit neglected lately. Kodama, astounded by Inoho's supposed understanding of Manji's words, couldn't fathom how a human could comprehend a monkey's language. Inoho clarified, revealing it was the emotions she sensed rather than a linguistic feat. As the members of Mackenzie were engrossed in their academic endeavors, Cha-Cha expressed her dismay at the neglect of Manji, deeming it a form of exquisite torture. President Furan, overhearing this, sagely advised tackling backlogs gradually to prevent overwhelming pileups. Yuka chimed in, requesting Cha-Cha's assistance with organizing crucial documents, emphasizing the mountain of tasks at hand. Just when the team thought their workload couldn't get any heavier, Dr. Aki appeared, presenting yet another batch of responsibilities. Kodama, seizing a leadership moment, declared, "If you've got time to whine, you've got time to shine," rallying the team to embrace the grind. Amidst the collective effort, Manji found himself sidelined, prompting Usui to quip about Manji's cushy life of leisure, musing over the old saying, "I'd even want help from a cat," though doubting a literal cat's utility in their situation. Suddenly, defying all expectations, Manji rose to the occasion, unleashing a powerful magic that morphed the girls into alluring hybrids of humans and cats, complete with ears and tails straight out of a fantasy. Whoa! The cat ears and cat tails of every perverted maniac's dreams. Usui and Takeru were instantly smitten, marveling at the transformation. Principal Minori, pondering the extraordinary events, couldn't resist injecting a touch of humor. Well, it seems Manji's secret talent is giving our lovely students a taste of the cat life. Who knew our mascot would be the one casting a persistent spell on everyone? Jen, with a chuckle, quipped, "I guess Manji's secretly been practicing his magic in the shadows. Watch out, wizards, we might have a furry sorcerer on our hands." As for Usui and Takeru avoiding the cat transformation, Gen teased, "Maybe Manji's magic has a soft spot for perverts. Lucky you two dodged a feline fate for now." The transformation turned the school into a sensation. Kodama, trying to maintain composure, couldn't resist the playful antics that came with her newfound feline charm. "I guess I'll have to accept my fate as the catastrophic cutie," she sighed, a hint of mischief in her eyes. As for the academy becoming a cat cafe, Principal Minori chimed in, "Well, who needs ordinary school days when you can have a perfectly unique experience? Our academy has upgraded to Cat Tenbai, where every student can find their inner feline." Meanwhile, Usui and Takeru, both fans of the new cat-themed ambiance, couldn't help but joke, "Finally, a school event that caters to our interests." As the full moon illuminated the night, Inoho's feline instincts started to heat up. She found herself irresistibly drawn to Takeru, rubbing against him like a cat seeking affection. Takeru, amused by the situation, thought, "Well, if she's technically a cat now, I suppose this is fine." Little did he know, Haruko was silently observing, bewildered by Takeru's grin. Meanwhile, the allure of the full moon worked its magic on Haruko, and a swarm of male cats gathered around her. Haruko, with her swaying tail, couldn't understand Takeru's apparent delight in the chaos. In the midst of it all, Inoha, seemingly oblivious, remarked to Takeru about the beauty of the full moon. "First time for everything, right?" she mused. The following day, the workload for the student council members doubled due to the unexpected feline transformation. The girls had officially become the academy's beloved cats, and their autonomous cat-like actions added another layer of chaos. Kodama found it especially troublesome, and Usui couldn't help but blame Manji for the whole ordeal. To complicate matters, Manji was nowhere to be found, leaving Takeru concerned. Moreover, Inoho seemed to have her own desires, appearing under the table and expressing a strong urge for her and Takeru to unite. Takeru found himself in a predicament as Inaho was clearly in heat, and Haruko added that it was undoubtedly a war given it was mating season for cats. The situation didn't faze Usui, who found newfound energy and expressed a desire for Kodama to join him. However, Kodama, even in her cat form, swiftly rejected Usui, showing no interest in weaker males. Surprisingly, she took an unexpected turn, removing her underwear and approaching Takeru, expressing her intent to give birth to a strong man like her brother, referring to none other than Takeru. The unexpected twist left everyone bewildered. In the midst of the cat chaos, Gen found himself in an unexpected predicament as both President Furan and her sidekick Yuka fought over him. Adding to the commotion was Dr. Akui, whose body was also trembling, making Gen realize that a popular man's life is truly challenging. The dream of being chased by girls had come true for the boys, including Takeru, but the reality of it was more stressful than enjoyable. Takeru, strangled by Kodama, Haruko, and Inaho, couldn't fully appreciate the situation, knowing that something was amiss. When cornered, he resorted to splashing the girls with water, and to everyone's surprise, it snapped them back to their senses. The girls were left stunned, realizing they had been consumed by their instinctive desires, making for a rather embarrassing moment. While Takeru mischievously took credit for bringing the girls back to their senses, a new problem arose, dealing with the aftermath of the girls' heated bodies. The three girls quickly realized that everyone else was in mating mode, and they knew they had to put a stop to it before things got even more chaotic. They decided that bringing Manji back was the key to solving the problem, since he was the one who released the element in the first place. As they prepared to head to their house to find Manji, Inaho mentioned that she hadn't seen him since yesterday. Manji had apparently wandered off, leaving them in a bit of a predicament. Could it be that he left because the situation grew so out of hand, pondered Inaho. Inaho insisted on taking the lead in finding Manji, and Haruko promptly ordered Takeru to follow her. Meanwhile, Haruko and Kodama took it upon themselves to figure out what to do about the others, who were still affected by the element. Amidst the chaos, Kodama couldn't help but crack a joke, saying, "Looks like Monji's given us the slip. I guess you could say he's the ultimate escape artist, perfectly disappearing when things get hairy." Haruko rolled her eyes at the pun, but it brought a moment of levity to the tense situation. As Takeru and Inaho strolled through the city, they couldn't help but notice the chaos around them, and everyone seemed to have succumbed to their feline instincts. Even Kodama, who prided herself on resisting such impulses, found herself following her own instincts. "Looks like we're all in the same boat." Litter box," Takeru quipped, trying to lighten the mood. Inaho suddenly remembered the mountain she had seen the other night and suggested they head there to look for Manji. Though unsure, she felt it was a possibility since it was Manji's favorite spot. "Well, if Manji's hiding out there, we better hope he's not leading some kind of kitty rebellion," Takeru joked, half serious. With a nod from Inaho, they set off to search for their elusive feline friend. As Takeru and Inaho ventured through the dense forest, desperately trying to catch Manji, Takeru couldn't help but comment on the absurdity of their situation. "Chasing a cat through the woods to solve our supernatural cat crisis feels like a plot straight out of a cheesy fantasy novel. Maybe Manji's secretly a literary genius." Intono, with her usual poker face, retorted, "If this were a novel, you'd be the dashing hero and I'd be the mysterious sidekick with a pet cat who causes trouble. Perhaps I should start calling you Sir Takeru, the cat chaser." Their banter continued as they navigated the forest's twists and turns. Takeru remarked, "At least our predicament is giving us a workout. Who needs a gym membership when you have a cat to chase?" Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes caught their attention. "There he is!" Takeru exclaimed, "Monji, the elusive fitness instructor we never knew we needed." As they closed in on Monji, Takeru made a move to grab him, only to receive a scratch on the face. "Looks like Monji's giving me a facial exfoliation as a parting gift." "How considerate," Takeru joked, rubbing his scratched cheek. "Who knew catching a cat could be so hazardous to my good looks?" As the peculiar cat-induced crisis came to an end, Takeru couldn't resist a playful remark. "Well, who would have thought our savior from feline chaos would be a cat himself?" Manji, the unexpected hero of the day. Inha, with her stoic demeanor, added, "I suppose even our feline escapades can have a heartwarming ending. Who needs a magical cure when you have the power of friendship and understanding between a girl and her cat?" Haruko, Kodama, and the rest of the group, now returned to their human forms, shared a collective sigh of relief. "Looks like we've gone through our very own cat-themed adventure," Kodama quipped. "Maybe we should start preparing for the next one. I've heard tales of a legendary kitty with the power to grant wishes." As the academy returned to its usual hustle and bustle, Takeru couldn't help but ponder the peculiar incident. "I guess we're back to the grind and our feline escapade becomes just another tale to tell. Though I'm still curious, Why were only the girls affected? Usui, still enchanted by the memories of Kodama's feline charm, chimed in. Well, maybe it's just a mysterious twist of fate. After all, the world can't handle too much cuteness in one go, right? In the midst of their banter, Manji's mischievous paw reached out, playfully tapping Ino's Jigglypuffs for one last comedic touch. As laughter filled the air, the group realized that sometimes, life's quirks and mysteries make the journey all the more memorable. It looks like Cha-Cha, Satu, and Kodama are collaborating on the most exclusive manga reading club, Haruko teased. They've taken book club to a whole new level, literally. As Takeru, Usui, and Inoho stumbled upon the unexpected trio, Takeru couldn't resist a quip. It must be the latest manga genre, awkward love triangles in a single bed. Quite the page turner, I'm sure. The trio's sudden appearance had Kodama unleashing her element in response, prompting Haruko to deadpan, well, someone doesn't appreciate literary criticism or unexpected guests in their reading nook. The chaos within the Makenki household escalated as the manga festival drew nearer. Haruko tried to manage the situation, but Kodama's mischievous ideas and Satu's creative demands added more layers to the complexity. Meanwhile, Takeru was caught in a rather awkward position, holding bizarre poses for Satu's art references. I never thought my path would lead to modeling for manga, he muttered. Inteno, attempting to lighten the mood, suggested, maybe we could use our elements to enhance the cosplays. Elemental-powered costumes, anyone? With a mischievous grin, Usui added, imagine a doujinshi where we battle supernatural beings in stunning manga-style action. As the team navigated through the manga festival preparations, unexpected hurdles arose. A series of comical incidents unfolded, including Kodama accidentally transforming her sketches into reality with her element. Guess I've got a knack for bringing art to life, she teased. Azuki, usually the voice of reason, found herself chuckling at the absurdity of their situation. If only our battles were as amusing as these manga endeavors. One day, during a heated discussion about masquerade skits, Kodama suggested, what if we mix genres? Samurai superheroes battling love-stricken aliens. Now that's an avant-garde masterpiece. Amid the chaos, the group discovered a peculiar talent in Inoho, who excelled at crafting intricate cosplay accessories. It's all about precision, she explained, effortlessly creating fantastical props. The festival day approached rapidly, and the team's efforts seemed to culminate into an unpredictable blend of manga, humor, and unexpected creativity. The manga festival poster displayed a quirky ensemble of Makenki members in various cosplay outfits, each reflecting their distinct personalities. Sato, fueled by her newfound creative energy, couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected turn of events. I thought manga was just a hobby. Little did I know it would turn our lives upside down. Cha-Cha, with her boundless enthusiasm, chirped, this festival is going to be legendary. The room was a whirlwind of creativity and chaos, with Kodama leading the charge into uncharted territory. This will revolutionize our presentation at the festival, she declared, a statement met with skeptical looks from Haruko and Inoho. Yet, they couldn't help but dive into the spirit of things. With his camera at the ready, Usui was living every photographer's dream, capturing the essence of creativity and, admittedly, a bit more. This is gold. No, this is platinum for my personal archive, he exclaimed, earning a mix of eye rolls and laughs. The tension peaked when Haruko's wardrobe malfunctioned, a moment that could have ended in disaster but instead closed the photo shoot on a high note with a collective sigh of relief. The room was filled with exhaustion and anticipation as they awaited Sato's interpretation of the chaotic ballet they had performed. When Sato revealed her artwork, the reaction was a cocktail of admiration and shock. It's creative. Inoho offered diplomatically, observing the dramatic scene that bore little resemblance to the original plan. Cha-Cha, ever the optimist, was genuinely impressed. You've captured the essence of dynamic movement. It's like they're jumping out of the page. She gushed, her enthusiasm infectious, yet doing little to change the bemused expressions on the others' faces. Meanwhile, the boys, Takeru and Usui, found themselves on the receiving end of Kodama's wrath. Their earlier antics, hopeful for some risque fun, had not gone unnoticed. You two are incorrigible, Kodama scolded, her disappointment as sharp as Makin's. Yet her rebukes couldn't dampen the group's spirits for long. The incident became another memorable tale in their preparation for the 10B Manga Festival. Each setback, moment of laughter, and unexpected event brought them closer together, blending their unique talents and quirks into a tapestry as colorful and intricate as the manga they adored. As they moved forward with the festival looming on the horizon, the group couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in their achievements, no matter how unconventional. The photo shoot, the artwork, and even the moments of tension had all contributed to their collective journey, a journey that was far from over but promised to be as unforgettable as the manga pages that had brought them all together. As Cha-Cha and Satu poured their hearts into the final touches, Inaho and Takuru, the mischievous duo, observed the scene stealthily. With a playful glint in his eye, Takeru whispered to Inaho, "Looks like a late-night anime episode is unfolding before us." Inaho couldn't help but smirk, appreciating the camaraderie between Cha-Cha and Satu. It was evident that their bond extended beyond the realm of manga and cosplay. As the night wore on, Cha-Cha's encouragement echoed through the room, creating a positive atmosphere amid exhaustion. Cha-Cha, meticulously working on Satu's costume, was in her element. The rhythmic hum of the sewing machine resonated in the room, a lullaby that marked the passage of time. Satu, amidst creating souvenirs, was feeling the weight of the upcoming event lift slightly thanks to Cha-Cha's infectious enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Inaho and Takuru stealthily observe like manga characters in the shadows, and they can't help but marvel at the dedication before them. Who would have thought preparing for a manga festival would be this intense? Takuru mused. Inaho, always one to find the practical side, added, "Well, if they put half as much effort into the festival as they have into these costumes, it's bound to be a success." As the night unfolded, Inaho and Takuru, concealed in the shadows, watched the quiet moments of friendship unfold. The genuine care Cha-Cha showed Sato was a testament to the bonds forged within the Makanki team. They were more than just a group preparing for a festival, they were a family, each member contributing a unique brushstroke to the canvas of their shared experiences. With the night growing deeper, Inaho and Takuru decided to retreat quietly, leaving Cha-Cha and Sato to their preparations. As they tiptoed away, Inaho couldn't resist a sly remark. "Manga events truly are full of unexpected twists." Takeru chuckled in agreement, and together they ventured back into the night, anticipating the adventures the upcoming festival would bring. The camaraderie, the laughter, and the shared love for manga had transformed a preparation into a journey, and the night held the promise of a thrilling chapter yet to unfold. As Haruko led the group through the bustling festival, the lively atmosphere of the 10B Manga Festival embraced them. The vibrant colors of cosplayers, the myriad of booths displaying manga treasures, and the enchanting energy of the event painted a vivid scene. Usui and Takuru, with an air of determination, had their sights set on elusive, coveted manga titles. The prospect of obtaining these rare gems fueled their quest through the exhibition hall. However, fate had other plans for them, as Haruko, accompanied by the girls, intervened in their solitary pursuit. "What's the rush, boys? There's more to this festival than just hunting for books," Haruko declared, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Inaho, Cha-Cha, Kodama, and Azuki exchanged glances, silently agreeing with Haruko's sentiment. Their mission now was to immerse themselves in the festival's diverse offerings. The group was drawn to a delightful sight, a little girl dressed as Prisma Ilia. The adorable cosplayer captured their attention, momentarily diverting their focus from the elusive books. Inaho couldn't help but remark, "Who knew a small Ilia could be this cute?" As the group meandered through the festival, they encountered various booths, each offering a unique blend of manga, merchandise, and creativity. Fueled by the shared passion for manga, the lively ambiance created an infectious joy that permeated the air. Haruko, sensing the festival's camaraderie, turned to Usui and Takuru and said, "There's plenty of time for rare books, but let's savor the full experience of the festival together. Who knows what surprises await us?" Usui and Takuru, unable to resist the infectious energy, reluctantly agreed. The group delved into the festival, exploring the wonders of manga culture. Laughter, cheers, and the rustling of manga pages echoed around them, creating a harmonious symphony of shared enthusiasm. The 10B Manga Festival unfolded before them as a kaleidoscope of creativity, friendship, and the unbridled joy of being part of a community that cherished the art of manga. The quest for rare books became a journey intertwined with the vibrancy of the festival itself. Satu couldn't contain her excitement as the festival reached its pinnacle with the highly anticipated 10B Manga Festival Masquerade Contest. The success of their event had been overwhelming, and the heaps of books she sold left her ecstatic. Her eyes sparkled with delight, especially when one of her favorite circles drew a perfect pairing in her sketchbook. Satu's world was expanding, and it was all thanks to the festival. Who knew selling manga could be this thrilling? "I feel like I'm on top of the world," Satu exclaimed, twirling in her costume. Cha-Cha, equally enthralled by the positive reception, joined in the jubilation. "This is the best feeling ever. I can't believe people loved our work so much." The duo, caught up in the joy of their success, couldn't help but exchange playful banter. With a mischievous grin, Satu teased, "Cha-Cha, do you think our masquerade performance will be as legendary as our manga booth?" Embracing the festival spirit, Cha-Cha responded, "Oh, absolutely. We're gonna rock that stage and leave everyone in awe." Meanwhile, the rest of the group rallied around Satu and Cha-Cha, each sharing anecdotes of their interactions with festival attendees. Inaho, with her ever-curious nature, inquired, "Anyone else get a sketch of their favorite characters from a circle?" Usui raised his hand slyly. Yep, someone sketched Kodama in an epic battle pose. It's a masterpiece. Kodama, slightly embarrassed, retorted, "Well, I am pretty epic, so who can blame them?" Adding to the jest, Haruko remarked, "Let's hope our masquerade performance is as epic as Kodama's battles then." As the group donned their masquerade costumes, the air buzzed with anticipation. Looking at her friend, Satu couldn't help but express her gratitude. "You know, this whole experience has been like a manga adventure, and it's not over yet. Let's create even more wonderful memories together." As the lights dimmed and the first act took to the stage, excitement and tension filled the air. Sensing Sato's growing anxiety, Cha-Cha offered her warmth and reassurance, reminding her of the joy and unity their shared passion had brought them. "Just think of it as another adventure in our manga, Sato. We'll tackle this chapter together," Cha-Cha encouraged, squeezing her friend's hand with a confident smile. Their spirits lifted by the bond of friendship, Sato and Cha-Cha were ready to debut, but fate had written a twist in their story. Midway through the first performance, chaos erupted as unforeseen villains crashed the festival, their malicious intent clear as they began wreaking havoc on the venue. The joyous atmosphere turned tense, the air charged with urgency as Satu, Cha-Cha, and their friends sprang into action. Despite the ferocity of their opponents, the group's unwavering resolve and the strength they drew from one another allowed them to stand their ground. Together, they embodied the essence of the heroes from the pages of their beloved manga, fighting with valor to protect the festival and its attendees. However, even as the last of the threats was neutralized, Satu's victory was bittersweet. She surveyed the damage with a heavy heart, mourning the disruption of the festival they had all eagerly anticipated. The decorations lay in disarray, the stage scarred from the battle, a poignant reminder of the day's tumultuous events. "It's not fair," Satu lamented, her voice tinged with frustration and sorrow. "Everyone worked so hard. Did a pleadable bloody. How could they just come in and destroy everything?" Cha-Cha, placing a comforting arm around her friend, shared her grief but also looked to the future with hope. "We may have faced a setback today, but look around, Sato. Everyone's safe, and it's all thanks to us. We can rebuild and make it even better." Our manga stories teach us that heroes always find a way, right? Though weary from the ordeal, the group rallied around Satu, echoing Cha-Cha's sentiments. They knew the road to restoration would be arduous, but the day's events had only strengthened their bond. In the face of adversity, they saved the festival and solidified their friendships, a testament to their courage and the unbreakable spirit of unity. In the heart of the chaotic manga club, the girls found themselves reluctantly roped into yet another photoshoot extravaganza. With aspirations to shine in the upcoming event, they begrudgingly donned an array of costumes, each more intricate and strangely revealing than the last. As the camera clicked away, capturing the essence of their unique characters and the essence of their discomfort, Haruko couldn't help but lament, "Why does every attempt to showcase our club's talents involve getting tangled in elaborate outfits?" Kodama, the mastermind behind the spectacle, stood with an air of authority, surveying her subjects as if orchestrating a grand symphony. "It's all about pushing the boundaries of creativity," she declared, though it seemed like the boundaries of comfort were taking the brunt of the push. Unbeknownst to the girls, Inaho, Usui, and Takeru trio stumbled upon the unfolding spectacle, deja vu striking them like an unexpected encore. The sight of the girls in various states of costume-induced disarray prompted an almost synchronized jaw drop from the three unsuspecting spectators. Usui, ever the enthusiastic observer, exclaimed, "Who needs blockbuster movies when you have the Makenki photoshoot saga? This is better than any superhero showdown." Takeru attempted a nonchalant whistle, trying to save face but failing spectacularly. "Just another day in the thrilling world of manga clubs," he quipped, though the gleam in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Inho, always the voice of reason, couldn't resist a smirk. "I suppose avant-garde fashion comes in many forms," she mused, her deadpan delivery echoing through the room. But before the trio could settle into the role of enthusiastic spectators, Kodama unleashed her signature wind attack like a force of nature. The gust sent Inaho, Usui, and Takeru hurtling backward, leaving them sprawled in a heap, much like the aftermath of the previous encounter. The door slammed shut behind them, the muffled sounds of laughter and chatter seeping through. Left in the wake of the whirlwind photoshoot, the girls, now seasoned veterans of these unexpected showcases, exchanged knowing glances. "We might need to invest in a do not disturb sign for these sessions," Cha-Cha suggested, eliciting a round of chuckles from the group. And so, with a mix of amusement and camaraderie, the photo shoot continued. Each click of the camera marked the capturing of characters on film and the forging of bonds that transcended the quirky escapades of the manga club. In their world, where chaos and creativity danced hand in hand, every snapshot was a testament to the uniqueness that made their club a tale worth telling. Ah, the innocence of childhood dreams. With her ambitious aspirations and a touch of cheekiness, young Aki embarked on a journey to ensure her future as a wonderful wife. Little did she know that her whimsical desire for larger Jigglypuffs would become a humorous anecdote woven into the fabric of her past. As Aki joyfully shared her dreams, her mom, struck by the peculiar blend of naivety and determination, couldn't help but tease her daughter's ambitious plans. The mention of wonderful husbands and the potential magical growth of her Jigglypuffs painted a vivid picture of a child's fanciful imagination. In the background, Aki's mom, amused by her daughter's innocence, playfully chided her for being greedy. It's a delightful peek into the quirks and whimsy that make up the tapestry of Aki's character, revealing the roots of her playful spirit. And so, tucked away in the annals of Aki's memories, this charming episode serves as a reminder of the simplicity and purity that define childhood dreams, a time when the prospect of a wonderful future hinged on the promise of growing Jigglypuffs. Aki's morning tranquility was shattered by an unexpected phone call from her mom, who, true to form, unveiled another entry in her matchmaking saga. Aki tried to convey that she could find love independently with a practiced refrain. Despite her fibs about a thriving dating life, Aki was in a comedic dilemma when her mom insisted on a photo of her alleged date. As she hesitated, Aki's mind raced with creative solutions. As Aki navigated this absurd twist in her mom's matchmaking escapades, she couldn't help but wonder how her love life had become the recurring theme of a family sitcom. With a sigh, she pondered the challenges ahead. How does one conjure up a lover for a photograph when reality offers no candidates? Takeru, oblivious to the storm brewing in Aki's life, stumbled into the clinic nursing a minor wound, only to find himself unwittingly cast in the role of Aki's fictional beau. Before he could whimper over his injury, Aki was snapping a selfie with him, her phone a flurry of activity as she dispatched a photo to her mom. "What's happening?" Takeru might have wondered if he weren't so distracted by the camera's sudden flash. His confusion deepened as Aki patched him up with the speed of a seasoned field medic while muttering something about Operation Fake Boyfriend success. As Takeru left the clinic, a bandage as his only trophy, he remained blissfully unaware of his new starring role in Aki's romantic ruse. Meanwhile, Aki sighed in relief, hoping this photograph would quell her mother's matrimonial ambitions. Little did Takeru know, this impromptu photo session was about to make him a legend in Aki's family lore, the mysterious beau who appeared out of nowhere, brave enough to face the daunting challenge of her mother's approval without even knowing it. Takeru awoke in a daze, his head throbbing as he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. Blinking away the haze of confusion, he found himself in a strange room, the air thick with tension and the unmistakable scent of disinfectant. Before he could even begin to piece together what had happened, a jolt of panic shot through him as he realized he was restrained, his wrists cuffed to the bed. Frantically, he attempted to sit up, only to collide with something soft and yielding. To his horror, he found himself nose to nose with Aki, her eyes wide with shock, mirroring his bewildered expression. In his panic, Takeru had inadvertently landed right in the midst of her, well, let's just say her personal space. With a chorus of startled yelps, they recoiled from each other, cheeks flushing crimson as they struggled to regain their composure. Takeru stammered an apology, his face burning with embarrassment, while Aki hastily assured him it was just a misunderstanding. But as they exchanged sheepish glances, bound together in this unexpected predicament, they couldn't help but wonder, how on earth did they end up cuffed together in the first place? And more importantly, how would they get out of this mess? Aki was flabbergasted as she read the extravagant letter from her mother, who seemed to have jumped to the conclusion that Takeru was now her daughter's boyfriend. The box with the heart in the middle and the congratulatory message left Aki in disbelief and bewilderment. Her mother's seemingly enthusiastic acceptance of the supposed relationship came with an unexpected gift, a special vacation on a private island for the two of them. Aki couldn't fathom the rationale behind this sudden generosity, and the mention of creating unforgettable memories only added to the situation's absurdity. As the reality sank in, Aki couldn't help but mutter, "Goodness, what in the world does her mom think?" Takeru, equally perplexed, could only shrug in response. Takeru listened to Aki's explanation with a mix of amusement and resignation. The absurdity of their situation was not lost on him, but he couldn't help but chuckle at the lengths Aki went to appease her persistent mother. As Aki apologized for dragging him into this mess, Takeru waved it off with a smile, finding the whole ordeal oddly amusing. However, their laughter was short-lived as they realized the gravity of their predicament. The handcuffs were seemingly impossible to remove thanks to Aki's mother's potent element. Aki's attempt to reassure Takeru did little to alleviate their growing concern. Stuck together until the boat arrived, they had no choice but to make the best of their bizarre circumstances. Takeru sighed, resigned to their fate, but with Aki by his side, he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of optimism amidst the chaos. Back on Okino Island, Aki and Takeru were grappling with their predicament, unaware of the rumors circulating at the academy. The girls, puzzled by Takeru's absence and Aki skipping work, speculated about the unlikely possibility of the two being on a date. Kodama, always ready with a cheeky comment, suggested that Takeru could be up to anything. Haruko tried to reassure the group, believing Takeru might be exploring the island. Cha-Cha chimed in, mentioning Aki's absence and fueling the gossip mill further. With a mischievous grin, Satu proposed the idea of a romantic encounter between Aki and Takeru, a notion the girls found hard to fathom. Little did they know, the truth was far stranger than their speculations. As they fumbled through the challenges of being cuffed together, Aki and Takeru found themselves in a series of shackled escapades, turning mundane activities into comedy gold. "I guess this is the real meaning of being tied down in a relationship," Takeru quipped, earning a chuckle from Aki. During their synchronized bathroom breaks, Aki jokingly remarked, "Guess we've reached the pinnacle of togetherness, sharing even the most intimate moments." With a wry smile, Takeru replied, "Who knew handcuffs could bring people this close?" As Aki observed Takeru's unexpected gentlemanly gestures, she couldn't help but tease him, saying, "Is this the new improved Takeru version, or is it just the handcuffs working their magic?" Takeru feigned innocence and said, "Well, they do say love can be quite restricting." Amid their awkward dance, Takeru's mind was a whirlwind of fantasies, prompting him to joke, "I never thought a pair of cuffs could inspire such creativity. Maybe they should sell these as relationship enhancers." Aki, blushing, retorted, "I think I'll stick to regular dates, thank you very much." As Takeru took a bite of Aki's cooking, I couldn't help but think, if taste could talk, it would have asked for directions back to Flavor Town. Yet, to my surprise, Takeru deadpanned, "If this dish were a movie, it'd be a blockbuster." When Takeru praised her culinary skills, my eyebrows might have raised a fraction as I pondered, is she a chef or a wizard casting spells in the kitchen? In his nonchalant way, Takeru added, "If Hogwarts had a cooking class, you'd be head chef." As Takeru volunteered for dish duty, Aki quipped, offering to tackle the mountain of dishes. Is this an act of heroism or just an attempt to avoid the dishes of destiny? Takeru, grinning, responded, "Who knew dishwashing could be a stepping stone to a fairy tale ending?" Their banter continued. Despite the unusual predicament of being cuffed together, Aki and Takeru discovered an unexpected bond sprinkled with humor and a dash of wit. While Haruko contemplated the mystery of Takeru's absence, one could imagine her considering various scenarios, from him embarking on a clandestine adventure to accidentally discovering a wormhole in the school's basement. Yet, the truth might simply be that he's entangled in yet another unexpected escapade. As the shower situation unfolded for Aki and Takeru, it felt like a scene from a sitcom. Aki, ever the responsible adult, refused to let hygiene standards slide, even in the most awkward of circumstances. For his part, Takeru seemed more concerned with the logistics of a shared shower than the shower itself. Aki's proactive approach to finding a solution that spared their blushes was commendable. It's almost as if she's had practice solving bizarre dilemmas, a useful skill in their current predicament. Takeru, meanwhile, likely appreciated the effort, even if part of him was amused by the absurdity of their situation. One could almost hear him thinking, "This is going to be a story to tell, assuming we ever get out of these handcuffs." In the confined space of the bathroom, the air became charged with an unexpected tension. Unaware of the storm brewing within Takeru, Aki continued to navigate their shared predicament with an air of composure. As Takeru's gaze lingered on Aki, he was caught in a whirlwind of emotions. The proximity, the awkwardness, and the handcuffs amplified the situation's intensity. His face turned a shade of red that could rival a ripe tomato, and he was acutely aware of the palpable heat radiating from his embarrassment. Unable to bear the overwhelming emotions, Takeru, in a moment of comedic desperation, decided that the best escape from his internal turmoil was a literal one. With a sudden, albeit clumsy move, he propelled himself into the water, hoping the cool embrace of the liquid would offer some respite. Aki, startled by Takeru's unexpected dive, exclaimed, "What on earth, Takeru? Are you okay?" She reached out to help him, her concern mingled with amusement at the absurdity, but Takeru had passed out. As Takeru stirred awake the next morning, he half expected the peculiar escapade of the previous night to be a dream. However, the reality hit him when he saw Aki still in her swimsuit from the night before. Aki, noticing his bewildered expression, explained that he had fainted from an extended soak in the bath, leaving her to exert all her strength to bring him to the room and help him change. His mind was still in a haze, and Takeru was more curious about how Aki managed a wardrobe change, particularly down there. Aki, blushing slightly, reassured him that she did her best to avert her eyes, emphasizing the situation's awkwardness. Despite the lingering embarrassment, Aki apologized to Takeru for involving him in their family matters and the peculiar handcuff incident. Takeru, showing his trademark laid-back attitude, brushed it off, telling her not to worry. As they exchanged a few laughs over the oddity of their shared experiences, they couldn't help but acknowledge the unexpected bond that had formed between them. With the promise of returning home looming, Aki and Takeru faced the day with a renewed camaraderie, ready to navigate whatever challenges awaited them as they continued their peculiar journey together. As Aki and Takeru ventured outside, Aki couldn't resist teasing Takeru about the prospect of spending their time indoors. "Come on, Takeru," she quipped. "We're on a deserted island. It's like a real-life episode of Survivor minus the cameras and Jeff Probst." As they strolled along the shoreline, their conversation flowed effortlessly, punctuated by the occasional splash of waves and the squawk of distant seagulls. Aki couldn't shake the feeling that something was brewing between them, something electric in the air beyond mere friendship. Suddenly, the sky darkened and rain began to fall in torrents. Seeking shelter under a nearby tree, Aki was soaked to the bone, her clothes clinging to her body in a way that left little to the imagination. Ever the gentleman, Takeru averted his gaze, apologizing for the accidental peek. Aki, however, waved off his concerns with a laugh. "Oh please," she quipped. "After all we've been through, a little wardrobe malfunction is the least of our worries. We practically took a communal shower together, didn't we?" But just as they began to relax in their makeshift shelter, a lightning bolt illuminated the sky, sending Aki into a panic. Takeru, ever the voice of reason, attempted to calm her nerves with a logical explanation. "Don't worry, Aki," he reassured her. "The lightning is miles away. In fact, there's probably a big time lag between the light and the sound reaching us. We're perfectly safe." Yet, despite his rational reassurances, Aki couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled in the pit of her stomach. Wrapping her arms around herself, she turned to Takeru, her eyes wide with fear. "Can you just stay like this for a while?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know why, but I feel safer with you." Takeru smiled gently, pulling her closer. "Of course, Aki," he said softly. "You're allowed to be scared. Besides, you're a girl, and everyone knows girls are allowed to be scared of lightning. It's practically in the rulebook." As they stood there locked in each other's embrace, the distant rumble of thunder fading into the background, Aki couldn't help but feel grateful for the unexpected bond that had formed between them. Perhaps this island adventure wasn't so bad after all. As Aki reminisced about Takeru's kind words, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. Turning to him, she asked earnestly if he truly believed she could become a great wife. Takeru's response was both reassuring and heartwarming. "Absolutely, Aki," he replied with a smile. "You're beautiful, stylish, and an amazing cook. You're practically the embodiment of perfection, and I sense the cosmos in you." Takeru explained that Aki's lack of dating history wasn't a flaw but a testament to her status as a high-quality flower. He insisted that many guys, including himself, admired her from afar and found it challenging to approach her because of her radiance. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Aki let her guard down, allowing Takeru to lean in for a kiss. However, their budding romantic moment was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Kagezuchi, Haruko, and Kodama. The trio stumbled upon the scene, leaving Aki and Takeru frozen in embarrassment and surprise. It seemed the Cosmos had other plans for their romantic interlude, much to their dismay. As Haruko, Kodama, and Kagezuchi stumbled upon Aki and Takeru's unexpected rendezvous, the air was thick with confusion and suspicion. The trio, investigating the Tenbi Academy bungalow on Okinawa Island, discovered more than they bargained for. Takeru, caught in the spotlight, desperately tried to explain the ludicrous circumstances that led to him being stranded on the island with Aki. He unraveled the absurd plot involving Aki's mom and the so-called element handcuffs, emphasizing how they were shackled together, unable to escape each other's company. Aki, being Aki, spared no detail, providing a play-by-play of their peculiar cohabitation, eating, bathing, and even sharing a bed. Takeru's face turned red as Aki spilled the beans, turning the situation into a comedy of errors. To justify their predicament, Takeru continued his tale of element handcuffs, which conveniently vanished at a crucial moment. Ever the skeptic, Haruko raised an eyebrow at the seemingly fantastical explanation. She joked about Takeru's story being straight out of a manga, questioning the credibility of the disappearing handcuffs and the entire situation. As Takeru fumbled through his defense, the tension in the air was cut with laughter. Seeing Takeru struggle to convince them of his bizarre plight, Haruko, Kodama, and Kagezuchi found the whole ordeal amusing. The island escapade turned into a comedic spectacle, with jokes flowing as freely as the misadventures that had brought everyone to these unexpected errors and as everyone settled back into the school routine, whispers of envy surrounded Aki. Her dual talents as the school doctor and art teacher earned her admiration from all corners. The girls couldn't help but marvel at how blessed Aki seemed, effortlessly excelling in both fields. Meanwhile, Takeru found himself at the center of playful teasing from his peers. Despite his protests of innocence and insistence that he had done nothing wrong, his words fell on deaf ears. The girls, amused by Takeru's discomfort, continued to jest about his mysterious excursion to the southern island with the esteemed Aki. Feeling the weight of the teasing, Takeru vowed to exercise all his willpower to resist temptation, but his protests were met with laughter and skepticism from the girls, who dismissed his excuses as feeble attempts to mask the truth. Despite his best efforts to explain himself, Takeru was caught in the crossfire of playful banter, his dignity taking a humorous tumble. Observing the teasing scene from outside her clinic, Akane couldn't help but feel like she was watching a live sitcom. She chuckled inwardly, thinking, looks like Takeru stumbled into a rom-com plot without realizing it. Despite the playful banter, Akane couldn't help but feel sympathy for Takeru. Poor guy, she thought. He's stuck in the middle of a high school drama and not the fun kind we see on TV. But amidst the amusement and empathy, Akane felt a surge of gratitude towards Takeru. Well, this certainly wasn't how I expected my first date to go, she mused. But hey, at least I got to experience the awkwardness firsthand. As she glanced at the picture capturing their unexpected adventure, Aki couldn't help but smirk. Guess I'll have to add handcuffed together on a deserted island to my list of unconventional dating experiences. The time had come to decide the fate of the student council, and the spotlight was on the new recruits, the fabulous four first years of Makenko Usui Kengo, Oyama Takeru, Kushiro Inaho, and the mysterious Minaya Uruchi. Now, Usui and Takeru were gallant guys, but their masculine vibes automatically disqualified them. With a bemused expression, President Furan commented, I mean, could you imagine Takeru in a sailor uniform? That's a visual tragedy waiting to happen. In the case of Inaho, Furan skeptically assessed, sure, she's got a heart as big as a watermelon, but we're not running a floral shop here. The student council may not yet be ready for her blooming presence, Furan declared with a dramatic flair and a swirl of her metaphorical cape, and that, dear council members, brings us to Uruchi. The one left standing, or maybe dancing, amidst the chaos. Will she have what it takes to steer the ship through the stormy seas of student council madness? Let's hope she's got more than just a compass. We're not merely looking for direction, we're navigating a comedy show with occasional paperwork. The next day, the cosmic gears of fate shifted as Uruchi found herself thrust into the spotlight of student council consideration. President Furan, with her wisdom cultivated in student governance, and Yuka, the arbiter of academic excellence, summoned Uruchi for a council rendezvous. They assessed Uruchi's qualifications with an air of gravitas, her elemental prowess, diligent study habits, and aura of unwavering seriousness. It seemed the stars had aligned, and Uruchi was poised on the precipice of student council stardom. In a twist of cosmic wit, President Furan and Yuka invited Uruchi to join a special study camp, a clandestine initiation into the inner sanctum of academic governance. The question lingered, would Uruchi embrace this cosmic opportunity, or would she make a daring escape from the clutches of student council responsibilities? In response, Uruchi, ever the enigma, stood firm and declared her unwavering commitment, promising to give her best. After the Cosmic Council conclave, Uruchi was left reeling from the revelation that she might just be catapulted into the realms of student council stardom. She couldn't help but envision a future where she and Haruko would be inseparable companions, traversing the tumultuous terrain of student governance together. In her daydreams, Uruchi fancied herself the indispensable right hand to the next president, a role she assumed would undoubtedly be filled by the illustrious Haruko. Together, they would navigate the labyrinthine corridors of power, armed with their wit, wisdom, and a healthy dose of cosmic humor. But as Uruchi's mind wandered through the halls of imagination, she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that her destiny would take an unexpected twist. Little did she know that fate's whims had a penchant for cosmic chaos, and the journey ahead promised to be anything but ordinary. As Uruchi embarked on her journey to the training camp, she marveled at the serene beauty of the mountains, imagining a place where tranquility and harmony awaited her. Little did she know that the cosmic forces had a peculiar sense of humor, and her expectations were about to take a detour into the unexpected. Upon reaching the supposed sanctuary of serenity, Uruchi was greeted not by the tea party with Haruko she had envisioned, but by a colossal staircase that seemed to reach the cosmic realms itself. It was as if the universe had conspired to provide her with a stairway to enlightenment, or maybe just a stairway workout. The grand entrance was met by Yuka, perched majestically at the top like a mountain sage, welcoming Uruchi to a place that seemed to defy the laws of gravity and logic. The idyllic training grounds had a history steeped in the ancient arts of ninja training, leaving Uruchi to question whether she had accidentally stumbled into a cosmic ninja boot camp. As Yuka extended her cosmic hospitality, Uruchi couldn't help but wonder if her prayers for a peaceful retreat had been slightly misconstrued. Nevertheless, she braced herself for the cosmic roller coaster that awaited her, hoping that amidst the cosmic chaos, she would find nuggets of wisdom to bring back to the realms of student council affairs. In a twist of fate, Arachi's initiation into the student council involved a daring test, a leap of courage. The challenge? Jumping from the top of the mountain, a cosmic cliffhanger that could determine her destiny with Haruko and the coveted student council moments. As Arachi stood at the precipice contemplating her cosmic fate, she couldn't help but ponder the irony of seeking counsel while standing on the edge of a mountain. The universe seemed to be testing her bravery and her ability to make gravity-defying decisions. Amid contemplation, Uruchi muttered to herself, "Well, if I'm going to have tea time with Haruko, I might as well make it a steep experience." With that, she embraced the cosmic challenge and took the plunge, or the descent. Mid-air, Uruchi couldn't help but wonder if this was the student council initiation or an audition for a cosmic action movie. As she descended with the grace of a falling leaf, she whispered, "Haruko better appreciate the lengths I'm going for our quality tea time." In the mystifying labyrinth of cosmic training, Uruchi faced an otherworldly rodeo machine as if the student council had stumbled upon a hidden dimension where ranches met star clusters. Who would have thought the cosmic pathway to student council greatness involved conquering a space-age mechanical bull? Buckle up, Uruchi. The cosmic corral awaits. Uruchi mounted the multi-dimensional rodeo machine with the bravado of a wrangler, ready to embrace the challenge that echoed through the cosmic canyons. Hold tight, Uruchi. It's not just a rodeo, it's a showdown, and you're the star of this celestial stampede. As the contraption whirred to life, I couldn't help but imagine Uruchi navigating the twists and turns of this intergalactic rodeo, each buck and jolt accompanied by laughter. Riding a mechanical bull is one thing, but navigating a cosmic rodeo? Talk about an out-of-this-world initiation. The currents intensified, throwing Uruchi into a whirlwind of mechanical maneuvers. If this is the precursor to the student council, they should consider adding multi-dimensional rodeo wrangling to the official duties. It's a skill set after all. Amidst the chaos, Uruchi clung to the multi-dimensional rodeo machine, her odyssey unfolding before her. Hang in there, Uruchi. This isn't just a test of rodeo prowess, it's a journey through the galaxies of student council challenges. Who knew wrangling the bull would be such a universal feat? As Yuka shared her unconventional wisdom with Uruchi, encouraging her to suppress personal desires and cool her fiery resolve, I couldn't help but imagine a journey of self-discovery. Let go of the self, Uruchi. It's time for a quest to find inner peace and silence the noise within. Uruchi, determined to achieve mental clarity, immersed herself in Yuka's teachings, envisioning Haruko as her guiding star. Clear your mind, Uruchi, and let the winds of serenity carry you towards self-discovery. Haruko awaits at the summit of peace. With each strike from Yuka, Uruchi delved into her consciousness, focusing solely on the echo of Haruko's encouragement. In the realm of self-discipline, Uruchi hones her mental prowess with Haruko's whispers resonating in the void. It's a symphony of self-control. As the slaps continued, Uruchi persevered, finding strength in the ethereal cocoon of her own thoughts. Embarking on a journey through the mind, guided by the gravitational pull of Haruko's support, Uruchi dances on the tightrope between self and serenity. In this odyssey of mental mastery, Uruchi found solace in the rhythm of Haruko's applause, transcending earthly distractions. Suppressing the self, clearing the mind, Uruchi navigates the labyrinth of self-discovery, fueled by the cheers of Haruko. It's a ballet of mental ascension. As Yuka's teachings unfolded, Uruchi's mind became a canvas of serenity, painted with the hues of Haruko's encouragement. In the theater of mental prowess, Uruchi takes center stage, with Haruko's cheers as the soundtrack to her journey into self-discovery. Bravo, Uruchi, bravo! In the quiet embrace of the night, it appeared that Uruchi's journey through the study camp had taken an intriguing turn. Tomika observed from the sidelines, recognizing that Uruchi's reliance on her emotions for Haruko was steering her through the challenges in an unusually compelling way. Ah, the wonders of emotions, a force that can turn trials into triumphs, I mused. Tomika, ever the insightful observer, speculated on the potential power dynamic between Haruko and Uruchi, envisioning a formidable duo that could rival the likes of Yuka and Furan. Could we be witnessing the birth of a legendary partnership? She pondered aloud. Yuka, wise and open-minded, acknowledged the possibility. Yet, amidst the optimistic musings, Yuka injected a note of caution, emphasizing that for Uruchi to be a true partner, her feelings must be reciprocated. Tomika, the eternal optimist, held on to hope, believing that Uruchi's next task might unveil the complexities of her emotions. As the night unfolded its mysteries, the stage was set for Uruchi to delve deeper into her feelings, navigating the intricate web of emotions that bound her to Haruko. In the quiet whispers of the night, Uruchi's journey continues, guided by the compass of her heart. Will her feelings find resonance in the symphony of partnership? Only time will tell. The dawn of a new day brought fresh challenges for our intrepid Uruchi. In her usual enigmatic manner, President Furan congratulated Uruchi on successfully navigating the arduous training. "Bravo, Uruchi, you've weathered the storms, but the journey is not over," I whispered to the unfolding tale. Furan revealed the final task with an air of mystery, a clandestine mission to observe none other than the Vice President herself, Haruko. The twist in the plot left Uruchi with a mix of emotions, curiosity, determination, and perhaps a hint of trepidation. Secretly observe, submit a report, a task that unravels in shadows. As Uruchi steeled herself for this intriguing mission, the curtain rises on this covert saga where each hidden glance may hold the key to the final chapter. The clandestine escapades of our dear Uruchi. With determination blazing in her eyes, she embarked on her covert mission to observe the enigmatic Vice President, Haruko. As she discreetly trailed Haruko's every move, a symphony of curiosity and intrigue played in the backdrop of her mind. In the bustling cafeteria, Uruchi's keen eyes caught sight of an unexpected sight: Haruko masterfully crafting a hand puppet resembling Takuru. "A puppet show of trash," I quipped as Uruchi found herself drawn deeper into the mystery of Haruko's actions. Undeterred by the need for secrecy, Uruchi's surveillance extended far and wide, from the cafeteria to the restroom, the park to the dressing room, and even the bathroom. "A spy's duty knows no bounds," I remarked as Uruchi meticulously recorded every detail of Haruko's activities with unwavering precision. Uruchi's dedication to her task grew stronger with each passing moment, fueled by a burning desire to excel. Every observation, every note taken with meticulous care, brought her one step closer to completing her mission and unraveling the enigma that was Vice President Haruko. In the cover of darkness, Uruchi's mission took an unexpected turn. Not only did she become the stealthy observer, but she also delved into puppetry, crafting miniature replicas of Haruko with her own hands. "A puppeteer in the shadows," I mused, as Uruchi's artistic endeavors added a layer of complexity to her clandestine operation. As the night enveloped her, Uruchi's room transformed into a sanctuary of handcrafted Haruko puppets. Each puppet, a testament to her unwavering dedication, became a source of solace for Uruchi. Dreaming with puppets, I chuckled, envisioning the surreal scene of Uruchi finding comfort in her own creations as if the puppets were real and cheering her on for the accomplishments she had achieved. However, it became evident that Uruchi's feelings towards Haruchi transcended mere admiration. "A puppet master's obsession," I remarked, recognizing the fine line between infatuation and an all-encompassing fixation. Uruchi found herself tangled in strings of confusion and puppet drama. As she spied on Haruko, the puppet show became more riveting than a soap opera. Puppet theatrics, now with 100% more emotional turmoil, I chuckled, envisioning the unexpected twists and turns in this puppetry epic. Haruko's puppet, a miniature Takeru, became the unexpected star of the show. "Move over, Takeru, the puppet's stealing your spotlight," I quipped, imagining the puppet's potential rise to fame within the clandestine puppetry community. As Uruchi listened in on the puppet's soliloquies, the puppetry dialogue became a Shakespearean drama. To puppet or not to puppet, that is the existential question. The puppetry revelation prompted Uruchi to question the authenticity of her puppetry endeavors. Puppet Identity Crisis starring Uruchi. In a surprising turn of events, the puppetry drama exposed truths transcending the puppet realm. Puppet confessions, because who needs therapists when you have tiny wooden actors? Uruchi's emotional outpouring, likened to a river, added a touch of poetic drama to the puppetry saga. "Tears, the unspoken language of puppetry emotions," I quipped, envisioning a puppetry awards ceremony where the most emotive, tearful scene takes home the coveted wooden Oscar. Uruchi's revelation brought a dramatic twist to the student council saga. With a heavy heart and a newfound sense of self-awareness, she approached President Furan and Yuka with a declaration that rocked the very foundation of her aspirations. Plot twist: Uruchi's student council dreams take an unexpected turn. Uruchi's admission of her one-sided feelings for Haruko added a layer of emotional depth to the storyline. Unrequited love is the ultimate plot twist in the high school drama saga. As President Furin and Yuko offered words of wisdom and encouragement, the scene became poignant. Life lessons, served with a side of student council drama, I quipped, imagining the heartfelt dialogue that unfolded between the characters. Uruchi's promise to strive for self-improvement and walk down the proper path added a sense of hope to the narrative. From one-sided crushes to self-discovery, Uruchi's journey continues. Uruchi's newfound determination and President Furan's sage advice set the stage for a compelling continuation of the Student Council saga. Onward to new adventures, Uruchi's story is just starting. As Uruchi steps back into the training camp, she's walking back into the heart of a high-stakes high school drama. Only this time, it's with a twist of self-awareness and a dash of determination. Back to Boot Camp, the sequel nobody knew they needed, featuring Uruchi and the return of the not-so-soft Tomika. I'd say setting the stage for the next chapter in Uruchi's quest for student council enlightenment. Imagine the scene. Yuko, with her signature blend of encouragement and mischief, ushers Uruchi back to the training grounds. This time, it's personal. Lawn would be blunter, lawn would tutor sequences, and possibly even more bizarre. I'd be hinting at the rigorous and undoubtedly unusual training regimen that awaits. Tomika's ominous welcome adds an element of suspense to the narrative. Enter Tomika, the mentor with a heart of fire. Well, we'll find out. With Uruchi's resolve steeled and her character arc poised for growth, the training camp reprise promises a blend of humor, challenges, and life lessons. Training montage incoming. Can Uruchi dodge the metaphysical dodgeballs thrown by life? As Uruchi navigates this new phase of her journey, her quest to become a worthy member of the student council takes on new depth. From reluctant recruit to determined devotee, Uruchi's transformation is underway. In a serendipitous encounter, or perhaps guided by the whims of fate, Kodama found herself immersed in a shopping adventure. She embraced the thrill of lingerie hunting, turning heads with her impeccable taste and a knack for finding the perfect fit that left the salesperson in awe. When Kodama goes shopping, even the mannequins stand up and applaud. But the real plot twist awaited her just around the corner. Exiting the lingerie store, Kodama stumbled upon a quaint shop, and lo and behold, a teddy bear stole the spotlight. Her excitement reached new heights, reminiscent of a collector finding a rare gem in the vast sea of treasures. Move over, Indiana Jones. Kodama's on the hunt for the ultimate teddy artifact. The encounter with the vintage teddy bear unfolded like a scene from a collector's dream. Sensing Kodama's deep appreciation for the plush marvel, the saleswoman extended an irresistible offer. Vintage teddy bear, that's like catnip for Kodama. Without a moment, Kodama claimed her newfound treasure, bringing the vintage teddy bear into her ever-expanding collection. Another day, another bear conquered by Kodama the Teddy Tamer. I jest, finding the entire episode a whimsical chapter in Sakudama's sopping adventures and teddy bear conquests. Kodama, eyes sparkling with the allure of an antique treasure, marveled at the German teddy bear Rudolph, contemplating the hefty 78,000 yen price tag. Move aside, mere trinkets. Rudolph's revolutionized my collection. However, the joyous occasion took a surreal turn when Rudolph seemingly exhibited a life of its own. Undeterred by the bizarre occurrences, Kodama was taken aback when the bear not only moved but spoke. Who knew teddy bears moonlighted as stand-up comedians? Rudolph's commentary on Kodama's enchase shockwaves through the room, leading to a comedic clash of wits. Rudolph, the sassy bear with no chill, coming soon to a comedy club near you. Kodama Day, Kodama's tie up and toss Rudolph out the window was a comically drastic measure, escalating the situation's absurdity. When teddy bears misbehave, Kodama resorts to balcony banishment. Tough love. Rudolph's real appearance inside Kodama's rug. Kodama's led with his witty retort about magician's secrets added another layer to the bizarre encounter. Magical bird stand-up routines. Kodama's just hit a new level of eccentricity. As Kodama's listed Nozuchi's with the mischievous teddy bear, the narrative turned toward the supernatural. When teddy bear drama escalates, Kodama brings in the heavy-duty serpent. Casual Saturday evening. In Coda, as Mukadama's ring her shower, the mystery surrounding Rudolph's self-awareness brought an element of intrigue, unused bear consciousness or a ghostly takeover. Kodama's election just got spicier. In a preposterous twist of fate, Rudolph managed to turn the tables on Nozuchi, transforming the serene serpent into an unwitting subject of his newfound lessons in the art of pleasure. Teddy bear teaching serpent? Kodama's just become an unexpected romance novel. Stunned by this revelation, Kodama intensified her Kodama's on to punish Rudolph. However, the arrival of her friends put a temporary halt to her vengeance, leading to the bear's confinement in a box with strict instructions for absolute silence. Rudolph's obation: no noise, no speaking, no breathing. The ultimate bear timeout. As Haruo, Inaho, and Takeru returned for the evening 7ings east, Kodama's at Kodama's Keep Rudolph hidden fell apart when the bear unexpectedly appeared on the dining table. Kodama's and Kodama's Harari reached new heights as her friends found Rudolph irresistibly cute. Dinner Geets meet Rudolph, the uninvited, opinionated bear. Kodama saw Kodama's on the menu tonight. Rudolph's and explicit comments about the girl's me as girls' ads added another layer of absurdity to the situation. Rudolph, the cheeky bear with a penchant for precision. Tonight's dinner comes with a side of bear critiques. Meanwhile, Rudolph, the perverted bear with a secret life, became the unsung masseuse of the group. Inaho's relaxation session turned into an unintentional comedy of twitches and surprises. Rudolph, the bear with magic hands or paws. As Rudolph entered Haruko's hands, the mischievous bear continued his antics, savoring the situation for all it was worth. Rudolph, the master of relaxation, strikes again. Haruko's turn for an unexpected massage session. Who knew a vintage bear could be so hands-on? However, when Kodama regained control of Rudolph, the bear's perverted nature mysteriously vanished. Rudolph's magical perverted powers gone in Kodama's arms. Seems like the bear has met his match. Kodama's stern warning to the others added a layer of seriousness to the situation, contrasting with the absurdity of Rudolph's antics. Kodama lays down the law. Hands off Rudolph! The bear has a VIP pass to her room and unauthorized access is strictly prohibited. As Kodama threw Rudolph into her room with the determination to keep him confined, the bear's promise to stay put seemed genuine. However, as soon as Kodama left the scene, Rudolph revealed his true colors. Rudolph, the escape artist bear, makes his daring move. Step 1 of his master plans, rolling into freedom. Kodama's attempt at returning Rudolph takes an unexpected turn when the salesperson refuses. Rudolph seemed to have been causing chaos even before he entered Kodama's life. A bear with a hidden past, more like a bear with a wild side. As Kodama discovers Rudolph's mischievous history with the salesperson, the narrative continues to playfully highlight the absurdity of the bear's antics. Rudolph, the bear with a disciplinary streak. He was running the show at the store, mercilessly disciplining the salesperson. Who knew a teddy bear could have such authority? Rudolph's relentless antics continue, and even the salesperson couldn't withstand his mischievous charm. It turns out that Rudolph's perverted personality is not just limited to Kodama's life, but extends to everyone he encounters. The lady at the store begs Kodama to take Rudolph back, succumbing to his overpowering influence. Looks like Rudolph's charisma is too much for anyone to handle. As Kodama grapples with the challenge of Rudolph's peculiar personality, the narrative explores the bear's perspective on his uniqueness. Rudolph insists that he's not like other bears and is content with being cute on shelves. He craves a life beyond passive adoration, claiming it's tiring to be a mere decoration. It seems Rudolph has an existential crisis, well, for a perverted teddy bear, that is. 70 years ago, amidst the flames of war, Rudolph's peaceful town was obliterated, witnessing his master's suffering. Or so it seemed. But wait, it's just another bear joke from Rudolph. He quickly shifts the mood, peeking through Kodama's underwear, claiming he's a sinful man and rendering Kagazuchi's powers useless. Rudolph decides to live life on his terms, enjoying all its pleasures. Meanwhile, Kodama, on a mission to hunt Rudolph, stumbles upon an unexpected spectacle of jiggling girls, all victims of Rudolph's antics. And just when she's busy dealing with this chaos, an incident in Tenby City demands her attention. Arriving at the scene, Kodama faces a culprit who belittles her as a flat-chested little girl. Enraged, Kodama attempts to use her powers, only to realize she'd exhausted her strength earlier. The culprit mocks her and boasts about becoming a regular character, planning to replace Kodama. Just as Kodama is about to face defeat, Rudolph, the perverted bear, swoops in to save the day. Transforming into a golden bear, Rudolph delivers a swift, humorous justice to the culprit. With a blend of absurdity and unexpected heroics, Rudolph leaves everyone in stitches, proving that even a vintage teddy bear can steal the spotlight. In a surprising turn of events, his elements begin to fade away after Rudolph's heroic act. Deeply moved by his sacrifice, Kodama urges him to hang on, but it's too late. Rudolph's desire was fulfilled. He didn't just want to be loved, he yearned to do something for his master. Haruko, Inaho, and Takeru arrive to witness an unusual scene, the culprit losing his mind. On the side of the road, Kodama is sobbing as if she's lost a loved one. In her heartfelt farewell to Rudolph, she expresses that she might have fallen for him if he were human. As Kodama's tears fall onto Rudolph, it marks a poignant and unexpected moment amid chaos. The following day, as the girls prepared for school and changed clothes, they bid farewell to Rudolph individually. Still feeling the weight of the previous events, Kodama said her goodbyes with a heavy heart. To everyone's astonishment, Rudolph was alive and fully enjoyed the spectacle of Haruko, Inaho, and Kodama changing clothes. He expressed contentment in being a silent observer, relishing the moments of watching them undress without any ability to interfere. In his own bear-like way, Rudolph found solace in his newfound limitations, resigning to the role of an unobtrusive teddy bear. The next day, Principal Minori strutted through the hallowed halls, catching wind of students bantering about her principal privileges and apparent preference for tracksuits. They dared to comment on the supposed gravitational challenges faced by her jiggly puffs, which, let's just say, didn't earn them any gold stars in her book. The real cherry on top was their audacious speculation about her love life, an impertinence that pushed Principal Minori to the brink. Determined to make them eat their words, she stormed into Aki's office, announcing her grand resignation plan. Despite Aki's attempts to talk her off the metaphorical ledge, Principal Minori had already set her plan in motion, a diabolical scheme involving appointing a student as the temporary principal. And just when she needed a pawn for her grand chessboard, in walks Usui, innocently bearing an apology essay. Little did he know he was about to be unwittingly thrust into the chaos of Principal Dumb, as Principal Minori sported a devilish grin with schemes dancing in her eyes. As Kodama and her friends sprinted towards school, they found themselves unwittingly thrust into a peculiar spectacle at the gates. A trio of security guards, the stalwart defenders of the academy principal's quirky directives, stood firm. The bizarre command? Every female student had to limbo under a bar attached to the gate each morning. Confusion rippled through the crowd, and protests against this absurdity filled the air. In a twist that no one saw coming, the enforcer of these peculiar orders emerged, none other than Usui himself, adorned in an outfit that seemed to have borrowed inspiration from the wackiest corners of a costume closet. With his mustache game strong, he silenced the protesting students, declaring his newfound role as the principal of Tenbi Academy. The collective sentiment among Kodama's friends mirrored the general confusion. Has that guy finally lost his mind? Principal Minori, seizing the opportunity for a dramatic exit, announced her resignation due to personal reasons. In her stead, the newly minted principal Usui Kengo from Class B stepped into the spotlight, leaving the school bewildered. Principal Minori's devious plan to appoint Usui as a temporary principal took an unexpected turn as chaos ensued at Tenbi Academy. Usui, now the enforcer of bizarre rules, added a touch of sadistic amusement by gradually lowering the limbo bar. As the girls struggled to bend under the bar without knocking down the tick, the spectacle turned into a comedic ordeal. Azuki, Cha-Cha, and Haruko faced the limbo challenge, their ample assets making the task significantly more challenging. The guards and Usui reveled in the entertainment, enjoying the unintentional exposure of intimate areas. Ever the provocateur, Takeru suggested that flat-chested students like Kodama would have no trouble. Unamused by Takeru's antics, Kodama responded with a bold punch to his face, simultaneously breaking the tick and halting the risque display. In that moment, Kodama became an unexpected hero, delivering justice and a punch that echoed through the chaos. At Tenbi Academy, chaos ensued when Usui decided to take the reins as the temporary principal. Suddenly, the school day became a wild ride of absurdity and hilarity. In English class, students were forced to read outrageous stories featuring knights, orcs, and bananas, leaving everyone wondering what bizarre fanfiction they stumbled upon. Math class became a comedy of errors as girls attempted to measure the volume of their jiggly puffs. This led to ridiculous solutions like using water to wet their clothes and unintentionally causing a wet t-shirt contest in the classroom. During culinary class, Usui's unconventional idea of using students' bodies as plates for a sashimi buffet left everyone feeling both uncomfortable and hungry, but mostly just uncomfortable. Physical education turned into a sideshow of bouncing jiggles during jump rope exercises, leaving the male students cheering from the sidelines and the girls wondering if they signed up for PE or a jiggly Olympics. Meanwhile, biology class took a strange turn as students studied male organisms. Takeru hilariously tried to explain away his participation in Usui's shenanigans by blaming it on Japanese susceptibility to peer pressure, much to everyone's amusement. As the day progressed, the girls faced each new absurdity with a mix of disbelief, wondering just how much more ridiculous things could get under Usui's leadership. In a dramatic turn of events, the female students, fueled by their frustration and a burning desire to reclaim their dignity, decided to rebel against the absurd rules imposed by one-day principal Usui Kengo. The final straw that broke the camel's back was the announcement of a female strip rock-paper-scissors tournament. Gathering secretly, the girls plotted their rebellion, devising a plan to overthrow the outrageous regime that had turned their beloved academy into a circus of embarrassment. With determination and a shared goal, they swore to end the humiliation and regain control of their school. The stage was set for a showdown between the rebellious girls and the eccentric Usui. Little did anyone know the upcoming battle would be a hilarious clash of wits, strategy, and perhaps a few unexpected twists in the name of restoring sanity to Tensei Academy. The rebellion had begun, and the girls were ready to play their hand against the one-day principal's outrageous schemes. As tensions reached a boiling point, Kodama stepped forward with a proposition that surprised everyone. Instead of resorting to violence, she proposed a duel between her and Usui to determine the rightful holder of the principal's position. But there was a catch. They would settle their dispute through the game Usui had planned. Strip, rock, paper, scissors. The room fell silent as Kodama's bold challenge hung in the air, each person processing the implications of such a daring proposition. Usui's eyes widened in disbelief, torn between his desire to cling to power and his newfound respect for Kodama's audacity. The rules were established with the stage set for an unconventional showdown, and the game began. As Kodama and Usui faced off in a series of intense rounds, the tension in the room reached a fever pitch. Each victory and defeat brought them one step closer to determining the fate of Tenbi Academy. As the intense game of strip, rock, paper, scissors unfolded, Kodama demonstrated an uncanny ability to outwit Usui at every turn. Much to everyone's amazement, she had never lost a single round, leaving Usui in a precarious position as he gradually shed his clothing. With each victory, Kodama's confidence soared, and the onlookers marveled at the seemingly impossible feat of her undefeated streak. The tension in the room peaked as Usui found himself down to his last piece of clothing, his underwear. The final draw approached, and Kodama's determination to see Usui naked became increasingly evident. Despite his initial reluctance, Usui now realized the depth of Kodama's commitment to winning. A surge of electricity ran through his body as he braced himself for the inevitable, the last piece of clothing coming off. In a surprising turn of events, Kodama emerged again victorious, securing her win and leaving Usui with no choice but to remove his underwear. As he reluctantly complied, the room erupted in laughter and cheers, with some even exclaiming, "Japan is #1." As Usui Kengo lay on his deathbed at the ripe age of 108, his life flashed before his eyes, a kaleidoscope of memories filled with earthly desires and fleeting triumphs. In his final moments, he sensed a presence approaching him, a figure that seemed to embody angelic beauty and devilish intent. As Kodama, now a formidable force in her own right, stood before him, Usui's gaze locked onto hers, recognizing the face of his former rival. But before he could utter a word, a sensation of pressure enveloped him as if Kodama's mere presence was suffocating him. In that instant, Usui felt a sharp pain shoot through his chest as if a dagger had been thrust into his heart. His vision blurred and darkness closed in around him. Though the details of his final moments remained shrouded in mystery, witnesses later recounted that Usui's expression was one of peaceful resignation, as if he had found solace in the embrace of death. As news of Usui's passing spread, whispers of his tumultuous life and legendary battles with Kodama echoed throughout the halls of Tenbi Academy. Some mourned the loss of a once great figure, while others saw it as the end of an era marked by rivalry and conflict. But amidst the somber reflections, a sense of closure lingered, a recognition that even the fiercest of adversaries must eventually face their mortality. And as Usui's legacy faded into memory, Kodama stood as a silent witness to the passage of time, a testament to the enduring spirit of Tenbi Academy and the indomitable will of its students. Reluctantly, Azuki agrees to date Furan, hoping to spare her from the heartbreak that might come from realizing her first love was a girl. As they embark on their unconventional date, Azuki finds herself in a peculiar situation between helping Furan and navigating the complexities of their newfound relationship. The day of the date arrives, and Azuki does her best to play the part of a romantic interest for Furan. They stroll through the park, share laughs, and even enjoy a makeshift picnic. However, Azuki can't shake off the situation's absurdity and the irony that she, the object of Furan's affection, is playing the role of a love interest. Throughout the date, Furan seems blissfully unaware of the underlying awkwardness, genuinely enjoying the company of the person she believes to be her mysterious crush. Azuki can't help but notice the genuine happiness on Furan's face, and a twinge of guilt starts to tug at her. As the day progresses, Azuki realizes that Furan's feelings are genuine, even if misplaced. She wonders how to gracefully reveal the truth without hurting Furan too much. The girls who orchestrated the date discreetly watch from a distance, eagerly awaiting the outcome. In the end, Azuki decides to be honest with Furan, explaining the situation and gently expressing that her feelings are not romantic. Furan, surprisingly understanding, takes a moment to process the revelation. The other girls approach, nervously anticipating Furan's reaction. As the day continued, Azuki and Furan became involved in the playful activities arranged by the girls. They took a boat ride in the park's lake, creating an opportunity for closer encounters. The boat gently swayed, prompting accidental touches and laughter, making Azuki and Furan awkward and amused. Cha-Cha, the mastermind behind the date's romantic atmosphere, couldn't contain her excitement as she watched from a distance. Takeru and Usui, assigned to keep Azuki in check, were amused by the unexpected dynamics between the two girls. As Furan lay unconscious, Azuki couldn't shake off the shock of their accidental kiss. She was lost in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. The image of Furan's serene face, now tinted with a rosy blush, lingered in Azuki's mind, stirring a strange yet undeniable warmth within her. Meanwhile, the other girls observed the scene with bated breath, stunned by the unforeseen twist in Azuki and Furan's faux romance. Inaho's romantic fantasies momentarily shattered, replaced by a sense of disbelief at the surreal turn of events. Takeru and Haruko's awkward yet charged exchange mirrored the tension in the air, hinting at unspoken feelings beneath the surface. As the photographer urged Azuki and Furan to pose for a kiss, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. Azuki hesitated, her mind racing with uncertainty, but ultimately complied with the request, hoping to maintain the illusion of their staged romance. However, fate had other plans as Azuki stumbled over Furan's gown, sending them tumbling into an unexpected kiss. Time seemed to stand still in that fleeting moment as their lips met in a tender embrace, igniting a spark of electricity between them. For Azuki, the sensation was exhilarating and terrifying, stirring a whirlwind of emotions she struggled to comprehend. As Furan succumbed to unconsciousness, Azuki was left grappling with the weight of their accidental intimacy, haunted by visions of a future she never dared to imagine. In the quiet aftermath of their impromptu kiss, Azuki wrestled with a newfound awareness of her feelings for Furan. Despite the complexities of their relationship, she couldn't deny the undeniable pull she felt towards the enigmatic president. As dawn broke on a new day, Azuki's heart remained in turmoil, torn between the safety of familiarity and the allure of the unknown. With Furan still unconscious beside her, Azuki vowed to confront the tangled web of emotions binding them together, unsure of what the future held for their unexpected connection. As Furan awaited Azuki's arrival, her mind buzzed with anticipation and uncertainty. She couldn't shake the lingering effects of their unexpected kiss, each moment replaying in her mind like a vivid dream. Yoka's comforting words offered a glimmer of solace amidst the chaos of her emotions, reminding Furan that happiness was within her reach. Meanwhile, Azuki grappled with the weight of her decision, torn between her feelings for Furan and the burden of deception. With Sakura and Usui hot on her heels, Azuki sought refuge in solitude, determined to face Furan and come clean about their orchestrated date. As Furan and Azuki finally met, their tension hung heavy in the air, overshadowed by the weight of their unspoken truths. Furan's hopeful anticipation clashed with Azuki's inner turmoil, each step forward fraught with uncertainty. When Furan misinterpreted Azuki's message as a declaration of love, the reality of their situation hit Azuki like a punch to the gut. She couldn't bear to deceive Furan any longer, even if it meant risking their fragile connection. With a heavy heart, Azuki confronted Furan with the truth, exposing the deception that had plagued their budding romance. Furan's confusion turned to disappointment, and her hopes were dashed against the rocky shores of reality. But Azuki refused to let their bond crumble beneath the weight of their secrets. With a trembling voice, she implored Furan to consider the consequences of her actions, reminding her of the friends who had stood by her side through thick and thin. In that moment of vulnerability, Furan grappled with a newfound sense of clarity, realizing the depth of her connection to her friends and the importance of honesty in their relationships. As Azuki's words sank in, Furan's resolve hardened, her heart swelling with gratitude for the friends who had tirelessly fought to mend her broken trust. Meanwhile, as Azuki faced a relentless assault, the invisible shackles of the bondage element tightened their grip, rendering her helpless against the onslaught. Furan, witnessing the brutality unfold before her, felt a surge of conflicting emotions, shock, anger, and an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Azuki's clothes were torn away, revealing her true identity as a woman. The revelation hung like an unspoken truth, the atmosphere heavy with tension and uncertainty. The men, fueled by their misguided desires, pressed on with their relentless attack, ignorant of the consequences their actions were about to unleash. Furan, her initial shock giving way to a fiery determination, refused to let Azuki bear the burden alone. As the realization of Azuki's sacrifice sank in, Furan's hatred for those who sought to exploit the vulnerable flared within her. Furan's decisive action swiftly ended the ordeal, with her Makin unleashing a powerful force that incapacitated the perpetrators. As the dust settled, Furan, still carrying mixed emotions, took a moment to address the situation. In a stern tone befitting the student council president, she made it clear that such actions would not be tolerated at 10B Academy. Both firm and resolute, Furan demonstrated the strength of her leadership and her commitment to ensuring a safe and secure environment for all students. Azuki recognized the gravity of the situation, acknowledged her wrongdoing, and prepared herself for the consequences. However, Furan surprised Azuki by choosing a different path. Instead of meting out punishment, Furan covered Azuki with a piece of clothing, conveying a nuanced understanding of the complexities surrounding their connection. In a quiet moment, Furan expressed gratitude for the brief yet meaningful experience Azuki had brought into her life. This was a touching acknowledgement of the beautiful dream they shared, and in the same breath, Furan suggested that it was time for them to part ways. As they bid their farewells, the echoes of their encounter lingered in the air, leaving both Furan and Azuki with a profound sense of introspection and growth. The chapter closed with a poignant farewell, marking the end of a fleeting yet impactful connection between the strict president and the rebellious Azuki. The comedic aftermath of Furan and Azuki's escapade unfolded the next day, with Furan attempting to punish Azuki for an alleged transgression. Although oblivious to Furan's intentions, Azuki couldn't fathom accepting such discipline, especially considering the surreal nature of their previous day's encounter. In an amusing twist, Furan, maintaining her prideful demeanor, refused to acknowledge the shared experience with Azuki and insisted that Kazuki accompany her. The onlookers, well aware of the truth, couldn't help but find amusement in Furan's stubborn refusal to admit the reality of the situation. Furan's disdain for men seemed to have lightened despite the chaotic spectacle, thanks to the unfolding unconventional events. Seizing this opportunity, Cha-Cha hatched a plan to test whether Furan's attitude had changed. Unwittingly becoming the bait, Takeru found himself in a hilariously awkward situation, landing directly on Furan's chest and triggering a cascade of reactions. Loyal as always, Haruko rushed to Furan's rescue, leading to another over-the-top yet entertaining scuffle. Ultimately, the status quo returned, with Furan resuming her stern and strict demeanor. However, Azuki, unwilling to let go of the unique experience, pleaded with Furan to return her first kiss, adding a touch of humor and a sprinkle of romance to the lighthearted chaos. And so, the quirky dynamics of their relationship continued to unfold in the whimsical world of 10B Academy. The scenario of 10B Academy forming its own student council to maintain order and keep power-hungry individuals in check adds an intriguing layer to the story. With the principal absent, the students are responsible for ensuring the academy's safety. Gen's reluctance to join the student council reflects a common sentiment among students who may feel apprehensive about being ordered around by their peers. Being kidnapped in the recruitment process certainly doesn't help alleviate his concerns. However, as the story unfolds, Gen realizes the importance of contributing to the student council and playing a role in safeguarding the peace of 10B Academy. As Gen reluctantly joins the student council, I can nary help but quip, so they want him to be a superhero, but all he gets is a mop and a chair? I was thinking more along the lines of a flying carpet. Watching Minori, Aki, and Tomika don aprons for cafeteria duty, I tease, are they saving the academy or preparing for a cooking show? I love a good student council bake-off, but shouldn't we be fighting off villains instead? During pool cleaning duty, Gen grabs a net and mutters, "They said protect the academy, but I feel like he's a janitor with a questionable sense of fashion. Perhaps he should design a mockin that doubles as a pool skimmer. Who knows, it might make cleaning more heroic." As Minori explains the importance of pool cleaning, Gen can't help but smirk. If dodging leaves is a crucial skill, sign me up for the leaf dodging Olympics. He has been training without even realizing it. Wonder if there's a gold medal involved. Watching Aki tackle a mop, Gen chuckled, "This is different from my superhero fantasy. I imagined epic battles, not an intense fight against spaghetti stains. But hey, a hero's gotta start somewhere, right?" Observing Tomika's meticulous approach, if meticulous pool cleaning were an Olympic sport, they'd be gold medalists. Someone get them a podium stat. Or better yet, a trophy shaped like a mop. Gen can't help but wonder, is this the legendary hero training they discuss? Because if so, he'll be the hero of clean hallways and spotless cafeterias. Move over, Aveners. A new cleaning crew is in town. As Gen observed Aki's attention-grabbing outfit, I couldn't help but quip, well, if we're drawing attention, we might as well go all out. Who knew a secretary could steal the spotlight so effortlessly? When the commotion between the pretty boy and Sakunohana unfolded, young love, or should I say young obsession. Note to self, don't accept love letters from anyone with a fan club. When Minori intervened to stop the impending fight, I muttered, "Looks like the principal's duties never end, but hey, if it means keeping the peace and preventing Maken duels in a hallway, I'm all for it." The pretty boy had then revealed his Maken's ability. Well, that's one way to handle a fight. Note to self, avoid pretty boys with magic guns. As Minori extended the invitation to join the student council, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The perks of being a superhero in training, but I feel this pretty boy marches to the beat of his own drum. Can't blame him for not wanting to join our ragtag group of do-gooders. Watching the pretty boy's mysterious exit, the enigmatic loner type, classic. But hey, if he ever needs a backup plan or a group of misfits to clean the pool, they'll surely be there. Meanwhile, our tale unfolds with the discovery of missing documents from the principal's office. Imagine the chaos. It's like losing your homework, only with potentially disastrous consequences for the entire school. Enter Minori, the current president of the student council, and her eclectic team, Aki, the secretary with a penchant for eye-catching outfits, Tomika, the treasurer with a calculator and a dream, and our man Jen, the odd job enthusiast, wondering why he got roped into this. As Minori contemplates recruiting the narcissistic but oh-so-handsome Kodai Akaya, I couldn't help but think, women's intuition, the magical sixth sense that sees potential student council members. If only we all had that power during group projects. Akaya, the pretty boy with an ego larger than the school's budget, is a fascinating addition. In the voice of reason, Minori's interest sparks curiosity, and Jen ever dismisses the idea, probably thinking, charisma? We're a student council, not a charm school. The plot thickens as secret documents, supposedly containing academy foundations, go missing. I chuckled. Classic case of, oh no, our secrets are exposed, Omar. If only they encrypted the principal's office like a teenager's diary. As our student council investigated the mystery, I wondered about the culprit's motive. Stealing fake documents for a scandal? That's like stealing candy from a store and finding out it's made of wax. Talk about a letdown. As the night falls over Tensei Academy, the stage is set for a covert operation. Minori, unwavering in her determination, attempts to recruit the charming yet obstinate Kodai Akaya. It's a battle of wills, with Minori's charisma facing off against Akaya's ego. Under the moonlit sky, the mysterious culprit emerges, and our student council springs into action. Their strategic long-range control and elaborate trap add a touch of espionage to the proceedings. However, a twist unfolds as Nohara, one of the Academy's goddesses, falls under the culprit's control. Taunting them from the shadows, the culprit underestimates the student council's prowess. Minori turns the night into a spectacle with fireworks, showcasing their plan to recruit Akaya. But my interest peaks as Gen questions the risque costumes, only to be met with Minori's sly remark about their strategic nature. Akaya's brilliance shines as they exploit the fireworks to trap the culprit, bringing light to the shadows. The climax intensifies as Akaya hesitates to aim his gun at the women. The culprit retaliates by trapping them in quicksand, leaving them powerless. Amidst the suspense, Gen, with his arms restrained, uses his mouth, an unexpected twist that adds to the humor. In the chaotic midst of shadows and elemental turmoil, Minori, embodying a celestial grace, summons her Makin Glove Dragon Ace. Gen's masterpiece transforms her into a goddess-like figure, leaving onlookers in awe of her formidable elemental prowess. The air is anticipating as Minori, now hailed as an element genius, prepares to face the looming threat. Minori boldly declares her unwavering allegiance to Tenbi Academy, choosing its sanctity over her life. It's a dramatic proclamation that sets the stage for an intense showdown. With a resolute spirit, Minori ignites the Dragon Ace gun, unleashing a dazzling ball of elemental power that pierces through the shadows, leaving the culprit on the brink of obliteration. As the dust settles and the echoes of the confrontation linger, a pivotal question hangs in the air. Will Akaya, witnessing this spectacle, be swayed to join the ranks of the student council? Persistent and determined, Minori extends a compelling invitation, seeking to secure another ally for the Academy's protection. In a surprising twist, Kodai Akaya, first year, Class C, succumbs to the allure of this unpredictable world, officially stepping into the enigmatic realm of the student council. As Principal Minori spun her legendary tale for the umpteenth time, her excitement never waned, even if her storytelling embellishments gave Pinocchio a run for his money. The new recruits of Makenki gathered around her and couldn't help but exchange amused glances and stifled giggles at each rendition. She's like a sitcom rerun that never loses its charm, Osui thought, smirking. Amid Minori teasing a sequel to her saga, an abrupt announcement cut through the laughter like a hot knife through butter. The campus was once again thrown into uproar by the same voyeuristic villain from their very first challenge, determined to disrupt the sanctity of the women's changing room. The air buzzed with indignation as the team pledged swift retribution, though their well-intentioned pursuit quickly spiraled into a comedy of errors. Their valiant chase culminated not in the capture of the peeper, but in a spectacle of destruction, leaving the once immaculate campus looking like a scene from a blockbuster disaster movie. Looks like we've invented a new sport, extreme campus remodeling, Takuru joked, surveying the aftermath with awe and hilarity. Yet, amidst the ruins, the spirit of Makenki shone brighter than ever. Their unshakable bond and resolve to protect their home even if it meant going overboard underscored the day's events. Watching her students amidst the debris, Minori couldn't contain her pride. Their misadventures safeguarded the Academy's legacy and cemented their own legend within its walls. With a proud shout of, "Japan is definitely number one," echoing off the damaged facades, the day's events closed on a note of unbridled enthusiasm and anticipation for the next chapter in the Makanki saga, one filled with laughter, unity, and the occasional unintended demolition project.